Okay, welcome, good morning, and thank you all for joining us today. I'm Jared Purdue, your task force chair. I hope you, your families, and communities continue to be well and safe. I want to express my continued appreciation for your participation in these meetings. The work you are doing as a task force is a critical element of this project, and on behalf of FDOT and our entire state, I want to say thank you for your continued commitment. I would like to take a moment to recognize that September is National Workforce Development Month. It is timely for us to recognize this since workforce development is one of the intended benefits of the MCORS program. FDOT is dedicated to continuing to implement the statewide workforce development program that was included and funded at $2.5 million per year for 3 years in the MCORS legislation. The MCORS program is taking a multifaceted approach to offering employment opportunities and career development training that paves the way to sustainable and financially rewarding careers. MCORS program staff are working to strengthen and expand agency, industry, and community partnerships to help meet goals and objectives while scaling up activities to provide training and career opportunities to even more Floridians. I know that a number of our task force members are directly involved in supporting our state's workforce development, so I would like to thank you all for your dedication to this very important issue in our state. Like previous meetings, this task force meeting is streaming live on the Florida channel and on our program website, floridamcors.com. In addition, we also have provided for 2 in-person viewing locations accessible to the public within the study area, the Plantation on Crystal River and the Hilton in Ocala. As always, public input is an important part of our process. We will have an opportunity for public comments at the end of today's meeting. For the listening public, if you wish to address the task force and have not registered to do so, you can sign up by registering at floridamcors.com by 4 o'clock this afternoon. We will hear from all members of the public who would like to address the task force today, first from those who registered to comment virtually and then from the 2 remote locations. Additionally, we have a community open house scheduled for September 23rd in Chiefland at the Tommy Usher Center. Similar to last month, this community open house will be conducted in a hybrid format with materials available online for members of the public who prefer to attend virtually. This is another opportunity for us to share project information and receive comments from the public. The schedule today is to run from now until 12:30 when we will break for lunch, resume at 1:30 and work until 5 this afternoon. We've built a couple of stretch breaks into the agenda so you can get coffee and attend to other business. We appreciate everyone working with us to keep on schedule throughout the day. This morning, you will hear an update on the public comments received to date, including a synthesis of major themes and how these are being addressed through the task force and future processes. Then you will hear a presentation building on our discussion last month on illustrative paths and courses to guide future planning and project development. Today, we will also hear about the status of the draft report and discuss the draft action plan. The primary focus today continues to be on refining your draft report. You will see that we have moved your draft recommendations language into the draft final report document. We have revised the introduction, task force overview, study area overview, and high-level needs sections of the report based on the robust discussion at our last meeting, as well as the many comments we received from you via email following that meeting. We integrated all these comments into a revised draft of the first installment of the draft report, which you received via email during the week of September 7th. I know that some of you took the opportunity to provide comments on this first installment right after it was received. Staff were able to incorporate some of your comments into the subsequent draft that was circulated during the week of September the 14th. If your comments were not included in this redraft, please be assured that we have them and can integrate into the final version. And please feel free to raise your point in today's discussion. As noted during the week of September the 14th, we circulated a complete draft of your entire report. This included the same material that was initially circulated during the week of September the 7th, with some additional context provided in the introduction and recommendations framework. This also included the complete set of guiding principles and instructions and a first draft of the action plan. I hope you've had an opportunity to review this in advance of our meeting today. Today's goal is to review the entire report with emphasis on the guiding principles, instructions, and action plan so that we can prepare a version for public comment that will begin next week. We will be working through sections of the report one at a time and want to keep our discussion focused on key concepts, intent, and commitments. We can continue to collect minor preferences and adjustments to language as the report comes together. Today, we hope that the task force as a group could provide direction on how to adjust the current draft and be comfortable with leaving this revised version as a complete draft for the public comment period. Later today, we will discuss more about the plans for the public comment period as well as for the task force's review and comments on the complete draft report. The goal is to support your deliberations, so please let us know what you need. We anticipate one more meeting between now and October to complete our work. Given the continued uncertainty about timing for resuming large gatherings, we will continue meeting with a combination of virtual and in-person ways for both task force members and the public to participate. Task force meeting number 9 is scheduled for Wednesday, October the 21st, so please save the date. We will be in touch as soon as we have more details to share. And now I will hand it off to Christine.
Thank you, Chairman Perdue. Okay, so it kind of lays out the day for us. So let's talk about the topics that we'll cover this morning. We'll talk about the public comment period, how that will be handled at the end of the day. We'll go through the logistics for the meeting. I'll go over today's agenda, objectives, and materials. And then, as always, we'll have our Florida Sunshine reminder. So the public comment begins at 5 or as soon as we are done with the task force member discussion. We will receive comments virtually and then subsequently from our 2 physical viewing locations that the chairman just mentioned. Requests to provide public comments virtually need to be received by 2:30 today and will be addressed during the public comment period in the order in which they were received. If you've not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event. If you need a link emailed to you, please use the virtual raise hand function and one of our team members will email you the link to sign up. Requests to provide comments at one of the public viewing locations can be made by simply completing a speaker card on site at the registration area. So the meeting is being recorded and will be available with our other materials on our MCOR's website. Task force members, you will remain muted for the presentation. And once we get into the task force member discussion, we will shift to a more interactive format. Similar to our previous webinars, our discussions today will be more like in-person meetings, the best we can do. And instead of putting up your 10 card to indicate you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, you can use the virtual raise hand feature. We ask that you remain self-muted when not speaking to reduce the background noise. I will generally recognize task force members in the order in which you raise your hand. Although, as we do in our in-person meeting, I will manage the flow at times to allow members to who have not yet been heard, have an opportunity to make a comment, to speak, or to wrap up a thread of conversation before we begin. So if you've self-muted along the way, please make sure you unmute before speaking. And as a reminder, please do not put the webinar on hold or take another call. We just may hear your hold music in the background. And one last note, we have adjusted your username to readily identify you as a task force member for when we need to unmute your line. Please do not make changes to that username so that you can be heard during roll call and question and answer period. And I need to make a substitution. I accidentally, I gave you some misinformation. I said 2:30 for the deadline for the public comment sign up. That's actually 4 o'clock, so please forgive me. All right, so for today's objectives, we want to review the public engagement activities. Will will take us through that. Then we'll establish initial consensus on our high-level needs and our draft guiding principles. Then we'll discuss draft instructions for project and beyond. We'll review the draft report and go through corridor planning activities. We'll run through a refresher on government in the sunshine. Then I'll take the roll call. We'll then have a presentation from Will on the public engagement activities, followed by a discussion throughout the morning. Then we'll begin reviewing and refining the guiding principles in the document as we break for lunch. And then we'll return at 1:30 to continue reviewing and refining the guiding principles. We'll later have, we'll go through the presentations along the way and a great deal of conversation. Later today, we will then go through and have a great deal of conversation on the report itself. And then next steps later on as to feedback that we're looking from you all, and then go into public comment at 5 p.m. Today we'll have a short reminder on government and the sunshine. Generally speaking, task force members, you should not communicate either verbally, an email, or via third party with another task force member under items of consideration by the task force. You may always communicate on matters unrelated to task force topics. We'll have a short video on government in the sunshine.
Florida's Sunshine Law. Florida's government in the Sunshine Law provides a right of access to governmental proceedings at both the state and local levels. In the absence of a statutory exemption, it applies to any gathering of 2 or more members of the same board to discuss some matter which will foreseeably come before that board for action. Scope of the Sunshine Law. Board members may not engage in private discussions with each other about board business, either in person or by telephone, email, texting, or any other type of electronic communication such as Facebook or blogging. While an individual board member is not prohibited from discussing board business with staff or non-board members, these individuals may not be used as a liaison to communicate information between board members. For example, a board member cannot ask staff to poll other board members to determine their views on a board issue. The Sunshine Law applies to advisory boards created pursuant to law or ordinance or otherwise established by public agencies or officials. Staff meetings are not normally subject to the Sunshine Law. However, staff committees may be subject to the Sunshine Law if they are deemed to be part of the decision-making process, as opposed to traditional staff functions like fact-finding or information gathering. Board meetings. While boards may adopt reasonable rules and policies to ensure orderly conduct of meetings, the Sunshine Law does not allow boards to ban non-disruptive videotaping, tape recording, or photography at public meetings. Public Records Law. Florida's Public Records Act, Chapter 119, Florida Statutes, provides a right of access to records of state and local governments, as well as private entities acting on their behalf. If materials fall within the definition of a public record, it must be disclosed to the public unless there is a statutory exemption. The term public records means all documents, papers, letters, maps, books, tapes, photographs, films, sound recordings, data processing software, or other material, regardless of the physical form, characteristics, or means of transmission. This includes electronic communication like text messaging and emails, made or received pursuant to law or ordinance, or in connection with the transaction of official business, by an agency, including a private entity action on behalf of a public agency, which are used to perpetuate, communicate, or formalize knowledge. Providing public records. Public records cannot be withheld at the request of the sender. A requester is not required to show a legitimate or non-commercial interest as a condition of access. A request cannot be denied because it is overbroad. Unless authorized by another statute, an agency may not require that public records requests be in writing or require the requester to identify himself or herself.
So We also have Diane Guillemette from the Office of the Attorney General online with us today, and she can answer any questions we have on the Sunshine Law as it relates to the task force. So task force members, feel free to raise your hand if you have any questions or need for clarification, or you can reach Diane Guillemette at the email and phone number we have listed here if you have any questions outside of our task force meeting today. Diane, thank you for joining us today. All right, so it's important to know who is here. We do have some substitutes today, as well as some task force members that need to step away to attend to their own Board of County Commission meeting or other meetings. So, and we do have some substitutes. So I will quickly go through who is here and then also manage expectations as to which task force members may need to step aside. So as you know, we have Chairman Perdue here with the Florida Department of Transportation. Christina Colon is also here as Vice Chair of the Department of Transportation. We have James Stansberry. He is the alternate for Mario Rubio with the Department of Economic Opportunity. Jason Height is here again, representing Chris Wynn with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. Mark Futrell is representing the Florida Public Service Commission. Eric Anderson is here with the Enterprise Florida. We have Commissioner Kennard representing the Hernando Citrus Metropolitan Planning Organization. Sorry, Commissioner. And he will need to go to his own Board of County Commission meeting at 1 o'clock. So we'll try to really focus the conversation earlier on the report. Scott Coons from the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council is here. Charles Lee is here from Audubon, Florida. Kent Wimmer representing the Defenders of Wildlife, he is here. Scott Carnahan representing the Citrus County Commission also will need to leave at 1. Thank you for being here this morning. Jim Mayer from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection is here. Nancy Brown representing the Florida Department of Education. Mike Napier from the Florida Department of Health is here. Matt Surensey, representing the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, is here. Jim Patton with the Department of Business and Professional Regulations is not able to join us this morning, nor is Rusty Skinner from CareerSource, Florida. Kathy Bryant is here from the Marion County Commission. Warren Zwanka is representing the Swanee River Water Management District. He is here. Jeanette Seacrest is here representing Southwest Florida Water Management District. She will need to step away in the afternoon, so Frank Gargano is here as her alternate for the afternoon. Jeff Prather is here from the St. Johns River Water Management District. Mike Woods is here from the Lake Sumter MPO. Valerie Hancher is representing the Ocala-Marion Transportation Planning Organization. Rock Meeks, he's a Levy County Commissioner. He has a Board of County Commission meeting until 11 and will join us as soon as he's able. Sean Sullivan is here representing the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Bradley Arnold is here with Sumter County. He will need to leave at 4 o'clock for his council meeting. Phil Fulmer is here representing the Florida Trucking Association. Chris Saliba is not able to join us today with the Florida Rural Water Association. Bill Ferry is here from the Florida Internet and Television Association. Danielle Ruiz is here with the Florida Economic Development Council. Kurt Williams is here representing the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. Dr. Vernon Lauder is here representing the College of Central Florida. Dr. Stanley Sider is not able to join us from the Lake Sumter College. He let us know in advance. Paul Owens is representing the Thousand Friends of Florida. Good morning. Jason Lauritsen is here representing Florida Wildlife Corridors. Zach Prusak is here representing the Nature Conservancy. Hugh Harling has other commitments, but he's going to try to intermediately join us whenever he can, so we'll be on the lookout for his engagement. And Katie Troncoso from Volunteer Florida is not able to join us today. So we have a robust group looking for great conversation. But before we get into that, I'd like to hand it over to Will Watts, and he's going to provide the public engagement activities to date. Will, I'm handing it off to you.
All right, thank you, Christine. Just just want to give everybody an update on public comments, written comments today. So throughout the MCORS process, engagement from the public has been a priority for the department. The department has heard from the public that has taken advantage of providing input through the various means, and we've collected those through email, website comments, can you hear me, Christine?
I can, Will. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right, so we've collected comments through email, website comments, traditional mail, task force public comment opportunities, community open house meetings, and virtual meetings. So here are the topics we're going to cover in this presentation. We'll start with providing some statistics on the number of comments we've received. We will discuss some of the themes that emerged from the public comments related to all three corridors. We will then discuss some of the corridor specific comments, and then finally we'll conclude with discussing how we're going to address those comments. So y'all seen this chart before. This is how we've categorized the different actionable items. So far, we've received over 12,500 comments. Of those, 2,200 has been original comments, and over 10,000 has been pre-generated form letters. We provided you the raw data table with a breakdown of the format in which comments were received. We've given you all the written comments since August 2019 through September 17th, 2020, the end midnight last Thursday, I believe. We also separated and gave you the pre-generated forms as a separate grouping, so you can also review and use as appropriate. Right now, there are currently 11 variations available for your review. So here are the major themes of the comments received from the public: environmental, land conservation, quality of life, economic opportunity, corridor considerations, and then other issues. We'll discuss the topics related to these themes in the subsequent slides. The topics came directly from the public comments, but we did focus on actionable items in selecting the topics and capturing the public comment sentiment. We also organized the themes to support the guiding principle discussions. When considering a proposed project of this magnitude, FDOT recommends actionable engagement to ensure all perspectives are captured while the project is considered. This means that in the event the proposed project meets both environmental and financial feasibility, all considerations are made at the onset of planning. So here are some of the public comment themes related to environment and land conservation: wildlife and native plants, avoid fragmentation of habitats, preserve and enhance connectivity of wildlife corridors, avoid threats to endangered wildlife, protect native and rare plant species and their habitats, avoid actions that can promulgate invasive species. Another major theme is water and water resources. Protect against destructions of wetlands. Protect important water-related resources through design, and protect aquifers, springs, and watersheds. Here are more of the public comment themes related to environment and land conservation. Specific to land conservation and preservation: protect against reduction of wildlife areas, wilderness areas, avoid disturbing conservation areas, consider purchasing important environmental and wildlife protection areas. Other environmental considerations: protect against increased pollution, control light and noise impacts from roadways. And here's some other areas of public comment themes related to quality of life and economic opportunity: avoid sprawl, preserve rural agriculture character, preserve historic downtowns, balance rural character with the need for more and better jobs, support agricultural activities by improving supply chain, protect, expand, and promote ecotourism. All right, so here are some of the public comment themes related to corridor considerations. So specific to location, Improve existing highways and interstates is a priority. Co-locate with existing highways and add capacity when needed. Thoughtfully design corridor endpoints and connections, including interchanges. Consider the no-build option. For hurricane evacuation, provide congestion relief during hurricane evacuation. Assess existing road capacity for hurricane evacuation. Support sheltering rather than evacuation to enhance life safety. Improve evacuation routes in the center of the state. These are some additional corridor considerations as well. Specific to tolling, consider over equity impacts of tolling, support for toll as an alternate to tax-based funding. For broadband and utilities, assist communities in securing high-speed internet and cellular coverage. Expansion of broadband can be achieved without constructing a new road. Support hookup opportunities for water and sewer. And for multimodal considerations, consider high-speed rail and alternate modes of transportation. Expand public transit services instead of roads. Consider the impact of connected and autonomous vehicles. And improve bike ped safety. So the final corridor is kind of the other category. We've collected a few thoughts there from the public comments. Conduct financial environmental analysis. Identify impacts of MCORs on available funding sources. Develop detailed transportation need for the corridors. Provide more information on eminent domain and relocation of residents and businesses. And concerns over the impacts of COVID-19 on funding and resource allocation. Some of the specific comments received for the Northern Turnpike corridor. Urban sprawl threatens rural lifestyle and wildlife for the nature coast. Accessibility for internet is needed for the region's communities. Limit the routes through Central Florida. Tolls will negatively impact local residents. Minimize impacts to the aquifer, Rainbow Springs watershed, and outstanding Florida Springs. And co-locate along US 1998, US 41. So here's how we're addressing the public comments. Some are being addressed through the development of high-level needs. For example, we heard all three corridors at economic development is much needed in the rural communities. Other comments are being incorporated in the development of the guiding principles. For example, conservation is an important consideration in deciding the path course for these corridors. We will also continue to consider the no-build option in future phases of the project development and beyond. The remaining comments will be addressed in the development of the action plan. For example, financial and environmental feasibility will be assessed in future phases of the project. Also, public and partner engagement will also continue throughout the life of the project. So we have 2 upcoming community open houses scheduled, tomorrow in Chiefland and next month in Crystal River. Tomorrow's community open house is also available online at thefloridamcors.com for members of the public who prefer to attend virtually. So the department continues to take feedback from the public via email at fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us, website comments, and traditional mail. Additionally, the department is receiving public comment cards at the public viewing sites during the hybrid task force meetings and at the in-person community open houses. We have given you all the public comments received to date. Based on what you've heard from the public comment themes, is there anything you think we need to be added to the guiding principles or to the instructions in the report? So that's an action item for the task force. After you've heard some of the prevailing themes, I think we've captured quite a few of them, but anything we need to add? So kind of open it up for comments now, Christina.
Thank you, Will. So task force members, this is an opportunity to engage, to make sure that what you've heard is represented here as well. we'll do the raise hand feature if you have any questions to date. Charles Lee, I see you have your hand raised.
Yes, I think what has been consistently heard from the public, whether it is in the organized form letter section of the comment, whether it is in-person comments at our meetings, or whether it is the bulk of the specific unique letters that we've received that have been individually written, is that a very large part of the public who are commenting believe that there is no established need for 3 new turnpikes, 330 miles of them in Florida, and specifically necessarily a new turnpike through the region that we are studying in this task force. I think that our guiding principles and our instructions language is evolving in many ways to reflect that. And my belief is that in addition to the discussion, which is very brief in our draft report language, we should acknowledge that the bulk of the public comment has been that there is no need for specifically new freestanding greenfield turnpikes through these areas necessarily. I think the fact that we've decided on a process that analytically looks first to improving existing roads, then to adding capacity, and then the possibility of new routes is verification of that. So I would like to see qualitatively the report language indicate what the bulk of the public comment has been. It does not yet do that, and I would ask those that are drafting on this to put in a paragraph that indicates that the bulk of the public comment is suggesting that we should not immediately jump to a new greenfield freestanding turnpike project, but instead we should do the very things that we appear to be doing in terms of the direction of our guiding principles. That's my comment and request.
Well,
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Yeah, I think the guiding principles are shaping up quite nicely to help support that as well, Charles. So good point taken. Thank you.
Commissioner Kennard, I see your hand has raised. Commissioner Kennard, you're self-muted.
Okay, there we are. Sorry about that. Listen, just because there has been a very well organized effort to derail this project through the public input process right from the beginning, I think it would be a terrible mistake to set aside the work that this task force has done over the course of the past year. There have been voices from many different sides giving input to this final report that will come together over the next month or so. I would hate to see us at the 11th hour steer in a direction to to give to this effort largely from folks, as we have heard over the past year, that are well outside of the study area of this road and definitely one of the other roads, the Suncoast going north. Their input has been heard, it's been considered, and I think it's already well reflected in the guiding principles that we have that we're working on now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think that's, that is exactly the point. So we continue to receive and provide those to the task force members for consideration. So thank you.
Well, we have a few more hands up, so I'm going to call on James Mayer next with the DEP.
Good morning and thank you. Something that I think fits a little bit with Charles' comments regarding the guiding principles and how they're presented in the report. It's unclear if the guiding principles are meant to all have equal weight or if they have importance by their sequence. The guiding principle number 2, to minimize or to follow existing corridors and minimize any new space, I think is a particularly important and maybe overriding one in many ways, because many of the other guiding principles would fall in line if that were so. It also matches much of what's in the public comment about not expanding into new greener areas. I would, the way I currently read it, it's silent on whether there is, a greater weight or importance to one or the others. But I would say guiding principle number 2 supports many of the others, supports much of the comments, and I think would probably end up with the least negative impacts. And the one part of the guiding principles it doesn't support is expanding connectivity for transportation to other communities, but or other infrastructure. But most of the minimization issues are taken care of by it, and I think that gets to a lot of what the public comment is. And I'm wondering, is it appropriate, or is there a way for us to indicate the importance of that?
Hey, James, I think all the guiding principles are important, and they stand on their own, but also complement each other. So the fact that we've got to follow all the guiding principles is the priority. So they're all equal but complementary. So I think the point they're trying to make is that, hey, guys, you are evolving the guiding principles to capture the public sentiment and the public comments, which is a great thing.
Great. Well, we have a few more hands up, a couple from local elected officials and or representing local government. So we'll start with Bradley Arnold with Sumter County.
Hi, thank you. Again, since our task force is focused on the Northern Turnpike connector, that's where my emphasis is going to be on my comments. And I do support what Charles Lee is talking about as far as having a recognition within the report that's associated with the culmination of the public input. And I do agree with what Will stated and the other comment by our task force representative from Swiftmud related to the guiding principle number 2, that it does lend itself to making sure that before any type of new greenfield corridor is considered on the Northern Turnpike connector, that we do ensure that FDOT goes through the due diligence process during the PD&E to look at the existing corridors and the capacities there to make the improvements before they could move forward with justification for a new greenfield extension. And I think after our last meeting, I think there's a lot of comments that really supports a strong look at State Route 44 being that connector using that existing corridor. I did follow up sharing that information with the Board of County Commissioners because some are actually more personally impacted and actually looking at our comp plan that, the idea of a limited access highway utilizing the State Route 44 corridor with interchanges specifically in our instance at 475 and 470 could actually bring some balance between continuing to protect the agricultural nature of that area as well as some of the environmentally sensitive areas, but still allowing for those two particular nodes to still grow over time for some type of economic development benefit. So just wanted to support Charles's comments, but I think it is important to bring in an element of the public sentiment that's focused on this particular turnpike connector, not necessarily all the comments just in a broad blush, according to the full scope of the entire task force of incorporating the Suncoast and the Northern Turnpike connector.
Okay, great comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Bradley. Valerie Hancher, although representing a TPO, is also in local government. So Valerie.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm kind of in agreement with Charles Lee and Brad, Mr. Arnold, and Mr. Myers, and to Mr. Kennard. I don't believe we're in the 11th hour. This is kind of when we have to make our statements, and this is kind of like our only time to share with the comments that the public have given us. So now is the right time to make sure that we're putting in what the citizens of all of Florida would have to pay for. So I think this is the right time. And to the statement about number 2, of course, it is important. And we maybe could put in at the top of the beginning something to the effect that these guiding principles aren't put in a certain order of importance so that everybody knows that they are equally all important, all kind of a top number one, but you can't put everything in the first spot. So I think that might be a good thing. And I do believe the no build is what we have heard from the majority of people, and of course where the financing comes from. So I think that does need to be a large, definitely make sure that we acknowledge that. And again, I think I spoke with you, Christina, the other day, that if we're getting the comments like what Mr. Lee is saying, that maybe we need to make sure if those comments are what are truly wanted by the whole task force, that we kind of take a virtual hand raising of such, of a nay or a yay. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie.
So you got a couple things going on there. So, you know, although I don't believe any guiding principle has more weight than another. If you guys as a collective group want to reorder how we do this and which one gets read first as we go through the report, certainly that's open for discussion. The no build and financing, we are going to discuss some of that too in the next presentation. But there's going to be a whole section of the report dedicated to action items, which will include those as well. So we'll discuss that as well. So appreciate that.
Commissioner Bryan, I'll have you round out the local government input on this topic.
Thank you, Christine. I just want to reiterate what Brad Arnold said. I agree with everything that he said. Will, you and I are going to disagree on one thing. I do think that as you look at and vet any project, you're going to have priorities, and there's always going to be a priority that is going to be more important than some of your other priorities. And I know that when we're working on a project, you know, we put specific priorities in order as to how we want to accomplish the goal that we're trying to accomplish. So that's all I'm going to contribute at this point in time. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, great points. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Phil Fulmer, representing the Trucking Association.
Good morning, Christine. I assume you can hear me because I'm on phone.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to add some comments to Commissioner Kennard's comments that from the Florida Trucking Association and also from the American Trucking Association, you know, you need these small towns. I live in a very, very small town in the state of Florida also, and we realize that the traffic is here and it's going to be here whether we want it here or not. So you need to adapt and plan for that. Or 10 years down the road, when these trucks are on your road, you will be griping about it and wish you had did something about it. In my small town, we are working on a bypass for this, you know, and I heard in one of the previous meetings about that the trucks don't pay their way. It was one of the public comments. You know, most people don't know we pay a highway use tax. And we pay for every mile we drive in the state of Florida. Millions of dollars a quarter from trucks that are coming in and out of Florida. You know, we're the largest payer of funded highways. The industry is the largest. So, you know, to control your traffic in these rural towns, you've got to have highways to get them around around those towns and not in those towns, and that's what we're doing in the town I'm in. I used to live in Orlando, and obviously everybody probably knows of the I-4 Ultimate. That's a very good example. That was a nightmare to get around in for years, and now they've gone through about a 6-year transformation that will be done in about 2 years to get traffic flowing through Orlando better. So I guess I would say what my final comment is, in trucking, we realize what you got to do. We pay for it as we go, but you've got to get the flow of traffic in and out of these towns, because we've got millions of people moving to Florida every year, and they're coming whether we want them or not. So we've got to figure out how to get the supplies to them, the food to them, the products to them, and also get them in and out of the state as well as the trucks. Thank you.
And I think that's one of the main objectives to MCORS, is to plan for the future. So that great comments.
All right, well, we have a couple more hands up. Charles, you've asked to speak one more time. And Kent, I'll call on you next, but Charles, let's try to keep our comments limited if at all possible, so that we can keep to the schedule. So Kent, let's go with you first.
Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I'd like to follow up on Charles' comment, and I think the report should respect the 3/4 of the comments that have been received, and I think that the report should reflect the sentiment, the qualification of those public comments. So I recommend that the report reflect the sentiment of those comments. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kent.
Thank you. And Charles.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to raise the issue with regard to guiding principle number 2. We have already characterized that guiding principle. I believe the words that we've consistently used are that it's an overarching guiding principle, that it cross-cuts all of the issues that we are dealing with in this analysis. And I do think that guiding principle deserves what I would describe as superior dignity, because it does have a effect on on the performance, if you will, of every other guiding principle. And so I think that it would be good to position it at the top of the list or near the top of the list. I believe that we've characterized guiding principle number 1 and 2 as being overarching guiding principles. And so I think if we do that, we will take care of that part of the concern. And that's been consistent with what I think we've done as these have evolved.
Yeah, I think Charles, that's some good advice. Y'all continue to talk about that. We're going to get into more detail with the future presentations and the workshop. But if you guys really think and want to memorialize that, if that's the wording we need to put in there, guys, it's your report.
All right, well, that completes the hand raising for this portion, and we're right on schedule. I'm going to hand it to you and Weiwei to go through how we move from the task force recommendations to corridor planning and project development.
All right, so what we're going to do is kind of build on the discussions from task force meeting number 7 on this topic, and talk about how guiding principles and instructions for project development and beyond will help when we develop path courses. Today, we're going to touch on considerations related to community features and focus areas. We will also review how enhancements, mitigation features will also be identified in the corridor planning. Also going to touch on interchange evaluation process, along with more discussion related to project feasibility and cost, expanding what we discussed in the last meeting. Weiwei will then review the updated task force recommendations framework, including key elements of the action plan that is part of your draft report. So coordination with local cities and towns will help avoid and/or minimize impacts and maximize potential benefits. This coordination is especially beneficial as it relates to path courses that will be developed in proximity to existing communities. We will use guiding principles to maximize the benefits while avoiding or minimizing impacts to communities and reinforce the unique character of each community as we determine the location of the path courses in these areas. The use of guiding principles and instructions in the development of the path courses in these areas will also help avoid and minimize adverse economic impacts to existing local businesses and enhance economic development and employment opportunities. In the last meeting, we introduced potential starting locations, and I'm going to discuss 4 community focus areas and some considerations related to developing a path course in proximity to local communities. So if a southern path was implemented, it could be near Bushnell. So first, we would need to understand local community characteristics. Community character of Bushnell is made up of a composite of natural, cultural, and built characteristics of a small town. Some notables are Bushnell's motto is committed to the quality of life, and it is the guiding principle by which all municipal decisions are made. Bushnell is a city shaped by the railroad industry in the late 1800s and early 1900s. The downtown park, which consists of various pieces of artwork, a fountain, and a gazebo. The Kenny Dixon Sports Complex, located off State Road 48, consists of 30 acres of land dedicated to various sporting and recreational activities. The Evergreen Cemetery, which is located near the intersection of 301 and County Road 476, and the historic Sumter County Courthouse, which was built in 1914. These are examples of community characteristics that we will seek to avoid or minimize impacts during the planning and project development. Your draft guiding principles and instructions direct FDOT to avoid or minimize impact. Additionally, your guiding principles and instructions direct FDOT to develop infrastructure that avoid and minimize adverse economic impacts to local businesses and enhance economic development and employment opportunities in these communities. So for the potential southern route, an economic consideration would be that there is established opportunity zone south of County Road 48 and the west side of I-75. Some community and economic considerations would be taken into account given that Bushnell has a downtown district. There would also be several considerations related to the natural environment given the proximity to the Withlacoochee State Forest and the Jumter Creek Wildlife Management Area. The transportation network connectivity considerations would be related to a potential interchange with I-75. Finally, another consideration would be potential co-location opportunities west of I-75 along County Road 48. One of the other popular discussions we had at the last meeting dealt with the co-location for parts of State Road 44. A path such as of this would also need to contemplate its location and community coordination considerations related to Inverness. Notable community characteristics of the city of Inverness are the Withlacoochee State Park, which is a 46-mile multi-use paved trail, Withlacoochee State Trail, with a 46-mile multi-use paved trail winding through stunning countryside. The Inverness Depot District, which includes renovated city and state parks connected together via the state trail. The depot was built in 1892. Also, historic downtown Inverness, which invites visitors to the 1912 courthouse building with museum, multiple boutique retailers, a variety of dining and drinking options, and the Valerie Theater. The historic Old Courthouse Museum is home to the Citrus County Historic Society and houses special collection exhibits and hosts a number of special events throughout the year. Whispering Pine Park, a 290-acre natural beauty with 3 walking trails, Olympic-sized swimming pool, splash pad, tennis, disc golf, baseball, and pavilions. So segments of State Road 44 in Inverness have existing and future congestion and level of service challenges. This is noted in the City of Inverness Comprehensive Plan. The segment between the north and south legs of US 41 experiences the highest volume of traffic while still remaining a 4-lane roadway with a 2-way left turn lane. An economic factor related to this area is the presence and the opportunity zone north of State Road 44. Environmental factors would need to be taken into account. Numerous lakes on the north, the Flying Eagle Wildlife Preserve on the east, and a part of the Withlacoochee State Forest on the west. Both of these resources have been classified as areas where there would be no new corridor through. Two additional resources are both conservation and recreation, or the Fort Cooper State Park and the Withlacoochee State Trail should be considered. There are also residential communities to the north and south of State Road 44. So if a path course was developed in proximity to Denellen, there are several features that would need to be taken into account as well. Notable community characteristics of the city of Denellen are the historic community of Denellen lies centered on the eastern flank of Florida's rich nature coast. It also is surrounded by two rivers, the spring-fed Rainbow River and the Withlacoochee River. The city celebrates the history in phosphate mining in April every year. Rainbow Springs State Park, which is located along the Rainbow River, is nearby as well. Historic buildings and village shops of Denellen need to be considered as well. FDOT did receive a letter from the mayor of City of Denellen relating to the character of the city and concerns about a path within or near the city. FDOT is in receipt of this, and as task members, you have a copy of this with your written public comments. So consistent with all these examples, I'm going to mention just a few to illustrate that these considerations near Denellen. There are certainly more that would be accounted for if such a path, of course, was developed. One factor would be the future congestion that is forecasted on segments of 41, 40, and State Road 200. These were noted in previous task force presentations related to future traffic forecasts. A few natural environmental considerations are related to Rainbow Springs State Park, the Goethe State Park, the Withlacoochee River, and the Cross Florida Greenway. The last two are located west of US 41. In addition to the downtown areas of Denellen, there are also several residential areas north and south along 41 that should be considered. So if a path was developed east of Goethe State Park and in proximity to Bronson, there are several factors that would need to be taken into account. Notable community characteristics for the town of Bronson are: Bronson is the Levy County seat, historic Levy County Courthouse built in 1937, Bronson Blue Springs Park, Watermelon Pond Bailey's Trail, which is located in northern tract of the Goethe State Forest. Additionally, FDOT received a letter from the town of Bronson attorney outlining factors in maximizing the value, convenience, and public advantage to be achieved, and where state assistance would be a critical factor in relation to the proposed in-course corridor. FDOT will consider these factors in the planning of the path courses. Some other characteristics of notice. So west of Bronson, US 27A is certainly a candidate for co-location as it has a wider right-of-way with limited adjacent development. Just northwest of Bronson, there are some lands that are part of the Florida Rural and Family Lands Protection Program. This would involve the use of our guiding principles and instruction relating to agriculture. Most of the areas around the town of Bronson is designated as an opportunity zone, which would bring in economic guiding principles. We would also consider that Bronson may be updating the comprehensive plan as it was last updated in 1990. We will also note and consider there is a greater concentration of residents east of the downtown core and north of US 27A. So when it comes to development of path courses, the first co-location option that typically comes to mind is within an existing roadway. With this application, there are typically a need to still maintain local property access through the use of systems of frontage roads. These are often one-way pairs, and a wider right-of-way is typically needed to accomplish this. The additional frontage roads also adds to the overall project cost. There's been some discussion about not using frontage roads, but this is often not possible for several reasons, including the application of limited access roadway connections and spacing requirements. These requirements protect the safety and integrity of the system and do not allow for provisions of direct connections or driveways from individual properties to limited access facilities. Therefore, the frontage road options are used to provide local access to properties. As directed by technology guiding principles, we will explore opportunities to use tolling technology to optimize operations. It is also noted that the implementation of co-location may be more costly during construction because of the need to maintain traffic that was already used in the existing roadway. The reconstruction of the entire system also adds to the cost, but it does provide the opportunity to enhance components along the corridor, such as wildlife and water crossings. So this graphic is new to the task force. Another co-location option that was discussed at the last task force meeting is co-location with utility lines. The co-location of this type is often established as a separate but adjacent corridor that would require partnerships with utility owners and agencies. This does provide an opportunity to minimize impacts where also presenting an opportunity to increase the buffer to other uses. Another area of potential synergy with this type of co-location is that the adjacency of the lands provide additional options for stormwater pond locations and placement of interchange ramps. At the last meeting, there was discussion of Duke transmission line as a possible co-location opportunity. It is also shown here along the photo of the transmission line that is parallel to parts of Florida's Turnpike near County Road 470. So in previous meetings, we discussed potential opportunities related to enhancing wildlife habitat connectivity, improved water quality and water flow, expanding conservation lands, connecting gaps in recreational trail network, partnering with FDOT, FDEP, water management districts, and local governments in water restoration efforts or projects. These opportunities could be advanced as standalone enhancement projects before capacity projects are constructed. The image shows example opportunities marked by the blue circles that could be advanced using innovative approaches in a land acquisition program to protect ecological greenways by placing emphasis on eliminating gaps and bottlenecks on the Florida Wildlife Corridor and restoring water quality issues in the BMAP areas, also closing gaps in the recreational trail network, just to mention a few. This would require coordination with FDEP, Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and other stakeholders as early as we can in the planning phase. These opportunities will be evaluated in detail using your guiding principle instructions in the alternate corridor evaluation and project development and environmental process. Interchanges came up in the last meeting. We want to kind of go a little more detail, starting with spacing and access control requirements. Federal and state policies and procedures dictate the location of new interchanges on the state highway system in order to preserve and enhance safety and operations of the highway system. With respect to controlling development and access to communities, typically local governments use interchange management areas or interchange management plans to control growth within the vicinity of the interchanges by using land use control policies. Some local governments have therefore adopted interchange management area land use requirements in their comp plans and land development codes for planning and designing limited access facilities. For instance, Citrus County Comp Plan has interchange management area requirements to ensure that the developments in and around new interchanges maximize economic development opportunities while minimizing impacts to the access to the state Suncoast Parkway 2. Coordination with local agencies such as local governments, RPCs, NPOs, and environmental resource agencies is another key consideration to ensure that interchanges are properly located and consistent with guiding principles. On new corridors, interchanges are evaluated along the corridor alignment evaluation. There are not standalone evaluations for interchanges along new corridors, but rather part of, as the interchange locations are part dependent on the project's alignment. During planning analysis, conceptual interchange locations are identified. Potential interchange locations are further identified and evaluated during the PD&E process. Input from the public and local agencies inform development of the type and location of the interchange. The outcome of the PD&E study is a preferred alternative, which includes a corridor alignment and interchange locations. So the task force has seen the steps of FDOT production. As presented in the previous meetings, MCOR's project feasibility includes both environmental feasibility and economic feasibility. Environmental feasibility is determined after the PD&E study is completed. It ensures a new roadway project can be constructed in a manner that minimizes environmental impacts to the extent possible. The PD&E study further refines corridors developed in an alternate evaluation into alignments. Additional analysis of impacts is performed based on a narrow footprint with typical section widths. The level of environmental analysis and documentation in the PD&E study is based on complexity and significance of potential impacts. At the lower level impacts, we have non-major state actions and type 1 category exclusions for federal actions. At the higher level, we have state environmental impact report, while federal projects may be documented as a type 2 category exclusion, environmental assessment, or environmental impact statement. Environmental feasibility will occur after the PD&E study. So the PD&E study will consider a range of reasonable alternatives and will always carry the no-build alternative throughout the process. No-build alternative represents no change or no improvements beyond what's already committed projects. No-build analysis is part of the PD&E alternative evaluation. Both FDOT's procedure and federal environmental review law requires analysis of no-build alternative as part of the environmental feasibility. Image on the left shows no-build analysis requirements from the FDOT's PD&E manual. The no-build alternative may be a reasonable alternative or otherwise preferred alternative when the impacts created by build alternatives are high and the build alternatives fail to address the needs of the project. Public engagement will continue throughout the planning and PD&E. Public hearings will also be held near the conclusion of the PD&E study. If a preferred alternative is the build alternative, the project will move to design phase where additional environmental reviews are performed, including those required to obtain environmental permits. There's been a lot of discussion about project cost and financial feasibility, so we'll go a little deeper on that. When doing these studies, it is important to understand what is considered a project cost. Cost as applied to Florida's Turnpike project is identified in Florida Statute 338.221. The first preliminary project cost estimate that is truly reflective of a project's unique features occurs during the PD&E study phase. Project cost is a criteria used in the alternative evaluation analysis of the PD&E study. As a project moves forward into the design phase, project costs are refined as features of the projects are finalized. Project costs include, but are not limited to, the following: planning PD&E, design, right-of-way, construction, and construction engineering inspection, as well as environmental mitigation, utilities, permitting, toll equipment, landscaping, noise walls, and other project-specific costs. As we discussed in the previous meetings, economic feasibility is a financial evaluation used for the new roadway projects. It can only occur when most of the major project features have been identified. Economic feasibility is determined at the 30% design phase when sufficient information is available to assess the ability to meet statutory requirements for projects as part of Florida's Turnpikes consistent with Florida Statute 338.223. It accounts for required costs to develop and implement the corridor, such as those I mentioned in the previous slide. This helps to ensure development of accurate project costs and revenue forecasts, which are used to determine economic feasibility. The determination of the Turnpike funding contribution is based on the Turnpike bonding capacity for the corridor. As I mentioned before, in many instances, the Turnpike bond funding cannot cover the entire corridor cost. Thus, the shortfall will exist. FDOT will begin to identify potential funding sources for potential corridor alternatives identified during the PD&E, including a combination of specific sources allocated to the MCORS program in Florida Statutes 338.2278. Toll revenues and associated revenue bonds and other applicable state, local, and private revenue sources. FDOT will develop a funding plan for the corridor based on the total project cost. So now I guess we'll take questions. We just gave you a lot of information.
You did, Will. So for task force members and the public, Will really did spend a great deal of time going through a lot of questions that we've received to date, kind of process and kind of the planning process in general, as well as the financial feasibility, et cetera. With that, we can open up questions for task force members that may want to drill down and ask additional questions of the presentation that was just made. And then we'll follow up with Weiwei, who will talk about how we began to blend that with the task force report. So Charles, I see that you have your hand raised, so let's start with you.
Yes, I'd like to address 3 points with regard to the presentation. The first one is I'm frankly a little curious why we're still talking about the southern route, because I think we had a fairly robust discussion of that, including some comments from Bradley Arnold at the last meeting about that possibility. One of the things that is not shown in your presentation today, Will, about that southern route is what happens east of Bushnell over to the Florida Turnpike, because the statutory provision in Chapter 338, courtesy of the MCORS legislation, specifies that the Turnpike extensions start at the Florida Turnpike, and nothing east of Bushnell was detailed in that presentation. But the bottom line for me is that discussion, I think, is a non-starter, because as you move west of Bushnell, you would have to pass through a huge piece of the Withlacoochee State Forest. So very concerned that that one is still on the board. The second point that I wanted to make is with regard to the illustration that was made around the city of Dunellen. And it's important to note, if you went back to that slide regarding the city of Dunellen, there was one really big omission from the slide in terms of a no impact area. and that was that just to the north and a little to the east of the city of Denellen, you get into the farmland preservation area in Marion County. And for some reason, the farmland preservation area is not showing up on that map as a will not impact area. It should. And it would, if it did, it would occupy a very large part of the area east of Denellen. So I think that that would is a correction that needs to be made in that analysis. And my third point, I would ask you to go back to the slide that shows the power line right of way with the orange dotted line.
37.
Yes. If you'll note where that power line right of way goes north into Marion County. And I think that dotted line running east and west represents the Marion County line. As you move north into Marion County and you move along the southern edge of the Ross Prairie State Forest and the Halapatta-Tastanaka Preserve, that power line right of way gets into some very thick, very important conservation lands. If instead of going all the way to the top of that, this route were to briefly depart from the power line right of way at the Marion County line and then shoot straight west to rejoin the power line right of way approximately at the location of US 41. You'll note on that map that there's a very obvious gap in the conservation lands that are colored in the lighter pink color. So by making that turn at the Marion County line earlier and briefly abandoning the co-location with the power line, you could shoot through that gap between the conservation lands and essentially impact no conservation lands with that route. And so I would urge that be carefully considered as you move forward. I'm very impressed with this co-location route, but I do think that it needs to be modified to avoid the part where that route along the power line would go through the thick of some very important conservation lands. Those are my comments.
Okay, we'll go for the most recent. So I appreciate the comments on kind of diverting away from those power lines in specific areas so we can further preserve conservation lands. So we'll look at that. That's a great comment. Denellen, we'll double check our data sets. We may just be zoomed in too much to see the farmland preservation, but we'll double check that. And then the southern route, the point we're trying to make, Charles, is that, we will try to preserve local character, and we certainly will coordinate with local municipalities. I think we did hear a lot of positive comments about the 44 route, as well as the route we're showing on the screen as possibilities. So from the public from the task force comments, those seem to be the more favorable routes to study. So thank you.
All right, well, we have a few more hands up. Jason Lauritsen. Jason, you're
Yes.
self-muted. There you go.
Thank you. Yes, I'm happy to follow Charles' comment about that Duke power line easement. There is actually one conservation property right in the middle of that gap shown as well. It's the Gum Slough Southwest Florida Water Management District Conservation Easement. It's privately owned, and it extends from the Half Moon Wildlife Management Area and Potts Preserve, which is a water management district managed property, northward. And so that's that straight west route from the Duke power line doesn't necessarily avoid cutting through conservation property. So I just want to make that note. Also, I paid some particular attention to this potential alignment, and there's a number of bear sightings referenced in the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission bear sightings portal, and this is reflective of the fact that there's a lot of conservation, a lot of forested area here, and putting any new roads where there's currently no roads would create additional bear mortality. So those would need to be taken into consideration. And a lot of those bear sightings happen to be in neighborhoods in the area. So there's a lot of bear movement from the forested areas into the neighborhoods. So you're looking at connectivity issues when you're putting in a new route. Now, I recognize that this would be one of the paths of least resistance when it comes to putting roads in through new communities, but I rather see this as a greenfield road rather than a co-location road or route. So just wanted to flag that. And in line with this route, given the fact that this Duke Power Line right-of-way goes next to or through a number of communities that are not at build-out, there would be, I think, additional concerns or considerations needed for interchange plans. And will the plan you referenced with Citrus County mentioned economic considerations for those interchanges and looking at where it might be a good idea to put an interchange, perhaps to foster additional economic activity. But I was wondering if there were examples where you should not put interchanges because of the attendant environmental impacts that might come with such an interchange location. And I believe Paul Owens had mentioned at the last meeting that those were concerns of his as well. So I'm just wondering, this alignment has the possibility to spur additional growth that might further reduce wildlife habitat and connectivity from the Florida Wildlife Corridor standpoint. So that's it. Thank you.
Jason, I appreciate the expertise, and yeah, and it would be a new facility, so that is recognizable. But any interchange would have to be certainly coordinated with locals, and it have the same criteria as far as an avoidance and minimization. But I appreciate the other two preserves we need to look into, and as well as the bear data as well. So thank you.
Will, we have two more hands up, both with local government. So I'm going to call on Bradley Arnold first, and then let Commissioner Kennard follow with that.
Thanks. I know Charles has already chimed in on the last meeting comments that I'd made related to the statutory issues and limitations associated with even considering 470. And, just to emphasize that the PD&E study, by the time it's completed, will already have been overtaken by events locally in regard to our own development activity and pace of construction. So 470 is an example. I'm going to be reviewing the realignment plans next week. So we will actually have that realignment designed and constructed within, I'll say, 2.5 to 3 years. So that'll wind up being a village-esque 4-lane facility with roundabouts in that particular area. And just, again, beyond just the fact that it's outside of the statutory provision of where we need to be focusing, which should be only the Turnpike I-75 as the starting point for the Northern Turnpike connector. Want to reemphasize that particular issue. When you do look at that starting point per the Florida statutes, then now you're limited to just looking at even your co-location of power lines, that area that would be impacted for Sumter County. And again, when you're looking at, under the second guiding principle, the existing infrastructure to be reviewed first, it does, as you stated, Will, really lend itself to taking a harder look at 44. If you take a look at as PD&E, the co-location with the utilities, that's fine as well from our standpoint. But we do have some already established neighborhoods that are in that area. We already have some, not to the extent that Marion County has with a dedication of a farmland preservation area, but we do have some farm operations that are in that area as well. So just wanted to raise that again, just like I did at the last meeting.
Yeah, appreciate the recognition of those areas. Thank you.
Well, Will, this conversation is really driving some interest by our local government. So we have Jeff Kennard, then Valerie Hancher, then Kathy Bryant. And then if we can, maybe move on with Weiwei's presentation. So Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I just want to chime in quickly and say that I concur with all 3 points that Charles Lee made. All very good points, and I'm in favor.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Valerie Hancher.
Oh, hey, good morning again. Definitely the map that shows the city of Dunellen and the surrounding area. You've already heard from us that we definitely don't want that, as the county and the TPO have stated in the past that we're not interested in having anything near us. We have the rivers and the farming areas, and there's so many neighborhoods in our areas that I just don't think the Rainbow Springs, this area that's on the map now, would be, a good area for anything. Enhance 19, enhance some of the roads that we already have, of course, but as to put a turnpike anywhere near this area is just environmentally not sound, and the way of life, of course, would be changed. So just wanted to reiterate that one more time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Bryant.
Yeah, good morning. Will, can you bring back the map that shows the Duke Power Line transmission co-location?
Yep, 37, yep.
Thank you so much. Of course, I want to agree with what Charles said, and just, bring to attention too that if you look on that map, as you come up into Marion County, there is a fairly large residential community right there, and you can actually see, if you zoom in on that, you can see where that residential community is. We also have a fairly large commerce park that is just west of that residential community. And then there's another residential community that does not show up on the map, not to mention all of the environmentally protected areas within that. They were brought up. And so I would have to reiterate what Charles is saying as far as, if this route were to be considered, that line would need to be moved south of Marion County.
Okay.
Also, I did have a question for you when you showed the Bronson, the slide regarding Bronson. How would you connect to Bronson?
It's really, it's really too early. We just wanted to highlight the communities that are within the study area. So I believe the southern route and the northern route received a lot of comments in the last task force meeting. So, it's again just further refining those next steps of path courses. So, and that's all we're trying to do, just relay the local character of these communities.
Okay. Also, going back to the Duke transmission line, there's also, I believe, a fairly large piece of property that's gone into a conservation trust just east of Dunellen that I believe would also be impacted if that line were not moved.
Okay, great. Appreciate those data points. We'll make sure we capture those. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So we will take this one last comment. Charles, your name's been used quite a bit during all this conversation. A lot of folks seem to be in agreement with the opportunities that you've provided for us. So last word on this.
Yeah, you had me muted, sorry.
Sorry.
I just wanted to respond briefly to Jason's issue with regard to the Gum Slough conservation easement. I recognize that that's there and have recognized that that's there for a long time. It's important to note that while there certainly is a desire to avoid and minimize conservation easement crossings, it is not as intense as Florida Forever and Preservation 2000 lands. And there are a number of uses that can go on in that conservation easement that would are less preserving, if you will, than land that's actually owned in fee title, as well as Chapter 704 governing conservation easements contemplates the possibility of linear facilities, whereas the Florida Forever provisions are less friendly to linear facilities. And if it did break and move south, rather move west at the county line, as Commissioner Bryant and I are kind of suggesting here, it would involve obviously a lot of wildlife crossings in that conservation easement. It may involve the possibility of one of the environmental spinoffs being the acquisition of a greater interest in that land and filling the gap between the two fee-owned conservation tracts to the north and south, which are not within the conservation easement. The conservation easement, I don't believe, goes all the way to the Withlacoochee River. There's a gap there and some unprotected private land. So there could be a benefit package plugged in where at the end of the day, you had some bridged sections, good wildlife crossings, and more land acquired in that area. Again, I want to emphasize, this isn't my favorite alignment. My favorite one is State Road 44. But if State Road 44 isn't feasible, this is clearly number 2. We do not want it going north into Marion County. We want to see it going to the west and contacting the Suncoast as quickly as possible, rather than getting into the thick of those conservation lands up around the Greenway and Howpatatastanaka. Thanks.
And that's a great point of emphasis, Charles. So, MCORS it does have that extra component of enhancement where we can connect, expand conservation land. So great comment.
Great. Well, Will, that completes the questions on this, but knowing that we're going to have an ongoing conversation today and taking this illustrative activity, right? And we really saw how the values of the guiding principles and instructions begin to inform this. Wei, I'm going to hand it over to you, and we'll drill down a little bit and really focus on our beginning of focus of the report, which is where we will spend a great deal of our time today. So Wei, I'm going to hand it to you.
Thank you, Christine. I'm going to take a few moments to provide an update on the status of your final report and also introduce the draft action plan. The introduction, task force overview, and study area overview sections were drafted prior to meeting number 7. We made some minor text edits to these sections based on member comments, primarily for clarity. This revised draft was circulated to you during the week of September 7th. Since then, we have received additional comments from many of you in writing. Some of your comments were integrated into the complete version of the report during the week of September 14th. The remainder will be addressed following this meeting. We appreciate the many technical edits and clarifications that were suggested. Last week's version of the report also included some additional text in the introduction and task force overview sections to highlight the significance of the MCORS statute and the specific areas of recommendation that you're providing. We can cover additional comments on this section today. The recommendation section has been drafted iteratively over the past few meetings. The introduction to the recommendation section includes an overall approach for how the recommendations were developed and a framework for how they are organized. This text was significantly revised based on requests for clarification from several members about what consensus around the final draft report would mean at this time. The high-level needs text was shared for the first time at meeting number 7. Based on your discussions that day, we revised this text to provide additional context on the areas where you had strong consensus and the areas where you recommend FDOT conduct more analysis. The high-level needs text was shared for the first time at meeting number 7. Based on your discussions that day, we revised this text to provide additional context on the areas where you, the text was circulated during the week of September 7th, with some additional refinements in the version during the week of September 14th to focus the text on how to conduct needs analysis moving forward. We know that some of you provided comments last week about specific enhancements to the supporting text for the needs section. These specific line edits will be addressed in the next version of the draft report. Please also note that the meeting 7 draft of this report included several bullets on how the needs evaluation and alternative analysis would occur based on your guidance. Most of this text has been moved into the draft action plan since it's really about what we commit to do next. So if you notice that it is not the needs section of the report, please be assured that you will see it in a few more pages in the action plan. You have been working on the guiding principles and instructions for several meetings, but these were included in actual report text for the first time in the version circulated last week. You can now see how this section will flow in the report, including the sequence of principles, the actual language of guiding principles and instructions, and in some cases, background text. We'll walk through this draft today, and then we got your comments today about indicating that number 1 and number 2 guiding principles should be overarching guiding principles. We'll highlight text to make sure that comes through. Finally, last week's version of the report was the first one to include a draft action plan. I will run through a few highlights of this action plan now, and we have time scheduled on your agenda today to discuss it in detail this afternoon. The draft action plan includes several important activities. Many of these are ideas we've been talking about during our past few meetings, but this is the first time they have been shown together in one place as specific actions. These activities were developed based on your recommendations, and the action plan show how FDOT can commit to moving these ideas forward through our existing or enhanced planning and project development processes. We view the action plan as a recommendation from the task force, but also as a commitment from FDOT. And as you will see in the text, the commitment incorporates the guiding principles and instructions by reference. The action plan has 8 major elements as shown here. The first 6 generally occur sequentially, although in practice there is likely to be some overlap and iteration during these actions. The last 2 elements generally occur continually throughout this process. The first major element of the action plan is the needs evaluation. This is a subject we've spent a lot of time discussing. Per your discussion, the report discusses the approach of examining both conventional transportation needs and broader regional needs, and provides guidance on how to conduct a robust traffic needs analysis moving forward. The second element focuses on how we would identify and evaluate alternatives to meet the purpose and need. Here's where you'll find language about a full range of alternatives, including a no-build option. The full range of alternatives refers to operational and capacity options, existing, co-located, and new facility options, plus consideration of modes and technologies. No build is always an option in the PD&E process. No build in this context means no major capacity improvements beyond these already committed in the work program. FDOT would continue to maintain the safety of and maintenance of the existing system in the study area. The alternatives evaluation will address your full set of guiding principles, including the specific economic, environmental, land use, and emergency management impacts mentioned in the statute. The text also discusses taking a high-level preliminary look at potential costs and funding approaches at this point. At this stage, it would be too soon to make a formal determination of economic feasibility, but we can begin getting a sense of the relative costs and potential approaches to funding these different alternatives. The third element of the action plan covers consistency with local and regional plans. Consistency is an important issue throughout this process. As the alternative evaluation is complete and alignments are identified, there is the specific step identified in statute for local governments with proposed interchanges in their jurisdiction to review their comprehensive plans by December 2023 to determine if adjustments are needed to provide appropriate land uses and environmental protections around interchanges. The fourth element is economic feasibility. In this context, we're focusing on the specific statutory requirement. Potential turnpike projects must undergo to determine economic feasibility, which occurs when 30% of project design is complete and we have a pretty good sense of the total project costs. At this point, we can do a more formal analysis of potential funding sources. The text discusses the specific MCORS funding in statute, toll revenue, and other sources, and includes the commitments we discussed about how MCORS projects relate to the rest of our work program as well as the MPO process. The fifth element speaks to advancing innovative land acquisition concepts, building on the specific authority provided to FDOT in the MCORS statute, and coordinating closely with DEP, FWC, and others on existing programs. We're making a commitment to seek opportunities to advance acquisition during early phases or in parallel with corridor construction. The sixth element speaks to advancing multi-use core opportunities such as broadband and other utilities, again, coordinating closely with partners. Both of these steps would likely begin in parallel with the corridor alternatives evaluation. We list them here as reminders that we would like to get the full set of actions in place prior to beginning construction. The final two steps are cross-cutting throughout the process. We're committed to continuing robust partner and public engagement through multiple strategies. The use of our efficient transportation decision-making to engage resource agencies in detailed review of potential projects as they relate to the natural and human environment. Additional opportunities for the full range of organizations involved in this task force to remain informed, review progress, and have an opportunity to provide input as we move through the process. Multiple ongoing opportunities for the public to be aware of and provide input to the process, including maintaining the project website. Hand in hand with these engagement opportunities is our commitment to transparency and process improvements throughout the process. This includes periodic reports on decision points and the status of the guiding principle and instructions, an annual report on the M-Course budget as part of FDOT work program presentation. Finally, our recognition of the need for continued improvements to our planning, PD&E, and other processes to fully implement the M-Course statute and the task force recommendations. Before I close, let me briefly remind you of our goals for today with regard to your report. We would like to review changes to introductory sections and high-level needs of the draft report. We'll go guiding principle by guiding principle to refine the guiding principles and instructions. We'll discuss any major changes needed for the action plan, and task force members will provide guidance to staff for preparing public comment draft of task force report. This is the version of the report that we will post for public comment next week. It does not need to be final, but it should provide enough of your recommendations that we can request public comment on the draft, particularly regarding needs, guiding principles, instructions, and the action plan. And then we also need to work to identify areas where additional discussion is needed as we work toward consensus. Let me also remind you of the definition of consensus we agreed upon at our first meeting. The task force will strive for consensus on the recommendation as a package to be included in the final report, and consensus will be defined and documented as members being able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations for the final report. Be thinking about this definition today as we get ready to prepare the draft report for adoption at our next meeting. We do want to be sure that everyone here is able to support, accept, live with, or agree not to oppose the package of recommendations as a whole. We may not all reach the point of 100% satisfaction with every section or every word of the document, but we all should be able to live with or agree not to oppose the package as a set. So please share your concerns and solutions today or over the next few weeks. At the end of the day, I'll discuss the process for review of the final draft report. Basically, we will post a draft for public comment and provide you as task force members a summary of the public comments, plus a copy of all comments received. And also, we will set up a process for each of you to propose specific amendments to the final draft, so we can consider them all at the final task force meeting. I'll run through the plans for that at the end of the day. In addition, some of the task force members asked, what does consensus on the report mean? The consensus on the report means that we are advancing the task force's recommendations for the M-Course program, specifically high-level needs, including how needs should be evaluated, the guiding principles, instructions, and the action plan. And also it means that project-specific needs or environmental and economic feasibility are not fully developed at this point in the process. So please review carefully, and we can come back to this later today if we needed to have a more in-depth discussion. With that, Christine, let's see if we have any clarification questions about the report process and consensus.
Absolutely, Wei Wei. And for task force members, we are going to spend a great deal of the time this afternoon drilling down on the report exactly as Wei Wei had mentioned. So if our comments at this point can be a little bit more on process, what next steps are, as well as the report. I think what you will see here is very much a documentation of so much of what we've heard along the way. So looking for any of that clarification as we work through today. Does anyone have any questions of Wei Wei's presentation? What we're looking for in kind of that next step of what consensus means moving forward? We've seen some hands go up, Wei Wei. Jason, I'd like to call on you first. Height, sorry. I know we've got a couple of Jasons today, so I'll try to do a better job of using last names as well.
Thank you, Christine. I have a quick question for clarification, since this is something that we're all supposed to do at the end in terms of consensus. The 4 categories that you provided, can someone kind of give us a ballpark of what those categories mean? Not necessarily the last one, agree not to oppose, but some of the first ones aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. So I was wondering if FDOT staff could kind of give us a picture in their minds of what the other 3 categories mean.
If you could go back to the previous slide, Jason, was that you're referring to? So consensus is a spectrum. So some task force members, you can feel wholehearted support for all the recommendations. And then you could accept. You are not necessarily thrilled with it, but you think you can accept all these recommendations and live with. It's a bit more negative. You know, there's some things that you're not totally happy with, but you think there's no major fatal flaw that you can live with all the recommendations, and agree not to oppose is sort of the you're not thrilled about the recommendations, but you don't see anything that you want to, looking at all the recommendations as a package, you can agree not to oppose to moving forward with the recommendations. That's not a very scientific explanation about what consensus means. Everyone may have a little bit different definition of, you know, if you feel you can support, accept, live with, but it's up to the task force members to look at all the recommendations as a package and kind of gauge where you are with regard to the level of support that you feel for the report.
Thank you, Wei Wei. And as a reminder, we started discussing this very first and second meetings of the evolution of this consensus, and that we've really driven a consensus-driven process. And that's why we introduced something, discussed it, and wouldn't put it to bed per se. And we're still evolving and having that conversation. So it has evolved along with us. And this is all things that FDOT will do above and beyond their normal processes is pretty much the guidance that we've received as well. And really recommend task force members spend some time on that action plan, because you really do see DOT's commitment associated with that. So we have just one other hand up, Wei Wei, then we'll go to break. Kathy Bryant.
Yes, good morning. Wei Wei, can you go back to number 1 on the action plan as far as evaluate needs? So I guess my question would be to you that if I almost feel like it's premature within the action plan, because I think that my question to you is, if we are agreeing to what this says, are we saying as a task force that we have identified that there is the need for these routes?
Commissioner Bryant, that was a great question. I think as we had indicated, the evaluation of needs, what we're seeing in the report is that task force members think these are the needs that needed to be further evaluated. We've rewritten the needs plan to reflect that focus as well. And specifically, we're saying that consensus on the report does not mean that task force members agree all the specific needs are fully developed at this point in the process. There's more work needs to be done. So we have language in the report, in the framework, and also in the action plan to indicate that. If it's not clear, we can clarify, Commissioner.
Commissioner, did you have a follow-up question to that?
Yeah, I actually do. I want to say this. I have a little bit of trepidation about that statement, because I almost feel like if we are putting that in our action plan and the way that it's stated, that it makes it sound as if we have identified that there is a need, that we agree with that. And then number two, I'm just going to say this regarding our definition for consensus. I'm having a little bit of heartburn about that. Consensus is consensus. And we've taken the word consensus and we're trying to turn it into something that it actually, I feel like we're trying to add additional meaning to the word consensus.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. But Commissioner, I think this definition of consensus we've used in the same definition for the previous task force efforts as well. And we put it in our engagement plan. So I understand if you have a little bit of trepidation. So let's work through your concerns today and make sure that the needs evaluation language in the action plan does not lead down the path that you don't agree with. We're not trying to say that all the needs are there. We're just saying that these are the regional challenges and opportunities that we need to further evaluate. If the language is not clear, we can work with you on that.
Right, Wei Wei, we had a couple more hands come up. Charles, did you have a comment on the process and Wei Wei's presentation?
Yes, and my comment is very parallel to what Commissioner Bryant just said. I believe that under the task force process, as is described in 338-2278, that there is a specific obligation on the task forces to address the issue of need. And I believe that some language needs to be added to the draft report sections in the area that's immediately under the heading needs evaluation process to address this. I offered some of that language in writing prior to the 15th. I noted that while a number of the comments that were made did result in modifications to the draft report language that we have in front of us, the language that I suggested with regard to need was not picked up. And when we get to the discussion of the report language after the break, I intend to sort of make this my major point. I will say that unless I can get some clarification and some specific statements that I think fulfill our obligation under the statutory process to address need, I'm not going to be able to reach a consensus on a report. I do think there are some words that we can add that will get us there, and I'm prepared to offer those.
Thank you, Charles. We look forward to that discussion. I think we're moving toward specifying what needs to be done in terms of needs evaluation. So let's have a good discussion today and see if we can change the text to address yours and the commissioner's concerns.
Great. Valerie, hand your last hand up and then we'll take a break for the morning.
Hey, thank you. I just was conferring that I agreed with Commissioner Bryant and just wanted to add my voice to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're going to spend a great deal of time this afternoon. Before we go to break, task force members, you have in your packet this worksheet. As we're going to focus on the report for the remainder of the afternoon, I'd recommend you have that available. That just kind of walks you through the history of a lot of statements and the evolution of the conversation that we've had. And then in that very first column, we provided a reference in red to the page and line number that you see that track in the final report. So that might be helpful. So Chairman Perdue, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christine, Will, and Weiwei for facilitating that discussion. A lot of good comments, and sounds like we're going to have a lot of good discussions when we get back from break. So we're now going to take approximately a 15-minute break. We ask that you keep this meeting open on your computer during our break so that we can get to the work at hand promptly at 11:15. We will have the program muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during our break, please reach out to Tommy Bull. Thank you. All right, welcome back, task force members. Now I will hand it back to Jennifer to continue the review and refinement of the draft guiding principles and instructions. Jennifer.
Thank you, Chairman Perdue, and welcome back, everybody. In meeting 7, we also reviewed the first 4 sections of the draft task force report. We addressed the comments received prior to and during the meeting and sent the revised editable report back to you on September 9th, 2020. We appreciated the written comments that you sent or made during the technical briefings. Please note that we were able to address some of those general comments in the version of the first complete draft task force report that was sent to you September 17th, 2020 by Tori Alston. Your specific suggestions to the first 4 sections that were not addressed due to time will be incorporated in the next version. We also spent a lot of time during the last meeting to review and refine the guiding principles and instructions. We have refined the guiding principles and instructions for project development and beyond by incorporating your comments. The iterative revisions based on your comments are captured in the draft high-level needs guiding principles and instructions worksheet, which was emailed to you on September 17th. We have now populated the report with the refined guiding principles and instructions. So today we'll start to review and refine the draft report with guiding principles and instructions section. Please make sure you open the first complete draft report that was provided to you on September 17th by Tori Alston. As we discuss the guiding principles, please make sure that you also open your draft high-level needs guiding principles and instruction worksheet so you can reference the changes we've made since the last meeting. Jason Watts, the director for the FDOT Office of Environmental Management, is online and available to clarify on process questions during the discussion. Additionally, we have invited subject matter experts in areas such as natural resources, including conservation, wildlife connectivity and water resources, and agriculture to answer any technical questions. During our discussion, our task force support team will be displaying the draft report on the screen for us to follow along. Our objective today is to obtain your comments so that staff can refine the report and send it back to you within 1 week for a formal comment period. We do have several staff who are taking notes, and we will use your comments to refine the draft report before sending it back next week. Now I would like to turn it over to Billy Burke and Christine Kefauver to continue with the guiding principles and instructions discussion.
All right, good morning, everybody. We're a little bit behind on time, so we want to kind of scoot through the first few of these before lunch, in particular through conservation lands, which is actually number 8 of 16. So I know that's ambitious, but I think we can do it. We are going to go in order today. So you remember last time we did not review the cross-cutting guiding principles and instructions first. That caused a little bit of confusion, so we are going to review those first 3 cross-cutting today. Again, that's the first 3. And then again, as Jennifer said, we're keeping notes, and at the end of the facilitated conversation today, we are going to have a recap of the changes we heard. So it's like we're already over on Jen's computer. And again, we are starting with the guiding principles and instructions. So the first one, and I'm not going to read these verbatim, but what I do want to do is kind of go through the changes that we had since the last meeting. So you'll notice that the guiding principle got significantly more concise, and we took a lot of the detail that was in the guiding principle and we moved it over into the instructions. So really the only change between the guiding principle and those first two bullets are shifting from one column to the other column. It was noted that the Florida Transportation Plan shouldn't be first, so that's broken out into a instruction under the other plans to be considered. I guess the 1, 2, 3, 4th instruction down, we mentioned to include resources identified as significant in other guiding principles and instructions. And that again was to try to make sure that some of those environmental principles made it into this cross-cutting instruction. And then the new one, or the new content rather, is the last one. So if you could scroll down just a little bit, Jen. Support local governments in developing interchange management plans, including appropriate land use and environmental resource protections for areas around proposed interchange locations. We had a lot of discussion about land use around interchange, conservation land protection around interchange, and the role of local governments to do that. You saw in Will's presentation this morning discussion on those interchange management plans. So we thought that was very important to get into this guiding principle and instruction. So with that, I'm sure we have a few hands raised, Christine.
We don't quite yet, but I
Okay.
would invite some of our local governments. This is really, we heard a lot from you at our last meeting of the need for local governments, your comprehensive policy plans, and for our regional planning commissions, that this really be that cross-cutting, overriding guiding principle. And for everyone to follow along, you see page 15. So from this point on, if you're following along in your own version at home or at the office, want to make sure that wherever you're taking notes or looking for edits, that we're all working from the same document. So seeing none, Billy, it looks like we've really been thorough on this one. And shall we move on to the next?
We can. So the next one we talked about earlier today already, and that's maximize use of existing facilities. This one did not have a ton of changes, and for good reason, we didn't have a ton of comments at the last meeting. In the guiding principle, the second bullet under the guiding principle, we just clarified that the existing corridors also meant utility facilities in addition to transportation facilities, and we clarified that in the instruction as well. There was a comment, I believe, by one of the county commissioners or local government folks about including existing planning studies such as PD&Es and other corridor studies when we evaluate using like the first bullet, which is safety and operational improvements, and then the second one, which is adding additional capacity, to just make sure, and we do this anyway, but we want to clarify that that would of course include anything that's currently programmed or has had a study done on it. And then we did add one, so the last instruction is collaborate with local governments on operational improvements, existing facility enhancements, and if needed, interchange locations to ensure consistency with local government comprehensive plans. And again, that ties back to the first cross-cutting guiding principle and instructions, but it also kind of captures that discussion that we had about the local governments having input on interchange and what happens around those interchanges in their comp plans.
Great. So as the second cross-cutting, do we have any local government, RPC, or MPOs that want to comment on the second cross-cutting guiding principle that addressing statewide and interregional mobility and connectivity needs, in that order. All right, seeing none, Jason Larson, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you. I don't have specific language crafted to address this, but just wanted to point out that guiding principle number 2, second bullet, that identifies utility facilities. I'm assuming that the Duke power line right of way that we've discussed today would fit under that. And I am uncomfortable with putting on the same plane the existing roadways and right of ways, which from the standpoint of wildlife corridors and connectivity, those are very different. And think that I would like to find some way to separate the two of them out in some meaningful way in this guiding principle, just because of all of the attendant impacts that converting a green right-of-way into a road implies for wildlife movements.
Just to clarify, that was the second bullet under the guiding principle, correct? Not the instruction. So if that's the case, Jim, can we scroll up just slightly so everybody can see the same version? There we go.
So I'm very supportive of the cross-cutting guiding principle number 2 when it comes to prioritizing existing roads as co-location opportunities, but where there is no road, and there is only a right-of-way, the idea of adding a road to me is equivalent functionally to a greenfield build, which I think in the spirit of guiding principle number 2 is a very different type of recommendation or principle.
Billy, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Rookie error. So Jason, you're saying that the priority should be given to existing roadway improvement or co-location over any other like utility easement or right-of-way co-location. Did I hear that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. It's very important, you know, as you've heard the timeline for this. Our next meeting is we're going out to public comment on this report. So as we have these iterative adjustments and changes, talking through them, we're going to want to hear from others. If you're not in agreement with that, or if it creates some degree of challenge to you, we really want to have that conversation today. So Jason, thank you for that. James Stansberry, your hand is up.
Instruction.
There we go. There.
Okay. Going to the new instruction under the maximizing use of existing facilities, would also like to include coordinating with appropriate state agencies or regional agencies. There may be some opportunity for us to assist the local government with if they feel that there's a need for a comprehensive plan amendment to help them with that process and to look at it from that land use planning perspective. And there may be an opportunity also for some of the other agencies in terms of DEP or Water Management District or somebody else that may want to provide some assistance in that matter. So some collaboration or coordination with the appropriate state agencies or regional agencies. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Charles, Lee, your hand is up.
Yes, in a sense, kind of dovetailing into something that Jason raised, I have consistently raised the point with regard to co-location, and this would apply to whether we're talking about existing roads or whether we're talking about existing utility corridors. That the only legitimate co-location for an MCORS facility is going to be with an existing major roadway or an existing major utility corridor. We're not, I mean, I think a good example of that is State Road 44. It is in fact 4-laned today, all the way from the Turnpike to US 19. All the way from the Turnpike to the location where, for example, the Suncoast extension is going to cross it. That would be an example of a major road that would be appropriate for co-location. If that were a 30-foot wide 2-lane road through the country, my view is it is totally inappropriate to consider it for co-location. At that point, you're really talking about a greenfield situation. The road is sort of so tiny compared to what you're going to build that it doesn't make any sense to make that comparison. So I think there needs to be at least, I had earlier suggested some minimum criteria. I had suggested actually that we be looking at a minimum of a 200-foot wide 4-lane section for co-location on a road to be considered. That may be a little too arbitrary, but at least we should insert some words here that indicate that whether we're talking about co-locating with an existing road or co-locating with an existing utility corridor, we're talking about major facilities. I mean, for example, that utility corridor we've been discussing is almost 400 feet wide. It's a massive swath across the land. That would be very different than if it were a much smaller utility line. So we need some qualifiers here, some guiding terms. If we're not going to put numerical terms in, which would be my preference, I would at least ask us to put description terms in that we're talking about major highways for co-location, and we're talking about major utility corridors for co-location.
Great, thanks for that feedback. Billy, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think that's clear.
All right, well, that completes the hands that were raised on this guiding principle. So the third cross-cutting is technology.
All right. So again, this is our last cross-cutting. This one, again, hasn't received a whole lot of debate through the course of our facilitated conversations. We did add in toll collection, which is really under operations, but we wanted to add in there for clarification. There were a few comments along the way on looking at how tolling technology could help with the particular for co-located facilities and the potential reduction for pavement there. So definitely something we're going to take a look at. And I think we talked about that during Will's presentation earlier as well. And then another one that I think was an FWC request, the last instruction to evaluate technology to limit impacts to wildlife, including road kills and notifications of other hazards such as smoke from prescribed and wildfires. We know technology is changing exponentially every year, and some of the technology for that is okay at the moment, but it's predicted that, particularly in these two areas, as far as safety goes, that we're going to get a lot better in the coming years. So that's one we wanted to go ahead and add that specific one in there. Well, open it up for hands.
Well, great. So we're leaning into technology and being open to what the evolution of that is moving forward. Zach Prusak, does this address what you were looking for in your last comments?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, well, good. Well, that completes the cross-cutting guiding principles. Once again, we are looking to you all to help. We're in the final refinement of this. So this is a good indication that we've listened well to the input that you all have provided. So shall we go to community character?
Yes, ma'am. So we're making good progress. So number 5 is community character. And again, not a lot of comments on this. We had a lot of them in Task Force 6, Task Force 7, and I think we're pretty close on this one. We did add one based on comments received from the last task force meeting, one instruction that is, and it's the last item on there. Explore opportunities to view, understand, and access the environmental uniqueness of the Big Bend ecosystem. And that's really the opportunity to provide interpretive information. Could be signage, could be other things. And that, again, this community character, and a lot of these tend to kind of cut across. You could put this in with, some of the more environmental based guiding principles and instructions, but this is one we thought would definitely be viewed at the human scale and probably fit better in with community character. So that's just a highlight of really the only change that we made since the last time.
All right, great. We do know that this is, we are looking at a lot of the rural character of this, and it ties in well with Will's presentation this morning and how we're mindful of that moving forward. So Paul Owens from Thousand Friends of Florida, you've raised your hand. You're self-muted. Shall we try this again, Paul?
How about now?
We hear you now. Yeah.
Great. I don't see a reference in this section to interchanges the way there were references in the cross-cutting principles to interchanges, even though the location of interchanges and how interchanges develop have a big impact on community character. Is there a reason why there's not a reference to interchanges here?
So the interchanges, Paul, if you'll remember, the cross-cutting guiding principles are intended to cut across all of these. So when you look at the plan consistency, which is, plan consistency and maximize use of existing facilities, those first 2 cross-cutting guiding principles, again, are intended to cut through all of these other ones, and technology as well. But in both of those, we have information on interchanges and the local input and coordination that's going to be done for those.
I see no other hands up on this element. So shall we go into economic development?
Absolutely. This one, yeah, very few changes from last time. Really, just a few, really editorial changes. I guess the biggest thing on the actual guiding principle is we added the language. So where it says develop infrastructure, it used to say that strengthens existing local businesses, et cetera. We changed that to read as you see now, develop infrastructure that avoids and minimizes adverse economic impacts to existing local businesses. So we added that avoid and minimize adverse economic impacts. That's really the only meaningful change we made to that, and really no changes to the guiding principle, the instructions at all.
Great. Task force members, so this is really where we're highlighting the need to plan for and design for a future transportation network that is mindful of economic development as a state, proactively planning and looking at ways that we want to be mindful of the economy that exists and maybe what that future economy may be. Well, Billy, you must have hit it right out of the ballpark because we've got no additional feedback from task force members. So we've hit the ones that are clearly, we've had a great deal of conversation, and you see it reflective in, I think, the guiding principles and instructions we see moving forward. So now we ready to hit one of the first three environmental ones.
Yeah, we sure are. And this, I'm sure, there always is a lot of conversation on this first one, which is conservation lands. So I expect no different today. You will notice a fairly major rework from the guiding principles from before. So we had basically two, and I think that was pretty consistent with all of these environmental. We have, the three environmental or conservation lands, water resources, and wildlife habitat and connectivity. And we had language similar to this for all of those before, and it said restore and enhance existing and planned conservation lands to support statewide regional goals, and then avoid impacts to the fragmentation of the conservation lands. And in response to the kind of priority that people have placed on the order at which we normally do things, we reworked all three of them to be very similar to what you see on there now. So it's apply the following priority order for existing conservation lands. And of course, the first priority is always to avoid. And of course, it's impacts to and fragmentation, because that's been discussed a lot. The second one, we wanted to highlight that a really unique aspect of MCORS is not only mitigating, but it's restoration and enhancement. So that's the second priority on here. Obviously, we're continuing to avoid negative impacts, but restoration, connectivity, and enhancement is something that we're able to place a high priority on with this program. And then the third, of course, is what we always have to do: minimize and mitigate negative impacts to these lands. So that's the guiding principle. As far as the instructions, a couple small changes and one fairly decent change. The second one, where it says coordinate with agencies and partners early in the project development process to identify land acquisition plans and identify opportunities to advance acquisition priorities. There was a little bit of heartburn over the previous language, which was leverage partnerships, and this is a more concrete instruction to really place a high importance not only on the coordination with the agencies and partners, but that happens early. So that was a pretty significant change to that instruction. And then as we move down, the second to the last one, we just wordsmithed a little bit where it says use established procedures and analysis tools during project development to avoid, and we added in after avoid, restore, enhance, and minimize, again, to be consistent with the priority. And then the last one is a fairly minor but important change to the CLIP models that we're going to look at during project development. We understand that the current version 4.0 is getting updated. So, and there are always updates to these models. So to make it timeless, we just added the most current version. So that's a summary of the changes. I expect a good number of hands to be going up at this point.
Well, you've gotten some interest on these. So, Jason Lauritsen, why don't we start with you, and then we'll move on. We have Kent Wimmer and Charles Lee and Jim Mayer. So let's go in that order. Jason?
The change that you made to the clip version, I would recommend doing something similar for the Florida Ecological Greenways Network model, which is currently also undergoing an update. That's another important tool that is used to identify important conservation land acquisitions.
Okay, well, and we do have that one in the next, and I've made a note of it. That one is mentioned in the next guiding principle and instructions under wildlife habitat connectivity. So, but yeah, point noted. Yep.
Thank you.
Hello, Christine. This is Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife.
Yes, Kent.
I actually have a comment concerning page 19, lines 9 through 11. It's really hard for me to accept that DOT is reserving the ability to blast a new route through the Cross Florida Greenway. I understand you're offering enhancement opportunities, but I was actually heartened by the discussion this morning about looking for routes that do not cross the Cross Florida Greenway. But as we've said before, that's one of the issues that I've had some really strong opinions about. And since I have the floor, on same page, line 15, where you talk about the task force advised DOT to proactively use proactive right-of-way acquisition to acquire mitigation lands, I would add the word "and enhancement." So it'd be acquire mitigation lands and enhancement lands. And then the rest of the sentence is fine. I do have comments about the instructions. So do you want me to give those now, or you want me to wait for a reply?
Absolutely. Fire away.
Okay. In the
Kent, what page are you on now? Just so I make sure we can keep up here.
19.
Okay, still page 19. Okay.
Okay. So this is page 19, line 28. I'm recommending that we add several things to the do not impact list, include a new bullet, all public and private conservation lands, which is essentially FNA's managed conservation lands database. That is one. Then on page 19, line 30, in the new corridor shall be created through, I would add a new bullet, all areas approved listed for public conservation but not yet acquired, including Florida Forever, Rural and Families Lands, and Florida Communities Trust projects.
Hold on. Which one are you referring to again? Which instruction?
The no new corridors through.
And you would add what?
All areas listed, approved / listed for public conservation, but not yet acquired, including the Florida Forever, Rural and Family Lands, and Florida Communities Trust projects. And that would include all priorities within those project areas. And then, but I guess I have one basically, let's see, 5 pages down, so I'll wait for it. Under an action plan.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack there. The Cross Florida Greenway, of course, you know that one cuts through the entire study area. And in fact, something that we have to look at during ACE, which is the next step, are previously completed studies. So one of those previously completed studies was the 1999 PD&E, and it did cross over the Cross Florida Greenway. Again, that was done, 20 years ago, 21 years ago. And since then, development down State Road 200 suburbia has expanded and moved. So that crossing that was proposed then is really not ideal now. And so I just want you to remember that these things during evaluation, first during ACE and then during PD&E, are all evaluated based on criteria that we set during, the ACE process first has what we call a methodology memorandum. And I've told you this before, we're taking all of the guiding principles, all of the instructions, those are a big part of it. But the other part of it is, of course, all of the environmental factors, all the socioeconomic factors, all of the cost, and all of the other kind of impacts that would happen under any of these potential corridors. And so things like, crossing conservation lands or crossing a river or impacts to cities and towns, those all are evaluated, and the ones that rank low or high, depending on how you score it, basically the ones with the most impacts fall out or at least fall lower on the list. So I just want everyone to know that all of the stuff you mentioned is being looked at. Now, yes, DOT did commit to the avoidance graphic, and it, of course, it has the pink layer and the magenta layer, and there's a lot of that stuff on there. If you add everything that you listed on there to add, you would limit yourself so much that you would have maybe a few co-location opportunities, and that's it. And maybe not even those, depending on how many of those resources you include in those. So I just, that's a very drastic addition of layers. So I'll just kind of throw that out there for discussion.
Well, with that, it looks as if Commissioner Kennard would like to provide some feedback or input on the conservation land guiding principle.
Yeah, I just wanted to give some input that, again, we have spent a great deal of time over the past year, everybody or many people on this task force giving their input on avoidance, minimizing, and mitigation along this proposed corridor. And I would oppose at this point dropping these last minute, very, very heavy-handed restrictions on absolute no-go here. This can't happen. This can't happen. After we've spent a year having these discussions. So I would hope that the task force wouldn't do that again at this last minute. And just proceed forward with the discussions we've had and the verbiage that we have already in our guiding principle here.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do want to open up Jim, Mayor.
Yes, the phrase minimize and mitigate is shown like 4 times in a section. And it would be useful for our rules, our environmental rules and our processes if it was more clear that minimization has to be fully optimized. You have to fully minimize before you even look at mitigating.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Carnahan, did you want to provide some input on this guiding principle and instructions? You're on mute if you're trying to talk.
Okay, there we go. I just want to also concur with my fellow commissioner. We have gone too far to start taking steps backwards and putting these heavy, handed stuff in these guiding principles. So we need to continue to move forward. Florida is going to continue to grow. People are going to continue to come here for many different reasons, and we must move forward. And I just want to commend staff for the great work they've done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Paul Owen with 1,000 Friends of Florida. Did you want to provide some input?
Yeah, just on the guiding principle. I'm wondering why it only makes reference to existing conservation lands, since those are, a fraction of the universe of potential conservation lands. Putting planned and existing conservation lands in that guiding principle would not be the kind of the so-called no-go, but it would say that the priorities and the principles for planned conservation lands were the same as for existing conservation lands in order to avoid the negative impacts, restore and enhance, if not possible to avoid, and minimize and mitigate, if not possible to do number 2.
I do just want to direct everyone's attention to just with that is the second instruction, again, stresses the ability to, I guess, that enhancement part, in terms of proposed or future land acquisition priorities. You know, we do touch on that in the instructions. Not exactly the way we were talking about, but just for people to keep that in mind as well.
Charles,
Can
you
you hear me?
wanted to?
Yes.
Yes.
The first thing I want to say is that with regard to the first instruction land bullet, you have Florida Forever lands listed. And it's important to note that Florida Forever is sort of the second tranche of a program that started in the late 1980s. It was originally known as Preservation 2000. And so I don't think there is an intent to limit this to only the latter half of the program, which is Florida Forever. For example, if you do that, you have excluded Goethe State Forest, which was acquired under the Preservation 2000 program. So I would ask that you expand the term Florida Forever acquired lands to include Florida Forever and Preservation 2000 acquired lands. The second point I'd like to make with regard to the first bullet relates to conservation easements. And this is a difficult one for me to make because I generally would like to see, where at all possible, conservation easement lands, particularly major ones, avoided where that is feasible. But the first point that I would make is, if you look at our avoidance map and you look at the light pink category, which we have had throughout the process characterized as the do not place new corridors through lands, conservation easements have not been within that color signature on the map. That's a new addition. The second point I'd like to make is that the term conservation easement is a very broad term, and it includes what I would describe as literally hundreds of postage stamp sized tracts that have been placed under conservation easement over the years as part of the regulatory function of DEP and the water management districts. Often in exchange for issuing a permit, they have said you need to set aside this piece of land in a conservation easement. It may actually be one which is smack up against an existing right-of-way. And by wording it this way, you may be actually impinging on some of your existing corridors. So I would like to suggest, and the final point is Chapter 704 Florida statutes, which is the statutory governance chapter for conservation easements, specifically makes a provision for linear facilities in it, which is different from Florida Forever lands or Preservation 2000 lands. So I think as much as I want to protect to the greatest extent practical conservation easements, it's a different category. And I would suggest that conservation easements be treated as a, to the greatest extent practical, avoid, but not the no new corridor through, because I think as Mr. Burke was indicating, you may be painting yourself into a corner unnecessarily with that. The final point I want to make is to agree with Kent Wimmer on one thing, and that one thing is, up in the report body language, there is what I would describe as a gratuitous sentence that says that the department has preserved the ability to cross the Cross Florida Greenway. First of all, I think it's a gratuitous sentence, and it stands out separate from our provisions in this guiding principle section on conservation lands. I would strike it out of that section of the general report language. And the second thing is that we've had very robust discussion now during 2 meetings about the issue of going north of the Cross Florida Greenway. And I think we've had strong indication from elected officials in several counties, particularly Marion County, that that's not the thing to do. And that there are robust opportunities for other routes to make this connection without crossing the Greenway. I realize, Billy, that the earlier study did propose to cross the Greenway. That was the project, I think, circa 1998 or something like that. But times are different now, and the two things that are new that we didn't have back then are the Goethe State Forest. That earlier studied route would have blazed right through the Goethe State Forest in addition to the Greenway. It also would have affected the farmland preservation area in Marion County. We've now got that on the map as a strong consensus for no impact. So I really think we need to take that gratuitous reference to the Greenway, not the ability to cross the Greenway, out of the picture. Those are my comments.
Looks like Jason may want to chime in.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Billy. I just want to say something I think Billy's going to say first, and then I'll get into a couple points. The first being, Charles, thank you for your comments, but I believe the Florida Forever Acquired land, some of the earlier lands are not included by reference because they're already part of the state park, state forest, mitigation banks, existing managed conservation lands. Those older lands were rolled into those bigger topics. If we're missing one that doesn't fit into the rolled in topics, we'd like to hear about that. But I think, Billy, is that
we did
correct?
An analysis on that because we heard a few meetings ago. I can't remember if it was 5 or 6, that same thing. So we did a GIS analysis to make sure that all of those Preservation 2000 were either in the Florida Forever identified lands, or again, things such as Goethe or other ones that became state forests or state parks, that they are covered by the stuff that's on our map now. So correct.
I just had two other points. The Cross Florida Greenway, it's a topic of conversation. Clearly, Charles called it out that it says it, and I think lines 9 through 11, talking about FDOT's preserving the ability to cross it. Understand that any preservation of the ability to cross Florida Greenway has to follow the guiding principle that's below. And, we're going to try to avoid it. We're going to try to, do things perfectly. Then we're going to try to minimize and mitigate. We're going to follow all of these guiding principles if we found ourselves in that position. I don't think it's a position we would take lightly. I don't think it's, I think someone said barreled through earlier. I don't think that's the intent. I think it's just the fact that it hasn't been taken off the table, and we would utilize the guiding principle and all of the other guiding principles that are coming in this report as management on how we would have to even undertake that. Billy did a good job earlier of explaining, as it goes through the ACE process, a lot of the things that we look at initially, because we have to look at all reasonable alternatives. A lot of those fall out real quick because we look at them and we go, well, it's not really realistic. It may be reasonable, it may be possible, but it doesn't mean it's realistic. So that would fall out. The only other comment I had, and I wanted to talk about why we only included existing conservation lands and not planned. And if you could go down, Billy, to the second bullet, you spoke about it earlier, but I think the department really sees a lot of benefit in coordinating with the other agencies and partners to develop those planned acquisition lands and seeing where we can help and seeing what lands that we can help fund and help purchase and be part of that conversation. Part of that, though, is a trade-off, and there will be times where we may have to impact a planned land, but because of the larger benefit that it would be to all those acquisition of conservation lands, it would be a net positive. And that's kind of, I think, where we were looking at. I just wanted to throw that out there for discussion.
Thank you, Jason. We have a few hands up still. Kent, you've already provided some feedback. I don't know if this is in response, but Kathy Bryant, we haven't heard from you on the conservation lands. Would you like
Christine,
to provide?
I'm so sorry. One real quick thing before we move on, and I'm sorry, Kathy. The comment that Charles just made about including conservation easements, I actually agree with him. I think, Billy, we should write a separate instruction that specifically calls out that we'll do everything in our power to miss conservation easements. And if not, enhance them, basically treat them like a guiding principle. I just wanted to jump in, Christine, because I think that question may come up often.
Excellent. Thank you for the feedback. Commissioner Bryant.
Yeah, I'm just going to go back to the comments that are being made about if DOT preserving the ability to traverse the Cross Florida Greenway. I think that we have seen multiple examples that if this project moves forward, there are plenty of opportunities to connect to the Sun Coast without traversing that greenway. And if you're not going to take that out, I believe that it can be reworded to state that, you know, only if it's absolutely necessary and there are no other routes available. I think that that can be made stronger.
Thanks. We're all taking some notes. It's good feedback. I appreciate that. All right, Kent, you were very involved in kicking off this robust conversation, and there's been some iterations. Would you like to provide some additional feedback?
Yes, thank you very much. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I have been advocating for these policies from the very beginning. So this is not a Johnny-come-lately 11th hour request. I have been consistent from day one that there should be no impacts to existing private and public conservation land. So I'm not sure where that's coming from. You know, concerning the Cross Florida Greenway, you're going to be treating the Cross Florida Greenway and, you know, which is public conservation lands, as essentially a stepchild compared to all the other public conservation lands. And then also with conservation easements, many conservation easements are bought with Florida Forever dollars. So, you know, yes, they are a conservation easement, but hundreds of millions of dollars have been spent on, especially in the Florida Forever program, buying conservation easements. Those areas should be, you know, should be protected. I understand Jason's point about the proposed lands, and I definitely think DOT should take the opportunity, if you're building a new route, if you're building an existing route through an area, because remember, I was advocating for no new corridors through. And if you're not building, if you're using an existing route and you're going through a Florida Forever or rural farming lands or something, yeah, you should take that opportunity and buy the rest of that land and put the corridor through. I'm just saying, you know, for these lands that are on the proposed list, you shouldn't be routing new routes through. I'm not saying no impact, I'm saying there's no new route. So that's the distinguishment I would like to make. And thank you for the opportunity to offer a second bite of the apple.
Absolutely. Billy, is there anything that you wanted to provide there? Okay.
No, I think we covered it. I think Jason touched on the whole Florida Forever versus Preservation 2000, and some of the other things that I was going to comment on have been covered.
All right. And Charles has raised his hand again. Oh, Jason?
So I'm going to offer a suggestion on the Florida Greenway, and maybe this will help the group, and I really like some feedback on it. But what if we remove the sentence that's causing the concern in above, Billy, and we write a special instruction, as the commissioner just spoke about, that said we will give priority to attempting to avoid the Greenway, and we'll only look at it as, and I hate to say last resort, we'll have to work on the wording, but basically we'll look at avoiding it. We'll make sure we give it the highest priority and avoidance. And then also a commitment by the department that if we're going to impact it, we'll look for every opportunity to advance and make enhancements and do it correctly. And I'm not saying bridge the whole thing, but I'm saying bridge portions of it, make sure we have appropriate fencing, whatever we need to do to enhance that area if possible. But I think what I'm hearing from the task team is give it a priority to avoid, but make sure if we're going to touch it, we make some improvements and do it as little as possible.
Commissioner Bryant, since you are the one that suggested kind of that amended language, does that get to where you had hoped or what you had recommended?
It gets us a lot closer to where we were before.
All right. See, I like this iterative conversation. So we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Charles. Now I've unmuted.
Yeah, I think what Jason has suggested makes it better. I would just prefer to remove any specific reference to a given track like the Greenway and let the guiding principles perform without that specific call out in any way. But Jason's suggestion is a middle ground.
Charles, can I ask you a question? And I know we don't do the back and forth a lot, but I want to make sure I understand. You're right. If we remove all references to the Greenway, then the guiding principle speaks to itself, and it says, number one, we'll try to avoid it. Number two, we'll try to enhance it. Number three, we'll try to minimize and mitigate it. What I heard was several task force members saying that it should have a higher priority in avoidance than other conservation lands. So really, I need some feedback on that.
Well, I would, the reason that I think it should have a higher priority, the reason, frankly, that I think that it ought not to be crossed is because of all of the dialogue we've had about co-location with facilities to the south, in which a new road will never get into Marion County, will never come close to the farmland preservation area, will never come close to Rainbow Springs or Halipada, Tastanaka, or Ross Prairie State Forest. And the difficulty is, once you head up to the northwest of the Greenway, somewhere around the city of Denellen, and get into Marion County, you are inevitably prying open prime agricultural lands, whether it could be lands that are just outside the farmland preservation area. It has a completely different character to it in terms of its impact on land uses and conservation lands than you do if you keep it south of the Greenway. So I mean, I would just, you know, my point of view is that we've had a lot of discussion about viable routes to get a connection from the Turnpike over to the Suncoast along existing corridors that are huge scars on the land that could avoid conservation lands entirely or almost entirely, that just to keep the option open to go up through the Greenway and into all of those precious things to the north, it's not needed, and it just, you know, it just creates an opportunity for unnecessary controversy and debate in the future. Why don't we just draw the line now and do something definitive in this task force that focuses the further refinement on things that we seem to have a consensus that are doable. That's my point. But anyway, Jason, your language is better. I'd prefer to see the references completely pulled out, but your language is better if we need to make a compromise on it.
Thank you for that, Charles. I think I want to reiterate where we're at so we're all on the same page. I think what we're going to do is write a special instruction just for the Florida Greenway that effectively says what the language in 10 and 11 says, you know, there's a possibility, but we will absolutely prioritize avoidance of the Greenway if possible. And it'll be, and I'm going to say last resort. I hope you forgive me for the language. We'll clean it up. It'll look better than that. But basically, we won't touch the Florida Greenway unless we have to, and we'll have to, if we have to, these are the things that we'll do. I think that is, as Charles said, a middle ground approach that leaves it open, but really on the far ability of open, only if certain things happened.
Thank you, Jason. Charles, did you have one more follow-up on that?
Yeah, it's not on that. It's on another item. It's on the second bullet point under instructions. I think that we need to, the word coordinate, in my opinion, is not enough, because what was done in the case of the Wekiva Parkway and should be done in the case of this road, if we end up with a road, is we need to be looking at part of the project cost being the funding of the acquisition of additional conservation lands. And when you say coordinate, you are basically muting the question of whether DOT is going to include the funding of conservation land acquisitions in the project cost. Clearly, the MCOR's legislation 338-2278 authorizes DOT to include the funding of conservation land or easement acquisitions as part of the project cost. I don't think we should try to push that elephant under the rug. I think that it ought to be written in this bullet point that identified conservation land additions that are associated with the project will be funded by DOT. I don't want this to be, a situation where DOT's recommendations for conservation land acquisitions result in a net subtraction of funds from the existing pot of money that's available ordinarily for Florida Forever. And if we just leave it with coordinate, you are left with an interpretation which says that as part of this process, DOT is going to recommend into the Florida Forever process certain acquisitions. Well, what that does is it basically adds projects to a list for which there's not adequate funding. So bottom line is we need something in addition to coordinate, and I would suggest coordinate and fund appropriate acquisitions and as part of the project cost.
If we look at the rest of that sentence though and identify opportunities to advance acquisition priorities,
it is that's to be blunt, those are kind of Weasley words, and they kind of wiggle out from under what was clearly stated in 338-2278, which is that the additional features of MCORs, which are arguably public benefits, are going to be funded as part of the project. And I realize there's a limit to available funding, no question about that. I'm not arguing this to sink the project with undoable costs. But what I am saying is there needs to be participation by DOT in those costs in terms of funding that goes beyond coordination.
I went straight to the action plan, Wei. Is that where you're going?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, Charles, we have some language in there in the action plan to talk about early phases for funding of acquisition. So let's, we took notes of what you said. Let's look at this instruction and the action plan.
I saw that. I saw that was in there. In my mind, it is not explicit enough, and it's down in the fine print compared to where it should be, which is up in these instructions. And remember, we've moved from guiding principle language, and we've placed a lot of what was supposed to be initially suggestions for the guiding principle language. We kind of pushed that down into the instructions. And now we're pushing down into the action plan. And I don't want to bury it in the action plan. I think it needs to be, there needs to be at least a brief reference to it in this bullet point instruction is my recommendation.
Now, it's important because it's sort of a new feature that's offered to DOT by the MCORS legislation. We should probably reference them in both places. I understand Charles, you're kind of emphasizing the funding part of it, so we'll put the appropriate language in here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wei Wei. We have two hands up now, Kathy Bryant and Kent Wimmer. We've all been involved in discussing here. I'm not quite sure if this is new comments or clarifying statements that have been made, but I'm going to hand it over to you, to Commissioner Bryant.
Thank you, Christine. I'm just sitting here and listening to the conversation and really thinking about everything that's been presented to us thus far. And I'm still having some heartburn, even with the changes, with the language regarding the Cross Florida Greenway. I think that there has been tremendous support thus far from this task force for routes that would absolutely work that are south of the Greenway. And I'm just not sure I'm settled on it. And I wanted to go ahead and let you all know that.
Thank you. Kent?
Thank you, Christine. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I'd like to trumpet Charles' recommendation. I very strongly support it, and I appreciate staff going back and taking a look at that language and providing, coordination is fine, but a commitment is what counts. And so I recommend we do that. And I appreciate Commissioner Bryant support on protecting the Cross Florida Greenway. That's also a very important issue to myself. So thank you.
Thank you. Well, we have about 10 minutes before our lunch break, and we really appreciate the feedback. Let's, Billy, for the sake of our timing, do we want to at least introduce the wildlife habitat and connectivity? So for those of you following along at home or office, page 25. I mean 20, sorry. All right, Billy.
All right, so we're back on track for now. So wildlife habitat and connectivity, again, you'll notice that the guiding principle, and you'll see this with water quality as well, very similar language. The priority order of avoid negative impacts and fragmentation, then restore, connect, and enhance, then minimize and mitigate. And I know we had a comment about making it clear, minimize versus mitigate, and whatever change we make or tweak we make, if we apply it to one, we'll apply it to them all. So that's the guiding principle. Again, with the instruction, very similar changes. Conservation, we got rid of the leverage partnerships, added the more decisive coordination with agencies and partners early in the process. One thing we did add to that first one, that last sentence, place an emphasis on connectivity gaps and bottlenecks. We understand that some of the modeling for some of these, particularly the Florida Ecological Greenways Network, which, Jason, we can change that to the current version. Some of those don't place a high priority on small things like gaps and bottlenecks. So we just wanted to make sure that that really was a high priority to connect these things. So that was a pretty major change, although just one small sentence, a pretty big change. We wordsmithed a little bit of the wildlife crossing language, essentially saying the same thing, making it a little more clear. We did add a new one, which is the third bullet down, coordinate with Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission to maximize effectiveness of wildlife crossing design elements based upon the best available data concerning wildlife movement patterns. So that was one we added based on last task force discussion on really wanting to make sure we get an instruction about design and making sure that those are effective if and when built. And I didn't realize this until a couple of weeks ago, but DOT actually has a document outlining all the things that need to happen for these wildlife crossings, and it's a very detailed, and in numerous areas in that document, it says based on, sound scientific data concerning these movements and patterns. So there's a lot of study that goes into it, determining where to put them and how big to make them. But then there's also a lot of science in terms of how to funnel the wildlife to those crossings. So I think that's a really important one and a really good one that we added. So that's the summary of changes. We'll open it up. We've got about 6 minutes to take comments before lunch.
Great. It would be nice to hear from Jason Haidt or Jason Lauritsen. You all represent organizations and or agencies that would be in partnership along the way here or referenced. And I want to make sure that you all have reviewed the guiding principles as well as the instructions and feel as if it meets the intent and in alignment with everything that we've discussed. So Jason Lauritsen, we got a couple Jasons. So Jason Lauritsen, I'm going to hand it to you first.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to say that the changes related to connectivity gaps and bottlenecks is greatly appreciated. And I don't know if bottlenecks needs to be further defined somewhere in the document, as that might not be a term that means the same thing to everyone. The way we use it at the Florida Wildlife Corridor, it is any wildlife corridor that is narrower than 1 mile. There are 111 of those throughout the Florida Wildlife Corridor statewide, and those are ones which we see as important in function, though not something that triggers large acquisitions. But thank you so much for including that. And I just wanted to underscore in the crossing design elements, Billy, I think you mentioned fencing would fit under that, right? So that's not something we need to call out.
That's design. That's part of the design elements, and those criteria and those guidelines that are out there. They mention that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jason. I'm going to ask Jason Haidt his feedback as well from the Florida Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you, Christine. Yeah, I mentioned this to our staff and FDOT staff that we work with, and I think this is more good for the good of the group, just to let everybody know that we, FWC, do have 3 positions that are dedicated to FDOT related work and its potential impacts to wildlife, listed species, our properties, etc. Those staff participate in all of the stages that we have mentioned here of the efficient transportation decision-making process, or ETDM, and also helped coordinate to put that document together that Billy mentioned for wildlife crossings, and are doing further work for special studies as they come up. We still felt it was important and valuable to have this as an instruction, and glad to see it there. So that's really all I have to say about this particular topic right now.
Thank you, Jason. We have 2 more hands up. We've got a couple minutes before the lunch break, so hopefully we can get through these next couple ones, and then we all take an hour and stretch a little and get some nourishment. So Charles, I'm going to give it to you first and then follow up with Kent.
Yes, there is an element to wildlife crossings that is not addressed in this set of bullet points in the instructions, which I think is crucial. We have a situation right now in Volusia County where DOT in the renovations of Interstate 4 spent around $8 million to provide a very nice wildlife crossing in an area that was identified for wildlife activity. Unfortunately, that money spent is probably going to be wasted. And the reason is because the wildlife crossing was built in an area where on the north side of I-4, the land was land that was scheduled for development. And in fact, the city of Daytona Beach is participating in turning everything at the end of that wildlife crossing into a big borrow pit and an industrial area. And so the placement of wildlife crossings needs to be carefully coordinated with land acquisition if it's going to be meaningful. And so there ought to be a additional bullet point or a modification of one of these bullet points that makes clear that you've got to have a comprehensive plan for the movement of wildlife, not just the crossing, but you've got to have assurance that the land on either side of the crossing that is feeding the wildlife to the crossing is going to remain available. Again, that gets back to the funding issue, where part of the project cost is not only building the crossing, but also acquiring the rights to the land that assure that the wildlife will be able to continue to use it.
That's a great point, Charles. Thank you.
Kent?
Thanks, Christine. Kent Wimmer. My comment was very similar to Charles. I was going to ask staff to, how are they going to address those situations to where there's river corridor, something like that, where wildlife move up and down the corridor. There might not be public land there, but you can do things like lengthen the bridge, so you're not pinching out the wildlife, things like that. I mean, because DOT's existing wildlife crossing guidelines requires public land on both sides before they will now approve putting in a wildlife crossing or a tunnel or something like that. And so I'd hate to see that provision limit the ability for DOT to proactively enhance wildlife movement across these, which also enhance driver safety as well by keeping wildlife off roads. Thank you.
Hey, Kent, let me speak directly to that. I think what you're seeing here is a great example of the difference between MCORs and kind of our regular process. Lengthening a bridge can be very, very costly. So at times we want to make sure that those wildlife crossings, and to Charles' point, the vast majority of our wildlife crossings don't have the issue that he described just now. We build wildlife crossings and we do an elaborate study on how it's going to affect the habitats and the species that we're building it to protect. And we do try to make sure that we have public lands on both sides. That way they're maintained for the long run, so we're not, basically spending money that doesn't have a use. But Kent, what you just described is something that I think the guiding principles as written will really help us do. And it'll say that we can look at the conservation of wildlife and maybe go outside of our norm and justify the cost to extending bridges and putting shelves or other wildlife crossings in. So thank you for the comment. I think we do it. We can look at, see if we can incorporate that better. And Charles, to your point, we do that. You're right. Sometimes things get missed, but we can make sure that we rectify that in the guiding principles.
All right, great information, great conversation, and we're about right on schedule. I'm going to hand it over to our chairman to help take us into our lunch break.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christine. A lot of very healthy conversation. Looking forward to continuing that after lunch. We do have a pretty long afternoon, so please take advantage of your break. We ask that you keep this meeting open on your computer so that we can get to the work at hand promptly at 1:30. If you need to disconnect during the break, please log on a few minutes before 1:30 to ensure you are fully connected. Please remember the meeting will be muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance, as always, you can reach out to Tommy Bull. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the continued conversation on refining our draft guiding principles and instructions. Hope you had a great lunch. Remember, if you're having technical difficulties, please raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you to try to address those. And now, without further ado, I will hand it back to Christine.
Thank you, Chairman. For the public that wishes to speak, this is just a quick reminder about the registration for our public comment period. You must register to be able to make a public comment period during the public comment portion of today's virtual meeting. Any requests made online to provide comments virtually received by 4 today or via speaker card at the public viewing locations will be addressed during the public comment period. If you've not registered to provide public comment during today's virtual meeting and wish to do so, please sign up on the website under today's event or by completing a speaker card at one of our on-site public locations. If you need a link emailed to you, please use your virtual raised hand function and one of our team members will email you the link to sign up. Comments can always be submitted anytime to fdot.listen@dot.state.fl.us. So with that, I'm going to ask my teammate here, Billy, to join me again. We got some great conversation on our draft report. We are focused on the guiding principles and instructions, and we are following along in the report. Right now, we're going on to water resources. And once again, if you're reviewing your document, that starts at the bottom of page 20. I should note Jeanette Seacrest with the Southwest Florida Water Management District, she had let us know that she was joining us in the morning. Her alternate, Frank Gargano, he listened in all morning as well, but he is the representative for the Water Management District for this afternoon. So with that being said, we're going to kick off with water resources. So those of you representing the water management districts will want to hear from you as soon as Billy kind of goes over the highlights. So Billy.
All right, highlight reel for water resources. Again, this is one of our 3 environmental natural resource-based groupings. And so that same change in the priority order of the guiding principle applies to this one. So I'm not going to read that one in detail. And again, very similar to the other 2, we removed, removed the leverage partnerships language and replaced that with a more concrete instruction to coordinate with the agencies, again, early. And then we added the third from the last instruction to this one. So it's support a regional approach to stormwater system design with the goal of meeting and exceeding environmental resource permit or ERP requirements. And that was based on our discussion last time. So with that, I will open it up.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of technical challenge on my end with my list. So water management districts, you've read through this form, the guiding principle and instructions. We'd really like to hear from you. Does this meet the intent? Do you have any questions in particular that you would like us to address as or clarify as part of this guiding principle? All right, I do see that Charles Lee has raised his hand. Charles?
Yeah, I would like to suggest a specific additional instruction. I realize it can be argued that this is already covered in the 3rd bullet point, but I think that this is specific and perhaps ought to be called out by itself. And that is that there should be a specific instruction when co-location is under consideration for the robust replacement of inadequate bridge structures with ones that will actually flow the water without creating a backwater effect on one side or the other of the roadway. many of our roadways that were built in the past have had what I would describe as nominal features for water passage. And therefore you end up with a head differential on one side of the road or the other. One side of the road has water that's unnaturally high. The other side of the road has water that's unnaturally low. And so that's because you end up with basically box culverts or other kinds of culverts that are easily blocked, hard to maintain. Trestle bridging is a much more effective way to convey water, but whether it's bridging or culverts, if you're co-locating, the time is upon you to go back and retrofit with what are hydrologically adequate facilities. So I would suggest a bullet point that would drop in there and say replace inadequate culverts and bridges with structures that will fully anticipate the capacity of flow across the section of road that we are dealing with in a co-location situation. New roads, you're going to go with modern engineering design and a lot of more bridging, and so that's probably not going to be as much of an issue. But where you're dealing with co-location, now's the time to correct the old errors.
That's a good point. A couple thoughts on that, Charles. I don't know, maybe there's a way to add that to be the fourth instructions, the address both local and regional flooding problems by integrating stormwater and floodplain management strategies where feasible. I don't know, maybe we can look at the wordsmithing on that.
Yeah, it can be integrated in, it could be integrated in one of several places, but I just think a specific mention of improved capacity of bridges and culverts in a co-location situation, they need to be brought up to what you'd be doing today if you were, for example, designing a Wekiva Parkway kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah, well, and again, though, that's one of those things we have to look at. So it's a good point.
Thank you, Charles. We had a couple other hands pop up. Jeff Prather with Water Management District.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I thought that was good input on Charles' part. I think it could be integrated into that fourth bullet, and I'm fine with the rest of the instructions from a Water Management District standpoint. Thank you.
Okay, great. Bradley Arnold, I accidentally hit mute for you. Did you have something else you wanted to add?
No, I was thinking about more of the what Charles had said, that I know that MCORS is also looking at enhancements, and that clearly falls into an enhancement activity. So it's not necessarily just addressing where the problems are, but also, you know, where you can actually enhance this particular issue.
All right, thank you. All right, any other comments on water resources? If not, we can move on into our agriculture guiding principle and instructions following along in our report, draft report, page 21. Jen, you want to scroll down a little bit for us?
All right, this is guiding principle number 11. We've had a lot of conversation on this fairly early in the development of these guiding principles and instructions, so I think we're pretty close on these. The guiding principle, we did add a few words to that one. So if you're looking at that one on your screen, we said avoid impacts to and fragmentation of, we did add of both tracts and operations, just to reiterate that we are talking about contiguous pieces of property to avoid fragmentation, but also the operations of farms. You know, we know the produce or the commodity has to go somewhere, and other things have to come in order to produce that. So it was stressed, I think, at the last meeting that, you know, fragmentation isn't just the physical fragmentation. So that language was added. And then before we just had farmland, silviculture, and cattle ranches. But it was mentioned that there's a big, obviously, equine industry, particularly in Marion County, nurseries and aquaculture. So we added those back in, and we made those same changes to the last instruction. So if you scroll down, you'll see that last instruction now also includes equine, nurseries, and aquaculture. And then there was just a little bit of wordsmithing for clarification on the second from the last one. Plan, design, construct, operate, maintain corridors that protect the region's agricultural lands. Avoid fragmentation. We put of these lands, and facilitation and connectivity to and between these lands. So just, again, that's just clarification language. So not a whole lot of comments, really just a few additions. So we'll open it up for discussion.
All right. Well, while we were revealing these, Kurt Williams put his hand up, and then I'd also like to make sure we had received quite a bit of input from Matt Surensey on this guiding principle and instruction. So like to look to see if you wanted to provide any input as well. In the meantime, Kurt, I'm unmuting your line.
Thank you very much, and thank you guys for listening in the last meeting and adding the, we got 300 plus commodities within the state, so just wanted to capture all those commodities in the guiding principle number 11 language. The only thing that I would add, and only because we've had so much discussion about this here just recently, but if you look at line 27, reads, in the study areas, they serve both environmental and economic purposes. I would take both out. I would include environmental, economic purposes, as well as wildlife habitat, because especially in our cattle ranches, our silviculture operations, they provide a tremendous amount of wildlife habitat. And I know that was some concerns for some of the members on this task force. So I just don't want to sell agriculture short. I want to make sure that we understand everything that this land provides. But that will be my only comment.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good comment too. Yep.
So Fish and Wildlife and/or Jason Lauritsen, do you welcome kind of thinking through expanding this a little bit? Jason, I'm unmuting you.
Yes, absolutely. That's a great addition and very consistent with how we see agriculture.
Excellent. Love to see the partnership. All right, Matt Surensey, I'm going to unmute you only because I invited you to kind of give your perspective on this as well.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I like the wording the way it is in the proposal, and I like also the new suggestion to include the wildlife part of it in as well. So that's a welcome addition.
Excellent. Thank you for the feedback. Charles Lee, your hand is up and I'm unmuting you.
Well, including wildlife on line 28 solves one of my concerns. Thank you for that recommendation. The second concern, these instruction language provisions are good as far as they go, but there's a pernicious impact of a potential new highway corridor if perchance we end up with one of those as opposed to an existing co-location that impacts adjacent farmlands regardless of the kind of agriculture that exists in those farmlands. And it's beyond the question of fragmenting, and that is the land use effects over time. And one of the difficulties that is set into motion for the owners of rural property is that when a road goes through, the real estate values in the area and frankly the ad valorem taxes begin to eat away at the capability of the landowner to retain the land in a rural or agricultural setting. And to some extent, this even affects land that is impacted by, that is protected, if you will, by the Greenbelt exemption. And there ought to be consideration that if a new road is going through an area of farmland, if we reach that sort of last resort situation, and you end up with a road going through an existing rural agricultural area, then in addition to in addition to all of these bullet points, there ought to be a process that unfolds that allows the landowners voluntarily to protect their interest in land through the sale of conservation easements. What I would kind of describe this as is rural and family lands, which is the FDAX program on steroids. If, for example, there is going to be a brush buy of a significant rural agricultural landscape by one of these corridors, then one of the things that should kick in is a funded program, perhaps augmenting the funding of rural and family lands, that will allow those landowners, again, voluntarily, there's nothing compulsory in this idea, it's voluntarily, allow the landowners whose intent is that that land remain rural and in agriculture to be able to sell the development rights under a conservation easement to prevent escalating land values and taxes from ultimately taking the land away from them. So I don't have a bullet point crafted for this. I can craft one and send it in. I'd be glad to do that. But I think that beyond each of these bullet points, there's the larger kind of overarching malaise that occurs in a rural area when you have a road and you have an interchange and you have the pressures. I mean, what basically happens is if you're a landowner, and believe it or not, Audubon is a landowner in some of these situations. We've got several thousand acres of property around the state. And I can tell you what happens is that even when there is speculation about a road, all of a sudden your mailbox starts to fill up with people who want to talk to you. And all of a sudden your phone starts to ring. And in cases where you have land that's owned by a large family and you have a group of family members that are actually the owners of the land and they kind of have a little family powwow to decide what's going on with the land, one of the things those real estate offers do is they fragment the family. You end up in a situation where brother Steve, who lives off in New Jersey and is working in a hospital and doesn't see a tractor in his future, brother Steve all of a sudden gets wind that those letters are arriving and he starts to agitate within the family and say, hey, I want my cash and I want out. And all of a sudden you have families that are splintered. So a way to solve that is for brother Steve to end up being compensated and to get out of that loop because a conservation easement's been sold, and the money can then go to those people in the family that do not want to, do not value continuing the land in agriculture. So it's a complex topic, but I could draft a bullet point and send it in for your consideration and would be glad to do so.
Now, Charles, let me ask you on that. Is it, well, how is that different from the Florida Rural Family Lands Protection Act? Is it just a funding issue?
Yeah, the only difference is that rural and family lands, unfortunately, only sees a tiny trickle of money. And we have advocated, as has the Florida Cattlemen's Association, for significant increases in funding for rural and family lands for the last 5 years. And we've, in a couple of years, we've got a fair amount of money, but still compared to the amount of interest, I mean, the folks at FDAX can tell you how many people are lined up at the window wanting to participate and having filed applications to participate in rural and family lands, and how little money there is to go around. They only get to a tiny handful of the qualified projects every year because of the lack of funding. So again, if a road's going to go through an area and is going to potentially put those development pressures on the area, then one of the things that needs to be considered is for the project cost of the road to offer some benefits that could be nothing more than augmenting the funding in the Rural and Family Lands Program.
Say, and Charles, I'm just trying to understand this. Say the tract was owned by one person. I mean, really, the key to this is if it's multiple owners. Because if one person owned it, they could work with the county on future land use and make sure it stays agriculture, or at least lobby for that. And it wouldn't be as big of an issue if it's multiple landowners. So,
well, what you typically have is, if you look at it on the county property records, it will appear as one owner. But behind that owner is basically a family. It may appear in one natural person's name, or husband and wife, two natural persons' names, or it may appear in the form of a family corporation. It's really just one tract. And what happens then within the, if you will, the governance of that family corporation, or within that family at the dinner table, all of a sudden the fact that the dad said, "Hey, I got a call from the XYZ Realty Company the other day, and they think this would be a great place for a subdivision. And because that new road's out there, they're really interested in it. And they offered us $12,000 an acre for the land." And all of a sudden, Junior's eyes light up. Dad and Mom, they don't want to pay any attention to that offer. But all of a sudden, their eldest son, gets put in a position of starting to agitate within the family. I mean, we've seen this, on countless occasions, and have heard the sad stories from landowners all over Florida. In fact, those sad stories are one of the reasons that led to the genesis of the Rural and Family Lands Program. And so it simply, again, it's not compulsory, but it would offer Mom and Dad in that situation a way to say, well, we're going to sell the development rights of this to FDACs under Rural and Family Lands, and Junior will be able to write you a check out of those proceeds, and that way the farm will stay intact, and you will be whole too. It's a problem solver within families.
Hey, Charles,
Jason?
if I could just jump in for just a second, because I think I have similar questions to what Billy was pertaining, and I'm not opposed to it. Don't take it as an opposition. I just want to make sure some thoughts are given to 3 points. One, as we write that instruction, if it goes into the document and is supported by the task team, we have to be really clear that we're not limiting local governments and how they want to develop their land. I mean, there's easily going to be farmland that the local government may determine that's prime real estate to do some, industrial area. We don't want to limit their ability to do that. On the same token, we also don't want to limit the ability of farmers or agricultural professionals to, if they want to sell their land. I mean, and I heard you say that. I just wanted to reiterate it. The third point I think is the most important, though, is you're absolutely right that if we build a state highway through a farmland, then you're going to see development. It happens all over the state. I agree with you 100%. There's no real argument there. The same isn't as true for limited access facilities. And if we built a new corridor, and you preface the conversation on this is a new corridor, not co-location, you're talking about a turnpike facility that would absolutely be limited access. And the only kind of development should be around the interchanges, which we spoke about this morning, goes through an elaborate process with local government on where those go. So I'm wondering if your concern is as big a concern as it sounds with limited access facilities as opposed to a regular roadway. Thanks for letting me add.
Well, the answer to that is it is a concern in the vicinity of interchanges. And let me preface that by saying that ultimately, I mean, we are a nation of property rights. And ultimately, let's say that you have a 500-acre farm in the middle of an area where the county commission has said, well, we kind of think this ought to be industrial. I'm not proposing that we limit the aspirations of the county commission on that. What I am saying is that even within such an area, if you have that 500-acre farm and the landowner or landowners say, well, thank you, county commission, you may be interested in industrial, but we're interested in keeping our property as a farm, ultimately the landowner has the last call. So, or the first call, it's a property rights decision. So in that situation, I think that helping the landowner take that position and be economically enabled to do it would be valuable. The second thing is that we all know that the best laid plans of mice and men with regard to limiting access through interchanges are subject to change over time. And you have certain limitations under the highway design protocols. You can only have X number of interchanges per a certain distance of highway, etc. But the reality is that pressures will build for an interchange. And so again, let's say you have two landowners side by side along an uninterchanged section of the highway. You have a 5,000-acre piece of property that is becomes owned by some big wheel developers. But on the other side of that road, you have 3 500-acre tracts that are owned by families that, thank you, want to keep them in agriculture. So the big fish in the ocean will go to the legislature and exercise pressure to get a knock on the door of the DOT secretary, and all of a sudden an interchange at that location comes into consideration, particularly if it's partially funded by the big developer. And then the individual farmers on the other side of the road that want to keep their land in agriculture, they're out in the cold. They've been trumped by the fact that the bigger landowner has more political influence and eventually may get its interchange. So again, this is an optional question for what can be done to help the landowner that wants to stay in agriculture. And my view is, if you've got a landowner that wants to stay in agriculture and we can facilitate that, that creates a public benefit. We've all got to eat, not to mention the fact that these lands are valuable for wildlife. So if we simply provided a bit of a circuit breaker, where in these situations where highways are going to influence real estate values to the point of eventually crowding out agriculture, then let's help create a system that gives some relief to the families that want to stay in agriculture. And the way we could do that is by funneling some money into the Rural and Family Lands Program, so that it could make some real offers to people that are on the list or who want to get on the list.
All right, Charles, thank you so much. We've taken some pretty extensive notes on this and see what we can do moving forward.
I'll write something up and send it to you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, if there are no other comments on agriculture, I don't see any additional hands. I think we're ready to move on to emergency preparedness and response, and that's starting off page 22. So Billy?
All right. Yeah, this is one we continue to receive a lot of input on, rightfully so. I mean, we're in the middle of hurricane season, so it's fresh in everyone's heads. So this one, the guiding principle itself didn't change, but we did some consolidation on the instructions. And that was in response to, we've heard a lot of requests for us to be consistent with Suncoast. And there were, we promised last time we'd do a scrub and we'd see, hey, where are there areas where there's inconsistencies, and, the legislation says we have to meet up with them. So there are certain areas where we really need to be consistent. And this is one that we said, yeah, we really need to take a good look at this. So we did consolidate with that in mind. And also, we had a lot of feedback, and we continue to hear feedback on infrastructure resiliency. So we really wanted to make an instruction that kind of captured all that. So that was the intent of this new instruction. Just make sure we're drilling down on the page there. So it's this first one: when developing and evaluating corridors, place a high priority on the ability of existing, co-located, or new infrastructure to withstand and recover from risks such as storm surge. And again, we had a lot of discussion on Cat 1, Cat 2, Cat 3. We wanted to include them all in here. So that's tropical storm through a Cat 5. And then in addition, and this is where we incorporated some of the other instructions into this: inland flooding, extreme weather events, and climate trends. So that was the biggest change in this one. And then we had a comment also at the last meeting that we thought was a good call, and that was the last instruction. So that's give a high priority to native storm resistant landscaping. And I think that's local government, in response to local governments having to actually clean up after these things. And you know, a lot of that cleanup involves tree limbs. So that was an added instruction. So with that, we'll open it up for discussion.
Excellent, Billy. Thank you so much. And I know that some of our RPCs, as we've talked through this, their active role in looking at local, regional, and local emergency response plans has been highlighted as we've talked to them. James Stansberry has his hand up. James, what would you like to contribute?
I didn't have any proposed changes to anything with the guidelines or instructions, or principles, excuse me. But didn't know, is there going to be a time later today to talk about some things in the study area overview related to this issue?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll hold it until then. Thank you.
All right, we'll make sure we call on you. Scott Coons, representing one of our RPCs. I know you've been very involved in your community, so have we hit the mark?
Just a point of clarification of wording in the introductory paragraph. It refers to existing emergency management plans. Those are county comprehensive emergency management plans, and should be added, and statewide regional evacuation plans.
So add comprehensive plans.
They're county comprehensive emergency management plans.
Oh,
and
so what's there should say county comprehensive emergency management plans. Okay.
And statewide regional evacuation studies.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
James, did I forget to put your hand down last time, or did you have a follow-up?
I had something I just wanted to clarify with Scott. You were adding those plans to the local government comprehensive plan, or replacing local government comprehensive plan, because the comp plans do address some aspects in regards to emergency preparedness and coastal high hazard area.
Scott, I was not referring to the local government comprehensive plans under Chapter 163. I was referring to the county comprehensive emergency management plans developed by emergency management departments in each county, separate from the comprehensive plans.
Thank you. So that was an addition, not a substitution. Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you both for that exchange. Charles, you had a comment on emergency preparedness and response?
Yes, I'm going to read a quote, and anyone who wants to go to this can go and pull it up from the Florida Division of Emergency Management website. And this is advice to people with regard to evacuation. And I'm going to read this quote: select an evacuation destination that is nearest to your home, preferably in the same county, or at least minimize the distance over which you must travel in order to reach your intended shelter location, close quote. Now that's the current official advice of the state of Florida with regard to evacuation. And while I realize that in some circumstances people may need to travel to evacuate, I grow increasingly concerned that we are slipping into a situation where we are overplaying this hand, and we are doing so in direct contradiction to advice about prudent sheltering and evacuation. Yes, I think that as we design roads, we need to consider evacuation as a potential traffic movement. And in some cases, we need to do innovative things like to provide for reverse lane travel on 4-lane highways where you can reverse traffic flow if that's needed. And there are other innovations. But my point is that I remain concerned that our language in this report, while it has improved, is nonetheless continuing this trend that started rather suddenly with Florida Governor Rick Scott, when a very imprecise call for general evacuation was uttered with regard to Hurricane Irma. And the result of that was that a very large number of people who were in homes that were built subsequent to the new Florida building codes got in their cars and drove away from a safe home into uncertainty, into fuel shortages, and into a lack of sheltering capacity because they heard the governor on the television or on the radio deciding to tell broad numbers of people to evacuate rather than selectively requesting and then ordering when necessary in mandatory evacuations, people in low-lying areas, storm surge areas, etc., as well as people in mobile homes to evacuate.
Okay. I'm
This
sorry,
language.
Charles.
Let me just say something real quick. So, I mean, I don't see anything in our language that really points to like encouraging people. I mean, we say consistent with local government comp plans, coordinate with state, regional, local emergency response plans, including evacuation and sheltering. The new statute passed last session about the safe areas, staging areas, particularly for fuel, but for other things too. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in there. I remember when Don Lewis gave his presentation, was that last task force meeting, the one before last one? And he talked a lot about, well, not a lot, but he mentioned the shadow population, and that's the people that leave even when you tell them not to leave, or say you're in a near a Cat 1 evacuation area and they only evacuate tropical storm of Cat 1. You're close enough to it, you say, oh, well, I'll get out too just because I want to. The problem I mean, we can't do anything about them. That's a behavioral thing. I'm not saying, there's nothing we can put in here to make them better, but to educate people and encourage them only to leave when ordered specifically to leave their zone. There's only so much we can do about that in here. And I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to be realistic on how we can shape people's behavior through this. And I think it's limited.
Billy, we have a few more hands up. Sean
Okay.
Sullivan representing one of the RPCs, and I know that they've been doing some work amongst the RPCs to help in develop those plans. So,
Okay.
Sean?
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Christine. We are the 10 RPCs in the state right now working with FDEM on a statewide regional evacuation study that my colleague Scott Coons referenced a few moments ago. And as part of that study, and I think, Bill, you hit it right on the nail on the head, is that it's a behavioral component of the study that we need to try to figure out how do people deal with guidance on, say, DEM's website that Charles referenced, and/or guidance that comes from your local government, whether it be a city or a county, and then certainly at the state level. I know from a personal standpoint, when I hear a Cat 5 is possibly going to hit the Tampa Bay region, I am out of here. That's a personal decision. I would make the same one next time. So I think that behavioral is a prudent statement. I don't see anything in these instructions that would lead one to have a negative thought. I think it encourages people to do the best that they can, and then to build a resilient network. And we know that we've had more tropical storms in this season than I think ever, certainly in the top 3. We know that our climate is warming. We know that sea levels are rising and storm surges are worse. So it's critical and prudent that when we build a roadway network, surface transportation network, that we take into account all of the potential impacts of extreme weather events when we're building new roadways. And I think the instructions capture that. I think they encourage involvement from local governments via comp plans. Talks about, as Bill pointed out, coordinating with local emergency response plans and managers. So I think it's well written. I think it captures those components and items that need to be captured. And I would encourage that we leave the language as is. And we're happy to share the RPCs, that is, the results of the behavioral study upon its conclusion. But admittedly, we're looking, that's about 9 to 10 months out. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. This has really garnered a lot of requests and conversation. Mike Napier from the Department of Health.
Hi, Christine. Mike Napier. I'm the health officer for the Florida Department of Health in Pasco County. And I tend to agree that we do need better roads. And I just give a real life example. In Pasco County, we have 550,000 people. A Cat 3 storm means I need to evacuate 130,000 people. They aren't going to move into Aunt Betty's house. And when they all go to Orlando, the Pinellas County people and the Hillsborough County people are already there. So we need some way to get routed to the north and away from, and those that take heed, like the previous gentleman who says, as soon as I see a storm coming, I'm in the car and I'm moving, is the right approach. Long term, I think they are trying to find some localized sheltering for these storms as we see more and more storms coming. But when you're trying to move roughly a third of a population out of an area, and most all of them come right up 19, which is a parking lot shortly after they announce any kind of general evacuation. So this road, in my mind, provides those people trying to leave from Orlando and those areas to get north. We need these roads to be able to transport these people until we come up with a better solution in sheltering. Thanks.
Thank you. And I know so many are focused on evacuation, but our guiding principle and the instructions really talk about a resilient system that on the tail end, the backside of that, on the recovery and response. So with that, I'm going to unmute you, Bradley Arnold. Your hand was up.
I just want to let Charles know that all is fine. Stay calm. Bullet number 3, I think, addresses the issue. It is a behavioral issue, but it also, as you stated, is tied to how the local government, state government communicates with the populace. Certainly would encourage you, Charles, to come speak to groups of the villages, because we certainly encourage them in Sumter County to shelter in place for the same reasons that you've stated related to the construction of the homes per the most recent standards. So we do that in our local communication, but we as a county, particularly being on both the Turnpike and I-75, we still have to address those issues when people do have a mandatory evacuation from the coastline, or people are simply moving because of their behavioral issues. So that's the reason why I've had my comments in the past related to the sheltering issues and some of the other past studies. So back to the consensus component, I'm fine the way it's written in this document.
Thank you. We have a few more hands up. Scott Coons, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. I wanted to concur with my colleague, Sean Solomon, concerning the behavioral analysis, which the regional planning councils are conducting with the Division of Emergency Management. But I want to clarify bullet number 3. The emergency preparedness and response system, as we heard from our subject area expert a few meetings ago, is a coordinated system that is supported federally, coordinated at the state level, and implemented at the local county level. There are no regional emergency response plans. There is a statewide regional evacuation study, which identifies areas subject to inundation from storm surge, evacuation routes, clearance times, and inland shelters. There is a state and then 67 local emergency response plans. So that should say coordinate with the statewide regional evacuation study and state and local emergency response plans and priorities.
All right, we've got a team of folks taking notes, so I'm sure they've captured that. Sean, thank you for that, Scott, thank you for that clarification. Valerie Hancher, as a local elected official, I know this is something near and dear to your heart as well.
Yes, ma'am, because I know, Inglis is not very far for us, so 19 does flood. But maybe something that, and I think I understand that when this all first started, it was trying to be, we're building these roads for emergency to get out of hurricanes. There might be something that we could add to the like between 7 and 10, just stating that the road is not being built, but to enhance, not built for the emergencies, but to enhance if emergencies occur. Because I know a lot of people at first start saying, no, we're going to build this road to, get the hurricane, that you can evacuate, and that's really not why this is even being proposed. So I just think something along those lines, if you could word it, would be appreciated.
All right, some clarification. Thank you. All right, Charles, we'll give you the last word on this one, then we'll move on to the next guiding principle.
Well, one thing that I think should certainly be added, and we've discussed it on a couple of previous occasions, and I thought, frankly, something to address it was likely to be added, but apparently it hasn't. If you put 300,000 to 500,000 people on the road running scared ahead of a hurricane, they're going to get 250, 300 miles away from their home, and they're going to run out of gas. And if we're building a new system or upgrading an existing system, then one of the considerations that we should be including is at least the potential for emergency fueling depots for those travelers, because otherwise they're going to be facing that, what by the time it gets to them, it'll probably be a category 3, not a category 5, but assuming you're category 5 coming in at Tampa Bay, by the time it gets to them somewhere up around Ocala or Gainesville, where many of them are going to start running out of gas, it'll probably be a 3, and they're going to be sitting on the side of the road in their car having run out of gas, because the filling stations are going to be emptied long before they get there if you have 300,000 to 500,000 people trying to drive. So we need to look at this in a little more coordinated way, and I think at least we should give consideration here to some type of effort to integrate within the system emergency fueling capability.
Charles,
right.
that's a great point. I'm just going to say the second to the last bullet, that SAFE Act, that staging areas for emergency. And before we had the actual Senate bill number in there, but that's the statute now, 338.326. Read through that, Charles. I don't doubt that you've read through it, but it specifically mentions fuel, redundancy and delivery methods. And then there's also, I forgot who gave me the comment last time to look at the 2018, and Charles, I can send this to you too, the 2018 FDOT study following Hurricane Irma regarding fuel distribution. And again, it had a lot of recommendations in there regarding the ability I guess most of the fuel in Florida comes out of Port Everglades, and the ability of being able to get more shipped in from other states. So there is a lot of that going on, rest assured. And shoot me an email or call me and I can send you any of this stuff. But in particular, that SAFE Act was designed for that reason.
Great insight, Billy. Let's move on to our infrastructure opportunities. I've been trying to keep everybody up to date. These are long meetings, and other elected officials have commitment of their time as well. Would like to welcome Commissioner Rock Meeks from Levy County. He's joined our meeting with us as well. So Rock, we're well into our looking at the report itself, the guiding principles and the instructions. We're currently on page 22 of that report. So Billy and I are kind of tag teaming a little bit. So if you would like to provide some insight and or input as we go through this, that is welcome. So let's talk about guiding principles 13 and 14 under infrastructure opportunities.
All right. So those guiding principles themselves, there was no change in the language on those. For the first instruction, there was a clarification on what private and public utility facilities meant. And so we clarified with a little bit of clarification language in there: wastewater facilities, public water facilities, certified power plants. Other than that, really not a lot of substantial change. If you get to the end, if you scroll down a little bit, Jen, we did, and we've heard this a couple times on the whole non-discriminatory and competitively neutral. So we did add that second to the last instruction: ensure broadband provider access to DOT right-of-way is non-discriminatory, competitively neutral, and technologically neutral. Coordinate spatial needs with each utility provider. And then there was a lot of talk about unintended consequences. And we did do a lot of research on that into the statute, requiring people to connect to sewer systems if it goes by their property, and then there's unintended consequences with, say the 100-acre family farm where it doesn't make sense for them to connect. So we did alter this last one to stress the need of coordination with the local governments and the utilities. And then the big add there was with an emphasis on higher density communities and areas targeted in BMAPs, which are the basin management action plans to improve local waterways. So there are a decent amount of changes to that one. So with that, I'll open it up.
Yeah, so first I want to make sure, Bill Ferry, if you can, have we captured the non-discriminatory, competitively neutral, and technology neutral language in a way that you had recommended?
Yeah, Bill Ferry here with FIT. It looks good. I have no comments. This completely captures what I think is needed.
Excellent, thank you. And Mayor Cernsey, that last bullet, that clarification, that was something that you had asked for because we wanted to make sure that there were no unintended consequences and missing the intent of what we were trying to do and negatively impacting lower density, more rural areas. Do you feel as if we've kind of captured what you were looking for there? All right, so we'll let
yes,
that.
ma'am. I'm
Oh,
sorry. Yeah, I was muted by the organizer, so I apologize. But yeah, that captures it, so I'm satisfied with the language.
excellent. Thank you so much. All right, if we have no other comments, are we ready to move on to transportation network connectivity?
Okay, last two guiding principles, 15 and 16. Again, no change to the actual guiding principle language. So the first, we did have a few tweaks and one addition to the instructions. So the first one, we simply added the last portion of that sentence starting with and in coordination with local governments to, again, drive home that point of access and targeted growth and preservation areas to really, drive home that point to coordinate with local governments. It really ties in with that first cross-cutting guiding principle. The second one, instead of evaluate improvements, we change that language to seek opportunities to further trail improvements and access to existing planned non-motorized trail networks. We actually added the one next that says prioritize gaps on high priority segments on the Florida Greenways and Trail System plan. There's a lot of discussion on that. And the next one, we just clarify, we had MPO and TPO in there, and I think we just consolidated it to MPO for that last one. So that was it. That's the changes. We'll open it up for discussion.
Thanks, Billy. Did we have any comments on these? We're really looking at kind of more of some of those enhancements in connectivity and looking at things from a regional standpoint. Valerie Hancher, as a representative on a TPO as well as local elected official.
Yes, ma'am. And as the former TPO chair, I reached out to our administrator today over there, and they have not been even contacted by MCORS yet. And this seems like a good place to kind of bring that up. When will y'all reach out to them? Because we've got about like the 2045 LRTPs. Nobody's talked to them at all, to our staff, and I would have kind of thought maybe somebody would have already reached out to them by now. Do you know when that will be happening?
Looks like Weiwei has some information to share. Oh, hold on.
She okay?
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you for bringing that up. We've developed some general language for the LRTPs. We've been kind of trying to hold back a little bit to let the guiding principles and instructions develop themselves a little bit more before we provide that to the MPOs. We will be working with the MPOs that have their LRTPs due to give them some general language to describe the MCORS process. We have different languages for MPOs that's within the study area and for MPOs that are adjacent to the study area, different languages for them to pick and choose. Thank you for that reminder. We'll get that out as soon as we can following this meeting.
All right, because I know they were, wondering what, our long-term needs and our, plan priorities are. So I think just even though they have me, they're the experts. So, I think it's just kind of a good thing just to get their, maybe 5 cents worth of intelligence in here. So thank you very much. I appreciate you reaching out to them.
Yeah, thank you for the reminder.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yes, and I know that Mike Woods had requested something similar for his MPO as well. So it is an action item for us. So I don't see any additional hands on this last two guiding principles, as a matter of fact, and the instructions associated with it. It sounds like we got an action item for us to work on from here on out. So with that, we have completed our review of the guiding principles and instructions, and that's job well done to the entire team to have plugged through all of those in a few hours time. We are going to move forward with is there any discussion to date before we move forward? Because then we'll move on to the high level needs, maybe loop back closer to the front of the report and begin to hit those, and you start to see how they get stitched together. So if that's fine, let's go ahead and use that next half hour of time before our next break to to begin to go through that if everybody's okay. All right.
I've just got a few notes while Jen's getting there to the, I think we were going to go ahead and do the needs next, weren't we? Or were we going to do the action plan?
No, we're going to go to the needs. So starting page 12, Jen?
So just a couple notes about this before we get going. You know, these sections have been revised based on previous input. Everyone has seen a couple different versions of this now. And we refreshed some of the data sources in reference to population, some information from the Bureau of Economic and Business Research, and obviously, you know, we revised the needs not only to reflect the task force recommendations, but also to capture some of the discussion sentiments as we've gone through them. So again, I'm not going to read verbatim these needs. I think everyone sees, you know, the intro on their screen. Hopefully you've had a chance to look at them. I know it's a lot of information. So I'm just going to kind of pause and give everyone a minute or two to kind of read through this intro and let us know if there's any comments on it. One thing I'll say on that that third paragraph, there was a lot of discussion about the need for a completely greenfield corridor earlier today. So, you know, we've been tossing around, just talking, you know, over lunch on some language that could maybe be added in to that third intro paragraph that starts with "in general." Something along the lines of, you know, the need for a completely greenfield corridor based on the information that we have at this time. You know, the task force hasn't identified that need. So again, we need to wordsmith it, but just as you're reading through that, know that's something we're looking at for inclusion in that third paragraph.
So Billy, is it your desire we'll go through now that the kind of that preamble and then go over the needs one by one, just kind of
Yeah,
pretty
and I'll
quickly?
probably read the header. I'm sure some folks probably have comments based on their review of it. But as I read over these, you know, before we just move on to the next one, I want to give everyone a minute or two just to be able to read. If they haven't had a chance to look at this report, give them a minute or two to read each need. So I don't know if you have any hands up for the intro paragraphs.
Nope.
Okay. So we can go ahead and scroll down to the first high-level need is address statewide and regional safety and mobility needs due to growth in population and visitation. And so again, I'm just going to pause for a minute or two and let task force members read that need.
We do have a hand up, Paul Owens. Paul?
Yeah, I question about the reference to I-75 operating at capacity. I think there's more than one reference in the report to I-75 and congestion. I'm wondering why there's not an acknowledgement of the state task force that met to consider that just a few years ago and recommended some adjustments to I-75 rather than new highways to deal with that congestion.
Paul, I don't know if this answers your question, but there's currently a PD&E that goes actually from Turnpike north to Alachua County that is currently looking at I-75 right now. That is underway. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I just wanted you to be aware of that. And correct me if I'm wrong, anyone with better traffic information, but I think that's one of the most congested interstate segments in the state, is that segment between Turnpike and I think particularly in between Turnpike and 200. So it's needed. Hey, Wei.
Hey, Paul, about the I-75 relief, during that task force, we discussed a lot about the recurring and the non-recurring congestion and the safety problems on I-75. I see your point wanting to kind of reference that previous study, but I think we need to do a more detailed traffic analysis on I-75. And here we just, I think we have references in making sure that we deal with the I-75 problems in the right way and have more detailed analysis of traffic before we determine anything. The I-75 Relief Task Force did recommend that we focus on improving I-75 itself. You are correct in that.
Yeah, I just think it should be acknowledged somehow in the report, because someone could come to the wrong conclusion otherwise without that context, just reading that I-75's at capacity, as if there weren't already the PD&E underway to deal with I-75 that Billy mentioned.
Paul, we actually do in the guiding principles and instructions, I forget which one it is off the top of my head, it's probably maximize use of existing facilities, the second cross-cutting one. We actually added that in to take into account current, corridor studies or PD&Es that are underway. So that is covered in the guiding and the instructions rather.
Yeah, Paul, we'll take a look at the language to provide the complete picture about I-75.
Thank you all. I also see that Charles Lee has his hand up. Charles?
Yeah, my concern is similar, and that is that peppered throughout the current language of the draft report language, as well as in this section, is an undefined suggestion that doing something to construct the Turnpike extension over to the Suncoast is going to somehow divert traffic off of I-75 and lower the problems that are currently experienced on I-75. And my concern is primarily that supposition is entirely without documentation. We do have some documentation that arose out of the I-75 review task force that I was on, and it dealt with the analysis of traffic movements and potential traffic movements, and it was quantified, and probably the most important point on the system where it was quantified was the number of people who turn left when I-75 reaches I-10, because that would replicate the number of people that are headed west to a point that would be proximate to where they would end up if you had a system that left the Turnpike at Wildwood, joined with the Suncoast, and then went up toward I-10 about 40 or 50 miles west of the I-75 corridor, which is where it would end up. And it was a comparatively tiny number when faced off against the number of trips that would simply continue north on I-75 at that point. My point is that it's exceedingly unlikely that a driver, whether that driver is a passenger car driver or a truck driver, is going to get off of I-75 at Wildwood, start incurring tolls, which would be a fair amount of tolls by the time you got back up to I-10, just for the privilege of when you get to I-10, making a right turn, adding an extra 50 miles to your trip to get back to I-75. I just don't think that traffic movement generally is going to happen. And so I'm concerned that there's a subtle implication that pops up throughout the report that suggests that this is a reliever mechanism for I-75. I don't think that's the case. I think that the report should say that one of the purposes of the further analysis is to determine whether there will be any impact, and if so, to what extent, in terms of relieving the traffic on I-75. That would be valid. But anything less than that, I think, is just putting speculation into our report.
Hey, Charles, point well taken. We are trying to edit the report to show that there's lots more work that needed to be done, and more detailed traffic analysis and modeling needed to be done to for determining the needs. So some of these remnants of the assumptions that you talked about we may not cleaned all that up. So we'll take a look at the draft and come back with, make sure that we scrub it with these assumptions and in the next version.
Thanks, Wei Wei. I see that Bradley Arnold also has his hand up.
No, I agree with Charles, and that's part of when we first started the task force, some of the discussion that we were having, and Charles is most certainly an advocate of if there's going to be an improvement, that it be the State Route 44 corridor for the specific reasons that he outlined versus a new corridor. But I did want to point out, again, agreeing with Charles, what he's saying about what we would anticipate being the normal movements, as well as, really what is the true relief for the Northern Turnpike extension. There is the guiding principle number 2, I think also, reemphasizes into this particular issue, to where Charles and your participation on the I-75 study, 301, an existing corridor, really needs to be improved to be able to provide that north-south parallel facility that's in reasonable proximity, and that is not a toll road, as you stated. But the other thing that I think, Wei Wei, when y'all are going through the analysis in the PD&E study, there's a period of time when you're looking at the prioritizations, again, going back to guiding principle number 2, of which roads get those improvements first, even if the corridor is still planning to move forward under the MCORS program. But one of the things that really needs to be taken into account, and this is the issue where the 44 or Turnpike connector does provide assistance, is the number of shutdowns that we do have on I-75, whether it's a major accident or it's some other type of issue. We've got a lot of frequency of accidents that shut down completely, that overwhelm 301. And if any of that movement on I-75 was intended to be westbound eventually, then this provides an alternative at this location to be able to move west, if you will, to be able to continue that travel that may have otherwise gone to I-75 to I-10 to head west. So just wanted to add on to what Charles had stated and just provide that additional input.
Bradley, thank you for helping me make the case for the non-recurring congestion on I-75.
Thanks, Wei Wei. Charles,
I'm just getting Jen to scroll down one more paragraph where it talks about it. We mentioned this, not that it can't be refined, but it talks about the congestion by 2050 on some of the major facilities in the study area. And then it says I-75 within the study area is projected to have a level of service F by 2050, even with a 10-lane widening. And then here's the text I think that maybe people didn't see was in there. The task force recommended further refinement of these traffic projections, including evaluation of whether the extension of the Northern Turnpike corridor would relieve future traffic on I-75. The task force also recommended that future analysis consider how the development of the Suncoast corridor could impact traffic on the Northern Turnpike corridor. Not that that can't be refined, but that's a good start, I think.
All right. So, Charles, I see that your hand
Yeah,
is up again.
I just wanted to say that I offered some language, I believe, for this very section, lines 1 through 6, some additional statements that I think would resolve the issue. I did that when I went back and reviewed the report language, and I sent it to you before the 15th. So if you go back and look at that, I think those considerations would probably take care of it.
All right,
All right,
Charles,
we'll
take
look
a
at
look.
it. Oh, thanks. Bradley, your hand's up. I'm not sure if it's still up from last time or did you want to follow up? Okay, there we go. All right, so our first need, it was one of the larger ones that we defined. Let's go on to the next one. Improve statewide and regional transportation mobility and connectivity for people and freight.
All right, just give everyone a minute to read that one.
I do not see any hands associated with this need. Oh, here they come now. Danielle Ruiz, representing Economic Development.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Christine. So under the provide a transportation network that revitalizes and enhances communities, I would just suggest maybe doing a little bit of a deeper definition on industries. I know in some, there's an area that touches on interchanges and the opportunities around that, but really the industry specifically, I think since we call out agriculture, I would suggest we also call out other industries maybe that align with the economic development efforts under Enterprise Florida. So that would be the target industries. And I would not say that that is exclusive of other industries, but that's a good, if we're going to reference that, that's a good list of industries perhaps that we can reference at a high level.
And Danielle, you're referring to the need starting on line number 25.
Yes, and particularly as it references on line 29. So that section, yes, but line 29 where it says impact local communities, businesses, and industries, we specifically call out agriculture, but I think if we're gonna call out one industry, I think we should probably call out others that are in that area perhaps, or that are targets for economic development.
All right. All right. Thank you so much. Charles, your hand was raised again. Are you going to, are you looking at improved statewide and regional transportation mobility or?
Yes.
That, okay.
Yeah, I'd just like to point out, I'm uncomfortable with the language. This looks like we are advocating that there is affirmatively a potential statewide and regional impact relating to I-75. And I offered language in my review that I sent to you before the 15th of the report language for these lines, in which I essentially turned that around and said to determine whether there would be any. And I would ask you to go back to that language. I don't know that there's a potential or not. I think that that's the element of further study.
All right, and we were not able to get all the edits in this new version, so we'll go and look at that, Billy.
We sure will.
All right. Were there any other comments on the need that Danielle referred to on the provide a transportation network that revitalizes, enhances communities and industries? Yes, Danielle.
Christine, can I just offer perhaps that reference that I made may be more applicable to 41? I knew that there was a section in here that referenced, maybe that's probably more applicable to what I had talked about earlier.
All right, Jen, would you mind scrolling down just slightly so others can see that line, 41? All right, we'll look to find the best place for it, but recommending that it be here on the expansion of existing and new industries.
Thank you.
All right, great, thanks. All right, should we scroll back up just a little bit, Jen, so that we make sure we cover all of them?
I think we got quite a few comments on the regional transportation mobility and the network need.
So the one that starts on 18 and 25, both of those?
Yeah, unless there's any more hands raised for those, we can move on to the emergency mitigation and preparedness.
All right, I see no hands up, so.
All right, so the next one is strengthen emergency mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery to enhance safety. So we'll give everyone a minute or two to read that one.
All right, I don't see any additional hands now. We've been talking a great deal about what these needs look like. So I'm not seeing any hands go, so maybe we're feeling good about this one. James Stansberry. There, I knew if I fished long enough, you'd pop a hand up. Hey, James.
Sorry, I had to step out for just a second. So I apologize for picking up. We're still on strength and emergency mitigation.
Yes.
What I didn't see in the earlier part of the report was in the overview, was anything about emergency evacuation under the infrastructure portion. I didn't see anything that said these are how many evacuation routes are within the area. These are how many shelters are within the area, etc. Data. Okay. And I thought that would be helpful to support the direction that the task force is taking in terms of putting that in the report. Okay. Maybe something that could also be looked at, and I understand the RPCs are updating those reports in concert with DEM, but in our business we deal with best available data, and so if the earlier reports give some kind of behavioral data in terms of how many people, if a hurricane is coming straight on to the Tampa area, for instance, how many people head north, how many people head south, how many people head east, and that may be able to extrapolate. This is how many people are going to be moving perhaps through the area or coming from the opposite direction if there's a storm that is hitting the Atlantic coast. If there's any behavioral data that says this, how many evacuees come through this area, just to give some behavioral data or overview of why this is something we should be looking at and considering. statute notwithstanding.
I see
Thank
under
you.
I see under infrastructure characteristics, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 bullets down. We touch on it. I mean, we don't expand on it to the extent that you were talking. We basically just mentioned the major roads that are primary evacuation routes, serving local and regional evacuees. So we can take a look at that.
I'm sorry,
And
where was
James,
that
that's
again?
page 9 of the draft report.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to the same place, Billy. Under infrastructure characteristics, the 4th bullet down, we just refer to what the major roadways are.
Yep.
But I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's not a deep
Okay.
dive by any means. It's just a brief
Just-
mention. Best, but
Right, something that just goes a little bit more into, perhaps we know what the level of service is on those evacuation routes or something like that. I'm not looking to create a new analysis or any new data, but if there's some already out there that we can reflect in the report, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have about 4 more of the needs. Would we like to try to push through those, get those done before we go to break? We good? All right, let's
I'm game. Let's do it.
power through.
So the next one is support expansion of existing and new industries through enhanced access to jobs, education, and healthcare. That's a short one, so we'll give everyone a minute.
All right, I don't see any hands up on this need and kind of the more expansive conversation associated with it. Danielle?
Thanks,
Go ahead.
Chris. I think it's important. We did talk in previous meetings about the retention and expansion of industry as well as attracting the new industry. So perhaps we hit that a little bit harder for I know we say economic development for existing communities and corridors, but perhaps we say to the benefit as well for the retention of existing business.
Okay.
Thanks for that input. All right, we've got 3 more high-level needs. So do we want to, let's hit the strengthen the local tourism.
All right, go ahead and read this one, and then we're going to break after this maybe and go through the last 2 because then we need to discuss the needs evaluation process too. So we probably have a little bit of discussion on that one. So the next need is strengthen the local tourism, ecotourism, agritourism, and outdoor recreation economy. We've had a decent amount of discussion on this throughout the last 3 or so task force meetings.
I was muted, sorry. I mentioned it's kind of like apple pie. We all want to strengthen these local economies right now. Commissioner Bryant? There we go. Try that now.
Okay, so I think that we also need to be extremely careful with this one as well, so that we do no harm where you already have strong tourism, especially ecotourism, agritourism. I think that is a fine line there, that potential corridors could harm the environment that draw people to those places.
So recognize a need to wordsmith it somehow, but do no harm to the existing.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
All right, y'all have done yeoman's work as we've a little ahead of schedule, but we still have work to be done when we get back from the break. Secretary Perdue, do you want to take us to break here?
All right. Thank you for staying engaged through the afternoon hours. I know this makes for a long day. We're going to take a 15-minute break before we continue the conversation. Please keep the meeting open on your computer during the break so we can get back to work promptly at 3:15. If you need to disconnect during the break, please log on a few minutes before 3:15 to ensure you are fully connected. And as usual, we'll have the meeting muted during this time. If you need any technical assistance during our break, please reach out to Tommy Bull, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We will now continue the conversation on refining the draft final report. Task force members, if you are having technical difficulties, please raise your virtual hand and the team will work with you. And now I will hand it back to Christine.
Thank you, Chairman Perdue. It's continuation of the Christine and Billy show, working with you all as we finalize and look at the last couple high-level needs.
All right, I'll go ahead and read the next one.
So Jen, yeah.
Expand rural utility infrastructure, including broadband, water, and sewer to enhance quality of life. So we'll give everyone a minute to read through that one.
We do have a comment, a hand raised from Bradley Arnold, Suffolk County.
I respect Charles Lee, and he brings some good ideas. And I'm going to jump on the Charles Lee bandwagon on this whole word of coordinate on the last sentence. That I think it needs to be much stronger with lots of dollar symbols that's associated with that. Because I think the intent is for the enhancement is for the state to be able to allocate dollars for this infrastructure enhancement, not just for the road itself, and the coordination for the pointing the local governments to simply grants and loans that are typically available through DEP, I think is not what the intent of the law was, but actually to have funding allocated for these type of infrastructure enhancements as part of the corridor project.
Thank you. There wasn't a specific allocation to DEO, correct, on broadband. James, did you want to touch on that, expand on that at all?
No, I think this covers it, and I don't have any proposed changes.
All right. Wei.
There is a specific legislation that allocates $5 million that can be spent on broadband infrastructure, and we're working with the chief engineer to come up with project eligibility funding criteria. We're working on that.
And Charles, you raised your hand as well.
Yeah, I don't have to repeat what Bradley said, except to indicate that there is not any clear path to funding of retrofit to eliminate septic tanks and other water and sewer needs in the rural area, other than what might be provided through MCORs. It's pretty clear to me that the intent was that the cost of those projects be integrated into MCOR's projects and be part of the total cost. So I think that in addition to coordinate, money needs to be on the table, and that ought to be part of the plan that DOT comes up with for any corridor.
Let's just remember as we go through these, some of these comments might be better suited toward action plan or other areas, and we have not gone through that one yet. So we're kind of, on this one anyway, we're kind of backpedaling. So in the report, this section would come first, needs, and then guiding principles and instructions, and then, action plans last. So once we get through these needs, we're gonna review the action plan too in detail. So just keep in mind that this is concentrating on the needs, which is before the other two. Not that we can't capture it somewhere else, but just keep that in mind as we review it.
All right. Frank, thanks for being the alternate today for the Water Management District.
Oh, you're welcome. It's my pleasure. I just wanted to add an additional comment. I think that would support these previous comments. It sounded to me like the projects that were being talked about or commented on are projects that would be, more cooperative projects that would have to go through some type of cooperative funding with the Water Management District, some type of funding assistance programs with DEP, and that would, force some local funds to be put in to accomplish this. So I think that's the avenue. Other than that, would have to be appropriations requests. So I think that's kind of gets down to the dollars that are being mentioned.
Thank you. Bill Ferry.
Just an observation. The wording is fine just the way it is. You might consider at the last sentence, when you say help expand utility infrastructure, you may want to say utility and broadband infrastructure. And when you have the references to utilities, sometimes broadband providers really don't consider ourselves to be utilities, a little different. And sometimes there's a nuance there in how we are treated by government is you just might be a little more encompassing to include the term utility and broadband providers, however you reference it. But it's good the way it is.
Thank you for that refinement. Valerie Hancher.
Yes, thank you. I know that this is the needs, but for local governments, the need will be funding, because to try, I heard Ray say the 5 million, but we all know 5 million doesn't go very far. And if there are multiple cities or areas needing, I think that's, I know y'all will, find funding is going to be hard anyway for this project and then for all these other nuances. So I definitely think if we could add somewhere that the need will be to not impact the local government's budgets by having these water and sewer enhancements come online, and that'll be already, like they said, put into the project of MCORs. I think that would be a good thing to add in there somehow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Billy, we have one more of the high level needs.
All right, last need. Protect, restore, enhance, and connect public and private environmentally sensitive areas, conservation lands, threatened and endangered species habitats, key water quality resources, and ecosystems.
Charles.
Yeah, I think that this paragraph a bit mischaracterizes and understates what the task force did. We didn't just discuss these things. I think it was fairly clear that there was a consensus throughout the course of several meetings that we actually recommended that the M-Course process make funding available to achieve these things. And I would like to see this turn into a little bit more, the need be a clearer statement of more funding to do ABC, and then the last paragraph, the last sentence that says that the guiding principles recommended is fine, but I think the prelude to that needs to be more active in terms of making clear that we didn't just discuss these things, we actually identified a need that these acquisitions, restoration funding, et cetera, be funded as part of the M-Course process.
We hear you. I think also I want to echo what Billy said earlier about this being the needs. Let's pin that a little bit and make sure that when we get to the action plan number 5, we can drill down to see if that begins to address some of the areas that you would like to see, Charles. Jason Lauritsen. Sorry, I did that.
Yes, no problem. Just piggybacking on Charles' point, I mean, Charles, in line 22, if you swapped determined rather than discussed, would that, I guess I'm just having a light hand on this. I don't know if that would satisfy all parties there. Determine the need to protect rather than discuss the need.
Charles, I've unmuted you if you want to respond.
Yeah, that's the kind of change I would recommend, that we made a determination there was a need, and that the primary, in my opinion, the primary need is funding to go forward with these identified things.
Okay, and that's all I had to contribute.
Thank you. And Jim from DEP.
Is it useful to identify in this need paragraph that the opportunities to achieve this will be through mitigation projects as well as project design?
Let's make sure when we go to the action plan where you see all of this, the commitments that DOT is making moving forward, that if this is being addressed there. I think what we see here is that there's a collective agreement that there's a need to protect, restore, enhance, connect public and private. I think there's the collective body agrees of this. It's you all, what we're drilling down is a little bit of the how. And our guiding principles and instructions begin to direct that.
Okay.
And then,
Okay.
so kind of incrementally, we are working a little bit in reverse in our conversation today, and maybe that's driving the way that we're receiving this input. But we hear what you all have to say about this. It's just kind of where does it show up in the process?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, Billy, we've worked our way through the high level needs.
All right. I guess the needs evaluation process, let's get everyone to read through that. If you can scroll down, I don't know if we can capture that all in one. Looks like maybe not. So if, oh, is it all? Okay. So let's read through this. And now keep in mind as you're reading through this, that we did talk this morning about the idea that the task force didn't reach a conclusion based on what we know at this point, that there's not a need for a completely greenfield corridor. I think, at least as a, to meet the goals of the statute. So we can mention that here. And we can also mention the preference for improvement and expansion over, a new linear facility or something along those lines. Just as you read through this, know that we heard that earlier, and that we're going to come up with language in this section with that feel to it.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. See, I can't even keep track. Sorry.
I have some specific language that I recommend be inserted as a new paragraph between lines 28 and 29 on 14. I've provided it to several of you at DOT and in the consulting group in writing. I'm just going to read it. It's fairly brief. The task force did not reach a conclusion finding that there is a specific need for a new freestanding or greenfield turnpike or toll road through the study area to achieve the goals required by 338-2278, period. Instead, as further detailed in the guiding principles and instructions that follow below, the task force expressed a preference for consideration by DOT of the improvement or expansion of existing highway corridors, potentially including tolled lanes or sections, and the co-location of any new turnpike facilities with existing major linear corridors, such as state highways, and major electric power transmission lines, period. And I would suggest that everything else below it would remain the same. That paragraph would be inserted between lines 28 and 29.
Thank you for that, Charles. We'll take a look at that in comparison with what else we have. Christine, do we have more hands on the needs evaluation section before we move on?
We do not, Billy.
All right. So I guess on to action plan.
So let's talk through. So we have jumped around a little bit in the document, and it really, if you start at the very beginning and incrementally work your way through, it might tell the story a little bit more crisper, as a cleaner, as we know. So orientation. So we kind of that high level needs. Those are items that we've been talking about as a task force for months now. And then we finally got through and refined our guiding principles and instructions moving forward, how that moves forward. Now, this action plan, it's really the first time the task force has seen it. And getting back to Weiwei's presentation earlier this morning, it's the input from the task force, kind of the absorption of all of that you all have provided. This action plan is really DOT's response of opportunities to address moving forward how they will partner, and times that some of this gets addressed in a normal process, and there are times that the MCourse program is above and beyond that process, and really they try to draw attention to that along the way. So that kind of sets the stage a little bit for the action plan. Once again, that second line there, this is FDOT will commit to the following actions to move forward with the implementation of the recommendation of the task force. So this is DOT's engagement moving forward. So that might help set the stage a little bit. And for those who are looking through the hard copy document of this begins on page 24 of the draft document. As you all are reviewing for the general public, if you do want to speak at the public comment period, we'd really ask that you sign up by 4 o'clock today. So when you can, if you'd like to raise your hand, then someone will send you the link to help sign you up for that public comment period that will start at 5 or as near to 5 when the task force members conclude their discussions. So that's a little public service announcement, shall we say. All right, back to our action plan. Billy, do you want to walk through this? I kind of set the stage a little bit.
Yeah, this text's not too terribly long. It's similar to needs. It's got, major headings, and Wei discussed these in her presentation this morning. So, the action plan is really the, what do we move on to now once task force convenes and this report is sent up the flagpole to the legislature and the governor. So the first item is evaluate needs. We've heard a lot about evaluating needs. And again, just take a moment to read this. This is largely based on input that we've received to date. So let's just everyone take a minute and read that, and we can move on to the next one if there's no comments.
So Billy, we have a couple of hands raised. So we have both Kent Wimmer and Charles Lee have their hands. So Kent, I'll unmute you first.
Mine is on number 2. It's not on evaluate needs, so I can hold my comment off. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll call on you in a moment. And Charles.
Yes, my only comment on number 1, evaluate needs, is that the sentence on lines 8 and 9 needs to be expanded. Right now, it only mentions transportation and economic development benefits, and clearly in 338-2278, there are other benefits to be achieved that are listed, including environmental land acquisition, environmental enhancement, restoration, and I think that sentence should be expanded to include them, not just cut off at the point of mentioning economic development benefits.
Thanks for that input. All right, we have no other hands up. Do you want to go into identify and evaluate alternatives? And this piggybacks quite a bit on what Will and Wei both talked about this morning of kind of evaluating alternatives, of which no build will be a part of that evaluation. Jen, with this up, can you scroll up just a little bit, please?
So under identify and evaluate alternatives, again, this talks about what the next steps are. The next step is what we call an ACE, an alternative corridor evaluation, which then begins to identify corridors, narrow the field of corridors that can push through to PD&E, project development environment study. Again, highlighting that no build is always an option, and it's always something we compare against the build alternatives. And then I'll kind of just let you read the last couple bits. Those are just the 2 things I wanted to highlight.
Kent, you want to go ahead and provide your input on this one?
Yes, thank you very much. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. This is, I'm recommending adding another sentence. This would be on line 19 on page 24. Conduct a full environmental and social impact analysis of the proposed corridor routes, alternative routes, and improvements to corridors beyond the existing task force boundaries should be fully evaluated.
Help me understand what you're asking for there.
Well, you're going to conduct a environmental analysis. I think there should also be a social impact analysis conducted on these corridor routes.
Kent,
And
that
then,
is, sorry, finish your thought.
And then, you know, there's also potential routes, as I've mentioned before, that that may extend out of the county boundaries the way the task force lines were made, that I think, you know, that you need to consider those routes as well. Now, it doesn't affect this as much as it does the Suncoast, but depending on where the Suncoast comes down and this goes up, you know, you need to look at the full range of alternatives and not be limited by the county boundaries, by the artificial county boundaries, because the roads don't follow county boundaries.
So I'll kind of touch on the ACE process that will identify and evaluate corridor alternatives at a higher level than PD&E would. You know, that is when those would get identified. I can't say whether there will be any proposed outside of the county or not. We haven't gotten there yet. But I'll say that in addition to environmental, both in the ACE and definitely in the PD&E, we have to look at socio-cultural effects. And that's just as inclusive of a analysis as environmental or traffic or cost or anything. So rest assured that that is part of the process, and it's very thorough.
We have no other hands up talking through what FDOT will do. Is there any other comments that task force members would like to provide? I realize this is, you know, it was in your inbox just starting last week and it's relatively new, but it is, you know, what DOT is looking to commit to above and beyond in response to the guiding principles and instructions. All right, so shall we go down to line 32 and there, you captured it well.
Yep, this is just a one paragraph action item. So support consistency review and update of local and regional plans. Again, this one has some very specific language about interchange placement, so note that as you read through.
We have no hands up on this one, and I think that this is a reinforcement of DOT's commitment and DEO's with assisting local governments on their plan updates as well. So this has been consistent throughout the task force conversation. With that, that was probably spurred. James Stansberry, did you want to add to that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. I was just rereading a portion of it. Sorry. It's required FDA provide. No, I guess not. We will certainly be available to assist, with either providing technical assistance or consideration of them if the funding is still available for community planning technical assistance grants, and to help in any way with the local government that is assessing that if they would like another set of eyes on it, to look at those land uses and the environmental protections. Would be available to assist with that, but I don't have any changes to the verbiage.
All right, thank you, James. We have Paul Owens with Thousand Friends of Florida. Paul?
Yeah, I was just wondering as I reviewed this, if there is a difference of opinion or priorities between the local government over a proposed interchange and the department or some other agency, who has who's in charge on this? Whose priority is supreme on this?
Billy's writing down notes right now.
Sorry. I will have to defer on that one. I do not have the answer on that one.
Can we phone a friend, Wei Wei? All right, you've stumped us for a second, Paul. There she is.
It's a collaborative process. Nobody reigns supreme. DOT works with the locals to determine interchange locations.
The reason why I asked the question is because of the comments that you all helpfully shared with task force members. It's apparent if you look at the resolutions from the various local governments that there's quite a range of opinion from those local governments as to whether or not they would like a new expressway going through their community. Some embrace it and some do not. So that's why I was wondering if there is a difference of opinion where who ends up making the decision.
Well, so I'm just going to touch briefly. You see number 3 is that it is that collaborative process that Wei Wei and the entire team have spoken to the entire process along the way, and the review of the locations of the interchanges and reporting those out to the local governments, and that's mandated and dictated through the legislation itself. So we hear what you're saying, Paul, and we'll look through that with that unique lens that you've brought to us.
Okay, it might be useful to clarify.
All right, thank you for that input. Charles, did you want to add something to this conversation?
Yeah, I want to say 2 things. The first thing is my silence is not indicating that I'm asleep. Generally, I'm in concurrence with all of these so far. But I do want to comment on that last topic that was raised by Paul, and that is that you need to look to Chapter 338 within the pre-existing sections of Chapter 338, which is the Turnpike statute, that were not amended by the MCOR's legislation in 2019, but which the 2019 legislation essentially supplements. the pre-existing language in chapter 338, and I'm sorry, I've got too many screens open on my computer, so I can't look up the exact section and paragraph number, but there is specific language in 338 that deals with turnpike projects and the obligation of the Department of Transportation, and I believe it's the Florida Turnpike Enterprise, to be consistent with local government comprehensive plans. I think that's already in the statute. So I would just ask you to pull up that statutory language. And I believe that the outcome of that statutory language is that there is in fact a party that is in a superior position on that matter, and it is the local government. And there have, and further, I do not know of any particular case anywhere in the state where, when a precisely expressed comprehensive plan determination regarding a DOT project has been made, where the department has gone against the local government. There is one very old case down in the Boca Raton area involving a bridge across the intercoastal waterway that involved DOT wanting to improve the bridge. And then there were two feuding communities. There was a community on one side of the intercoastal that wanted the bridge. There was a community on the other side of the intercoastal that did not want the bridge improved. And there was a court decision on that. But with regard to the 338 question, I think there is language that you can refer to that indicates what the determinant is, and I just ask you to pull it up.
Hey, Charles, you're right. Local government, they have the ability to determine land use plans within their jurisdiction. I was just talking about the interchange process. It's a collaborative process, but we understand where you come from. We'll clarify the language.
Thanks, Wei Wei.
And Paul, I'll just throw in there too. Let's not forget our first cross-cutting guiding principle. Again, we kind of jump around in this report and kind of maybe forget where some things are covered. Understandably, there's a lot of information. We've got that third instruction under that plan consistency topic that says coordinate among agencies to address differences among statutory required state, regional, and local plans related to transportation corridors and future growth and development projections, including differences related to the timing and horizon, years of plan updates, as well as geographical areas covered by regional plans. So, I don't know if that completely addresses your question, but, let's just remember we have a lot of sections of this report, and some things may be covered, if not perfectly, in other sections too.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. All right, that concludes all the hand raised for the action plan number 3. Shall we go on to number 4?
All right, number 4, assess economic feasibility and identify potential funding sources. Big discussion topic, so I know we're going to have a good discussion on this one. So we'll give everyone a couple minutes to read this.
So this reinforces a lot of what Will spoke about earlier this morning on kind of looking at that economic feasibility of a corridor at the 30% design, looking at the guiding principles and instructions that have been provided by this task force, you know, that goes into that overall design of an ultimate project. So we get a feel for what those costs would be. And looking at the economic feasibility of that at that 30% design. So, Charles, I see you have a comment.
Yes, I do. This number 4 is generally good as far as I'm concerned. I would like to point out one potential policy issue that is important, and that is that in lines 14 and 15, FDOT is committed that projects currently in its 5-year work program for fiscal years 2021 through 2025 will not be impacted by MCOR's funding needs. That does not say what happens to the future allocation of funds toward 5-year plans, and by not saying it, it implies that the potential is there from years 2025 on for there actually to be competition between MCORs and the 5-year work program. And I think that's an important policy issue, because the import of it is that after year 2025, there could be a great sucking sound in which the 5-year plans all over the state are essentially defunded in order to build MCORs. I'm not saying that will be done, but I am saying that that's a possibility. The second point that relates to that is that we've had a shift in the dialogue about funding since the legislature sent a bill to the governor and we got involved with the task force process. I think that at the time that the bill was sent to the governor, the fact that the entire process was located in Chapter 338 carried with it the strong implication or belief that this was going to be a Turnpike project exclusively, and that the funding therefore would be underwritten by the toll revenues available on the Turnpike system. As it has become apparent since the task forces began meeting, that there is nowhere near the toll revenue capacity in the Turnpike system to do anything like this. The dialogue has shifted, and we have seen the later discussion, which is appropriate because, you know, with the analysis performed by TaxWatch and others, it is clear that there is not toll revenue capacity to build everything we are talking about. So this is not a criticism, it's simply an observation that we've now moved on to talking about alternative funding sources, which I do not think were considerations that were actually in front of the legislature in 2019. There needs to be, as part of the exercise that is committed to under number 4, first, a toll revenue analysis under the Turnpike system, and then B, a specific proposal by FDOT for any needed funding over and above that which can be carried by the Turnpike system, and what DOT's recommendations for achieving that funding are going to be. For example, if DOT is going to say, okay, from 2025 on, this is going to be the bulk of our 5-year programs in the state, then that needs to be placed into writing somewhere in this report. Likewise, if DOT is going to say the excess funding, it's not appropriate to fund it at all out of the 5-year plans, and instead there needs to be new revenue, then DOT might, and I'm just throwing this out as a straw man, say in order to achieve the goals of this program, there needs to be a penny increase in the sales tax. That would be an option. again, that's not my recommendation. It's just a straw man. But it seems to me like if the economic feasibility analysis is going to be genuine and we are going to go beyond the capacity of toll revenues in 338, then that analysis is going to have to get into those areas. And so for that reason, you may want to address some of that as you look at item number 4, although I think item number 4 is generally, for what it says, is generally adequate. What it lacks is what it doesn't say. For example, what happens after the year 2025. That's it.
Thank you. Will.
Hey, Charles. So the statute language with MCORS does give some parameters of funding sources. It does allow advancements of the trust fund, but it does require repayment. So the intent is for the corridors to be funded through the Turnpike. And as we tried to explain this morning and a few other times, that, you know, it's not uncommon for Turnpike projects to be funded with multiple funding sources through the Turnpike. And so not all the funding sources come from toll revenue. So that scenario is not uncommon with the Turnpike. So it still has to be prioritized in the work program like any other project. And I think we've been trying to explain that.
Well, it looks like Charles may have a follow-up question.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I agree with that, Will, but the trust fund, the capacity of the trust fund is not unlimited. Mm-hmm. And any takeouts from the trust fund for the purposes of MCORS are of necessity going to be subtractions with regard to other transportation projects that the trust fund might fund elsewhere in the state. So, I mean, it gets back to my point that if we're looking at a $25 billion project, or some of the numbers that have been advanced in the analysis of Tax Watch and others, if we're looking at those numbers, and we know, for example, there is a $10 billion cap on, even if the revenues are sufficient, there's a $10 billion statutory cap on Turnpike funding, and we know that about 2.5 or 3 billion of that is already committed for other projects. You can see how small, in comparison to the need here, that the Turnpike, the toll funding potential is. So all I'm saying is that if we're going to venture into other areas to pour money into that trust fund, then we need to have, as part of this, the disclosure or proposal of where those sources of new money might come from.
Yeah, a couple parts there. So a lot of the assumptions for total build out are that assumptions at this point, right? So and as we get through the alternate corridor evaluation and the PD&E study, you know, full build out may be in segments, phases, and certainly not all day one. So, you know, we keep mentioning this to the task force. You know, we're not going to build anything we can't afford, and MCORS is not going to bankrupt the trust fund. I mean, that's not a reality. Projects will be prioritized, just like any other project. I think what the beauty of MCORS is that it adds the extra task force element, it adds extra enhancement components. So, you know, really embrace the extra part of it, because every other part of DOT production and project development stays intact, including funding.
And the other piece of this, though, is that the legislation mandates that the projects be completed by 2030. So, you know, the legislation is, as legislation usually is, not a perfect document, and it could be that a little more realism is going to need to be injected in the legislation as we move forward. And that's one of my purposes in raising this discussion, is that if it's not possible to complete all of this between now and 2030 without breaking the bank, then someone is either going to have to expand the bank, or somebody's going to have to ratchet back the expectations. some of that may be an appropriate discussion for the 2021 legislature.
Right. And expectations are all over the board when it comes to what the next steps are and what 2030 means. So I think what we all need to realize is the next steps are important. The alternate corridor evaluation and the PD&E, and that kind of sets the tone of what we're going to do in the future. So task force report sets the foundation, and then we move into production and funding sources, needs, and all those other components we're talking about.
Thank you, Will. All right, I see no other hands up right now. That was a really good conversation on kind of some of those next steps. How about let's go down to the number 5, advance innovative land acquisition concepts.
All right, another one with a lot of conversation, even today. So let's give everyone a minute to read through that one.
We have talked through this quite a bit. Kent Wimmer has his hand up. Kent?
Thank you very much. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I'm recommending one simple insertion in on line 26 of page 25. Add the words Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Florida Forest Service in that list between DEP and the commission. The Goethe State Forest is the largest piece of public land that's potentially affected by this route, depending on how it joins with Suncoast. And plus, they also manage the 3 tracts of Withlacoochee State Forest, the Ross Prairie. So Florida Forest Service should be on this list. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. And Charles, you wanted to provide some input as well?
Yeah, I would agree with Kent's insertion, but I would strike the words the Florida Forest Service. I would leave it just Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. And the reason for that is that the Forest Service is only one part of their environmental land domain. The other part is the Rural and Family Lands Program, and it needs to be attended to just as much as the Florida DEP and the others that are mentioned here. So if you just use the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services as opposed to qualifying it further, you would embrace both of those. The other point I will make is going back to funding.
Charles, can you hold on a second? Because Kent's hand went right back up. Okay. So let's make sure we finish this thread real quick. Kent, did you want to kind of talk through what Charles just offered up?
Charles, the Florida Forest Service runs rural and family lands. Staff in the Florida Forest Service run that program. So, that's just how it is. So, well, I mean, you can call it DAX for all, but it is the staff runs they both answer to ARC, and they also oversee the Rural and Family Lands Program.
Yeah, well, let's do this. Let's get a clarification of this offline. We understand your intent. I think you guys are both in alignment with this additional review and conversation and coordination. So if we can agree that to start there, and then we'll work offline to kind of refine exactly what that recommended language would be. Could that work for both you, Kent and Charles?
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, Charles, you said you had a follow-up.
Yes. The second point is in line 24, where it says advance innovative land acquisition concepts. I would suggest advance and fund, or advance and seek funding for. in that line. And again, this could either be a program that is administered directly through the Department of Transportation, or it could even be easier than that. It might be that out of the task force recommendations, instead of $100 million for Florida Forever, and as last year's budget prevailed, $0 to speak of for rural and family lands, that if because of the need associated with proceeding with MCORS, perhaps we need to bump the environmental funding for these land acquisitions up to $200 or $300 million. And that could be a recommendation that DOT helps us with as we approach upcoming legislative sessions.
All right. Thanks for that input. Jason Lauritsen, there you go.
Yes,
You're
thank you.
unmuted.
A quick recommendation in line 30, if you could add such as the Florida Ecological Greenways Network to that line. Currently it reads, a key focus will be on how MCOR's program decisions can support broader regional or statewide conservation and environmental stewardship goals, such as the Florida Ecological Greenways Network. That's it.
All right. Thank you. All right. We good to go on to the next, number 6, Billy?
All right. Number 6, advance multi-use opportunities. That's fairly self-explanatory, but we'll give everyone a minute to read the couple sentences that are there.
All right. I do not see any hands up. So seeing none, hearing none, this must be in alignment with what has been discussed to date. So let's go on to number 7.
All right, continue robust partner and public engagement. Everyone needs to read this one fairly carefully. This has been something that's been discussed quite a bit the last 2 or 3 task force meetings.
All right. I've seen a few hands go up. So we'll start with Kent Wimmer.
Thank you. Kent Wimmer, Defenders of Wildlife. I recommend that the third sentence be changed to read to model language that was adopted, that's been adopted in the Southwest Central Florida Task Force. The language from its report, which I read it too, so I got all 3 of them. FDOT will create a corridor advisory group to enable the range of organizations involved in the task force to periodically meet to receive updates on and provide guidance for corridor planning and development activity. That is from their Southwest Florida, Central Florida Task Force report, page 26, lines 5 to 8. I can read it again if you'd like.
We, in the conversation that we had at our last task force meeting, there was some clear conversation by some of our elected officials that they felt strongly.
We're not on the phone right now.
So Ken, what do you think about the part where it says, with the intent of exceeding the requirements of the PD&E process, and then also a couple sentences down where it says FDOT will create ongoing opportunities for the range of organizations involved in the task force process to be informed about and provide input to subsequent planning and project development activities.
Yes, I am recommending that that sentence you just read be replaced with the sentence I read.
Okay.
Sorry, I wasn't clear. I can read it again if that helps anybody.
So I think, like Christine said, we heard a couple folks mention it. We heard a few folks say they didn't like it.
But this is different. This is because I've talked to Wei, I've talked to other staff. This is a different concept. This is not an advisory body. This is not an alignment. This is a group. As I said, this is that will meet periodically that can ensure that what the task force is saying is being carried out by the department and gives the folks, the organizations on the task force, the opportunity to receive updates and provide guidance. This is not what was recommended previously, which was borrowed from Wekiva. This is different. This is something that Southwest Task Force has endorsed, and I think this task force and Suncoast should also endorse this concept.
All right, looks like Wei's joined us.
And I heard my name. I'm sorry. Could you read that sentence again, please?
I'd be happy to. This is from the Southwest Central Florida Task Force, page 26, lines 5 to 8. FDOT will create a corridor advisory group to enable the range of organizations involved in the task force to meet periodically meet to receive updates on and provide guidance for corridor planning and development activities, period.
Okay, Kent, I see that this is a slightly different proposal than what you talked about last time. It's not a different advisory group. It's sort of a kind of a continuation of the task force members being involved in the process. So we heard a lot of concerns from the local government officials last time about this concept. I know the Southwest Corridor Task Force, they were good with the idea, but there were clear concerns from Citrus County about that idea. So I want to kind of put it on the table for discussion, and then if we don't have consensus for that item, and Billy's going to introduce a place where we can document these issues later, a little bit later. So maybe we can hear from some of the local government representatives to see I think the Citrus County commissioners, they were out, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they left us at 1 today for their own Board of County Commission meeting. Wei, we can maybe put a pin in this for now, document it as you mentioned, and we can loop back with the elected officials on their feeling and intent.
But as Wei was suggesting, this is substantially different. You know, based on conversations, I was looking for an alternative that is not the adversarial thing that the commissioners in Citrus County was opposing. This is not that. This is something different that another task force has adopted. I think it gets us to where we need to be. And this is one of those things I think that's very important.
Can't we understand? And then maybe we can just see if we have any discussions on this today, and then let's table this today. We can resolve that at meeting number 9, and then Billy's going to talk about a mechanism where we can document all these issues.
Thank you, Wei. We have a couple other hands up talking through this. Kathy Bryant, Commissioner Bryant from Marion County. You may be self-muted, Commissioner.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so regarding this, I would like for local government specifically to be added in that. And then also, I just have a suggestion for any future meetings. I think it's really important that our local government officials are able to be on the meetings. And if we have to reschedule a meeting because we've scheduled it at a time when commissioners have to be in their commission meetings, I think that that needs to happen, because it's very, they need to be in these meetings, and they have to go to their commission meetings. We can't miss those. So I think we need to be very sensitive to that for any
So,
future
Commissioner,
meetings.
you had 2 points. The first was we needed to add local government. So line 39 does indeed, it says FDOT will continue robust coordination with local, regional, state, and federal agencies. Does that address the local requirement for you?
No, I want you to specifically state local government.
Okay. And then I understand, I do know that, historically Citrus County has been able to move some of their meetings to accommodate our task force. I think this one had to do with their budget, so that it was a little bit more limiting. So I hear your concern as well. And we did try to front load a lot of that conversation with them today to accommodate to the commissioners. So thank you for that input. And we appreciate everybody's flexibility along the way. All right, Charles, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I've thought about this quite a bit since our last meeting, and listening to the concerns of the local officials in Citrus County. And Kent, I realize your proposal now is different from what they were objecting to before, but I think there's a simpler approach that has more continuity to it. The simple approach is that for the purpose of DOT seeking input as we go through the subsequent steps in this process, I can't think of a better way to handle that than for DOT to simply keep the task force structure alive. And at given points, as we move through the process, DOT should call upon the task force to briefly reconvene, nothing like the gauntlet we've been running since August of last year. But perhaps it would be one meeting a year. I don't know. I don't want to circumscribe it too specifically. But why not simply, the task force represents a broad array of interests who are familiar with this process. It includes robust representation from local government, good representation from environmental and economic development and state agency interests. So my suggestion would simply be that this paragraph be replaced by a paragraph which says that at key steps along the way, DOT is going to reconvene task force meetings and seek our input on issues that are relevant at the stage of the process at that point in time.
This is clearly an area that we need to document. We know what we're hearing here. It's the pendulum swinging in our conversation a little bit. So it sounds like we have some alternatives and scenarios that you all want us to look at it and maybe have further conversation. Wei?
So it seems like what I'm hearing is from Charles is that DOT comes back to the task force members during key milestones of implementation. With that arrangement, the local governments are at the table, and it's still we still have broad representation from all task force members. So any reactions to what Charles was proposing from Kent and Commissioner Bryant?
If you're asking for me, I think that would handle it. And I think the other advantage of that is simply that you would not be bringing a bunch of new people in to get them up to speed. You would have people who were educated in the process because we'd been there from the beginning.
Commissioner Bryant, I've unmuted you as well. If does Wei Wei, the clarification she's seeking, does that help you as well?
Wei Wei, can you say that one more time, please?
Commissioner Bryant, Charles Lee was proposing that DOT comes back to the task force periodically to during implementation process to make sure that the guiding principles and instructions are being implemented. So the local government would clearly be at the table. So we're not starting a new advisory group, but keep the task force going informally to check on progress of the implementation. Is that satisfactory, sufficient to address some of the concerns? I wanted to hear what you and Kent Wimmer think about this approach.
So he wants, and if I'm hearing correctly, Charles said get rid of 7 altogether and put that in place, and just that's what he was saying, right, Charles Lee? Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with number 7 the way that it is, except I just would like to clarify when you say local, regional, state, and federal agencies. I don't necessarily consider local government an agency, so that was why I wanted local government added in there.
Okay, we'll clarify that language no matter what, no matter where this conversation goes. Kent Wimmer, any issues with Charles's suggestion?
I'm trying to unmute him. Hold on, Wei Wei. Kent, you're unmuted.
There we go. Thank you. If DOT wants to get together 45 people periodically, that's fine. I just think, you know, whether you do it as, I mean, I read this as it would come from the task force and it would have local government reps. You would have all the interests that want to participate, you know, so I would like to see some ongoing involvement coming in the future, whether it takes the form of the task force essentially continuing to meet, that's fine, but you know, you can also go this other route. Either way, I think providing that forum would serve DOT well.
Okay, let us work on that language, and we understand your viewpoints, and let staff provide some language, and then we'll finalize at meeting number 9.
Okay, we do have Valerie Hancher who's raised her hand as well during this conversation. So Valerie.
Yes, hey, I just want to say I agree that I think keeping us informed and keeping the group together is a good, easy process, and keeping the local government involved is absolutely imperative. So those were my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kathy Bryant, you raised your hand again. Commissioner Bryant?
Yes, I did. I just wanted to add to that, you know, when we talk about the local government being involved, that would be the local governments that are affected, not all of the ones that were in the study area. I'm assuming that some of us will be dropping out of this at some point.
Interesting. No, yeah, okay. All right, there was some good conversation there. So we have one more action that DOT has committed to.
All right, last action. Am I mic'd up? Yes, I am. Commit to transparency and process improvement. There's been a lot of talk about the MCOR's budget, so there's the last sentence of that first paragraph addresses. And then the commitment for continued improvements to current processes is another big point to note.
And I think we also heard Weiwei and Will speak to keeping the MCOR's project program website live, because it's such a great depository of information for folks as this evolves, so that it increases that transparency as well. Charles, I see your hand is up.
To say it almost seems like number 8 and number 7 could be combined, because it looks like number 8, at least the first couple of sentences of number 8, are covering the same ground as number 7.
And this might be intended to be a little bit more outward facing to the general public, where the other 7 is a little bit more focused on that partnership maybe. So we appreciate that, and we'll look to either they get blended to make sure that it's comprehensive, or we make sure that we address each of them independently and kind of clarify that a little bit.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other comments here? I see no other hands up, Billy. Billy,
Sorry,
you're
I'm muted.
yeah.
We're in a decision point here. The last bit of the report that we have not yet covered is going to be the introductory information. And then I just want to, it's going to be very brief, just a couple of minutes to recap, and then hand it over to Weiwei with the last kind of next step discussion. So do we want to quickly go over the introductory sections? I don't want to get too bogged down in those. I know everyone's seen them and commented on them at least once. My sense is there's probably not a ton of comments, but I also don't want to push us too much past 5 for public comment. So let's just go ahead and go through them. The introductory section. So Jen, if you can just scroll to the top, there we go. So again, we've seen these introductory sections before. They're, this first section is fairly stock among the 3. Task force overview. Again, we have not received a whole lot of comment on this stuff until you get to the environmental characteristics, community characteristics, economic characteristics, and infrastructure characteristics. Before that, the way high level background information, we really haven't received much. So I'll just ask task force members if there's anything major, again, small editorial things and wordsmithing we can cover outside of this forum. So I would just ask, are there any major items in these introductory sections that we need to talk through as a group?
Billy, it's Paul Owens from 1000 Friends, and I don't know whether or not this introductory part is the most appropriate part to address this or not. My organization's been worried from the start about the potential for this expressway and the other 2 to generate urban sprawl, and we made several suggestions that were not adopted to try to prevent that from happening. Is there somewhere either in this part or throughout the report that addresses this issue and prevents this problem that I might have overlooked that you could bring my attention to?
Well, we've got the sections about plan consistency and working with local governments to address the needs, particularly around interchanges. We did add that interchange management plan language in there. And we've kind of sprinkled these ideas of controlled growth based on comprehensive plans, particularly throughout the guiding principles and instructions. So I think in some form it's there. Clearly, I don't think you're comfortable with it yet, but
well, it's from what you've described, you know, consistency with local comprehensive plans. It's kind of implied, but I think we'd be more comfortable if there were something more explicit talking about how it's a policy to discourage urban sprawl along the length of the expressway.
okay.
Kent Wimmer, Defenders Wildlife. Thank you, Christine. I'll go back to my first comment that I made today. You know, I don't, you know, there hasn't been any qualification of the public comments received. And I think through this presentation, it discounts those opinions that were in opposition, unfairly discounts those, you know, the 3/4 of the people that wrote in opposition, that I think this report should fairly capture what people said. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. All right, that's all for the hands that were raised for kind of that general overview.
Okay. I think this is perfect timing. I'm just going to briefly recap some of the major changes, you know, that we've heard, and just keep in mind some of these. I say smaller; they're all very important, but some of these smaller, like text changes and wordsmithing and editorial kind of things, and maybe rearranging. We took very detailed notes throughout this, myself included, and about 3 or 4 other people. And so we're going to comb through those and make sure that we capture everything that was talked about. But the 4 major things we heard today, there's a lot of discussion on the Cross Florida Greenway, and probably leaning toward adding an instruction about that. So that's the first one. The second one is the Greenfield corridor, you know, needs maybe something in the needs evaluation section, possibly something in the action item section. We need to look for the most appropriate areas for those. And then along with that, a related item is the co-location of roads versus other facilities. We had a lot of discussion on that. So there's probably several areas we can add some clarification and more detail. And then we discussed in great detail the I-75, you know, the potential relief that it could, you know, a project like this could be to I-75. So again, there's a few places where it was mentioned, particularly in the needs section. And I think we'll definitely comb through there and see what we can find there. So another topic area that we want to introduce at this point is an area called other items for consideration. And this is kind of these big picture items that we want to make sure we capture. The first one I can think of that we talked about today was this, you know, we call it a corridor advisory group, but it's really future task force engagement. So that's a section that, you know, we need to drill down and do a little bit more work on that. So again, that's, you know, that's a topic area for bigger picture items that are going to require a little bit more discussion and work. So the other items for consideration. And with that, I think we're ready to hand it over to Weiwei.
Thank you, Billy. Let's review the process that we will be using to receive comments on the draft report from both the task force members and the public. After today's meeting, staff members are going to make changes based on your comments to the draft report, and we will post the draft task force report for public comment on September 29th for a 15-day comment period. So let's talk first about how the public is going to comment on the report. The report will be posted on MCOR's website along with a form members of the public can fill out to provide either general comments or specific comments on pages of the report. And we'll also make that form available for people for download if they want to send us an email or mail in their comments. After the public comment period, we will compile all public comments for you prior to the meeting, to meeting number 9, and summarize the comments in a presentation at the start of meeting number 9. We'll also alert you when the public comment draft is posted and would ask that you share the report with your constituents and partners so that they can have an opportunity to review. So this is the first prong of the comment mechanism, how the members of the public can comment on the revised draft based on today's discussion. Second, if you could move to the next page of this document, please, Jen. Secondly, I want to talk about how task force members can comment on the report after today. We will provide you with an amendment form as shown on the screen. The purpose of this form is to provide a common structure for all comments so that we can easily compile and provide feedback to you in advance of meeting number 9. We would ask you to use the form to provide substantive amendments rather than minor editorial changes. Since this is our last meeting number 9 is our last meeting, we do want to provide all members a chance to review the proposed amendments in advance. So everyone comes prepared to discuss the outstanding issues and staff can have time to bring any additional information as requested by task force members. We have set the deadline for submitting proposed amendments on Friday, October 9th. That is so that you would have 10 days to complete this task after the posting on September 29th. We know this is a quick turnaround, but we would like to have a few days to compile and organize everyone's suggestions and to provide the packet to you in advance of meeting number 9. As noted, you can propose specific text or provide a general suggestion to staff. Staff will organize the proposed amendments by page for you. Note any that are similar or potentially in conflict and provide requested clarifying information where appropriate at the bottom at this page. We anticipate reserving some time of meeting number 9 for final suggestions from the floor, but for everyone to be prepared, we do ask you to try to hit this October 9 deadline. So with that, I want to pause and see if we have any questions about the amendment process and the form.
Charles Lee has a question.
Just say again what the date time frame is going to be for this. What are the dates you're going to send it out and when is it expected back?
Okay, for task force members, Charles, we're going to post the draft final report on the project website on September 29th, Tuesday, with all the changes based on today's discussion. And Tori will send you an email with the amendment form and with a copy, a Word file for you to look at, and then we ask you kindly send us all your amendment forms by October 9th. So we have some time during that week to compile all the comments page by page and provide any requested supporting information as necessary. For the members of the public, we want to give them a 15-day time period to comment. So it's from September 29th through October 14th, I think. And we'll compile a summary of all the public comments that we receive during this time period and make a presentation at task force meeting number 9 on that summary.
Are there any other questions of task force members? Wei, that appeared to be very clear. All right, so now I'd like to invite Chairman Perdue to discuss next steps.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you all for your comments and discussion. It's been very lively and healthy so far. We really appreciate your engagement. Before we move on, I'd like to recap a few of the next steps prior to beginning the public comment period. First, today's presentation and task force meeting number 8 recording will be posted on the website. Second, the team will record the revisions to the guiding principles and instructions discussed today and provide an updated draft final report for public and task force review and comments. And as discussed, if you have additional comments, particularly some of the editorial changes we did not get to discuss today, please send them to Jennifer Stoltz by 5 p.m. on Friday, October the 9th, so we can incorporate into the next version. In addition, as always, we will continue to be available to address any technical questions you have throughout this process. Okay, now let's hear comments from members of the public. Christine.
Thank you, Chairman. So now we're going to go to the public comment period. Oh, Wei, did you want? Oh, we're all on. Sorry. Requests that were made online to provide comments virtually received by 4 o'clock this afternoon or via speaker card at the public viewing locations will be addressed during our public comment period. Comments will be made in the order of their request. If you did not respond when your name is called, we will provide a second chance at the end of the public comment period. When your name is called to speak, we will unmute your line in order for you to provide comments within your allotted 3 minutes. You will hear a tone when you have 30 seconds remaining, and then a second tone when your time is up. The line will be muted after 3 minutes, so please keep your eye on the clock and listen for the tones. If you have more information to share with the group, you can provide additional comments in writing for further consideration. You can send the comments anytime to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us. Only one person at a time will be unmuted. If, on your end, if you've self-muted, please be sure to unmute before speaking. After the completion of the virtual public comment, we will subsequently move to our public viewing locations. So with that, we'll start with the first public comment, and that is Amy Datz.
Amy, you are unmuted.
Thank you. I'm a professional environmental scientist, not a lobbyist or consultant. 3 of the counties in this area have above average poverty rates. How they will be lifted out of poverty must be considered in a long-term sustainable way, not just giving them a job to build a road. Projects like the Sable Trail and the Florida Gas Transmission Company will be more destructive over time than a positive economic factor. The natural gas industry will be obsolete in the next 10 to 20 years, leaving the taxpayers to clean up their mess when they go bankrupt. This project should avoid supporting their development, maintenance, and inclusion. Currently, DOT has over 1 million acres of grass to mow on their right-of-way. This could be used for biofuels. This project will add many more acres of right-of-way grass. A critical factor not addressed in the report is the connectivity of the corridor to the other two corridors without dumping traffic on I-75 or I-4. HOV lanes connecting this and the other corridors should be established to relieve congestion. With sea level rise, the 79% of Florida population living on the coast will move inland and north. In this pandemic, people who live in high personal income states have found they can work from home in Florida and not pay that tax, increasing population rates. This movement must be addressed. Broadband must be provided to all citizens, not just libraries and schools. This pandemic has shown how impractical it is to limit broadband to those community facilities. Agriculture and freight also need Wi-Fi to operate at maximum efficiency and economic effectiveness. Make the tolling system compatible with transponders used in other states. 22,000 people have negatively and positively commented, many of whom live outside the project area, versus the 3 million people who will potentially be positively impacted by this project. I believe the majority needs must be the priority. Existing right-of-way from abandoned railway corridors must be considered for cost considerations in corridor location. Whereas some Floridians should shelter in place during a hurricane, the over 100 million visitors need to leave as the hotels and resorts will close for the storm. Staging areas for freight to use routinely, as well as emergency repair services after a hurricane, must be included in this project design as directed by the 2020 legislature. It'll be interesting to see how this project will simultaneously both revitalize rural communities and enhance economic development while preserving the rural character of the area. These appear to be opposing forces. This is where follow-up assessment by the future task force engagement or corridor advisory group will be critical. Will FDOT help fund the review and update of local regional plans to meet the statutory requirements of this project planning?
Ms. Stats, thank you for your comment. Your time is up. Up next is Michael McGrath from Fort Myers, Florida. Michael, you are unmuted. Michael, you are self-muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Very good. Good afternoon. My name is Mike McGrath. I'm an organizer of the Sierra Club. The task force process has focused on nebulous ideas rather than drilling down into the specifics. Before considering any of these guiding principles, it was FDOT's responsibility to evaluate whether this project is even financially feasible or fiscally responsible. FDOT failed the task force members, and it failed Florida taxpayers. To fill the research gap what FDOT hasn't provided, Cornell Consulting was commissioned to evaluate the financial feasibility of each of these toll roads. They used FDOT publicly available data for traffic, usage rate projections, toll revenue projections, and project comparables for construction costs, running more than 500 simulations in their models to determine if MCOR's project met FDOT's statutory guidelines and made financial sense. Many of these simulations were favorable towards FDOT, and still, not one simulation showed that any of these connectors could meet statutory guidelines. Why did FDOT refuse to dig into fiscal feasibility? Because the fact the project is not fiscally feasible is reason enough to recommend no build. And they don't want you to do that, but that isn't their call. Task force members, now is the time to oppose this project and make the needed push for no build. There is overwhelming sentiment amongst the public, and now there's a data-driven analysis from Cornell Consulting that has concluded that this is the only fiscally responsible option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Up next is Herman Younger from Gainesville, Florida. Herman, you are unmuted.
Hello?
Herman Younger, you are unmuted.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Herman Younger. I'm an organizing representative for the Sierra Club based in Gainesville, Florida. Task force members, you are now at the penultimate task force meeting. Your recommendations will soon go to the governor's desk. Everything you do from today until then sets the stage for the future of Florida's economy, environment, and moral standards. FDOT argues that you are not tasked with recommending a no-build option, as that is the purpose of the PD&E process, but we cannot afford to rely on a single state agency to yield to the will of the people. You are tasked to give recommendations related to MCORS, and if you have found insufficient evidence for need or feasibility, then a no-build recommendation is appropriate. Your stamp of approval is a choice. You can refuse to recommend this environmentally destructive toll road project with a multi-billion-dollar price tag. If FDOT's failure to provide proof or need or feasibility for MCORS wasn't enough, the recently released Cornell Consulting white papers made infeasibility clear. The Cornell Consulting analysis refuted the unsubstantiated claims made by FDOT related to traffic congestion, broadband, and hurricane evacuation. The mounting evidence and analysis shows there is no need or feasibility for MCORS, and as task force members, your stamp of approval will forever be written in history, as well as your lack of sound judgment and reason. I urge you to listen to the thousands of Floridians, scientists, students, activists, mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, and do not sign on to any consensus agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Younger. Up next is John Miklos from Orlando, Florida. John, you are unmuted. You are self-muted. John Miklos from Orlando, Florida, you are unmuted. Okay, we'll circle back. Up next, Vivian Young from Tallahassee, Florida. Vivian, you are unmuted.
Thank you very much. This is Vivian Young. I'm Communications Director for 1000 Friends of Florida. Over the course of this process, 1000 Friends has submitted numerous recommendations to you as task force members and FDOT staff regarding guiding principles and PD&E directions. We urge you to continue to review these and incorporate them in your final report to protect significant lands and waters, limit costly sprawling development, and protect the rural economy and quality of life. But due to limited time today, I would like to highlight two underlying concepts. The first relates to transportation need and financial feasibility of the project. If this project had gone through FDOT's normal corridor planning process, a preliminary analysis to determine if there is a transportation need for these corridors, and if yes, that they would be financially feasible, would have been undertaken before moving into the PD&E process. Instead, the PD&E process, which is in phase 3 of the FDOT corridor planning process, is where these fundamental determinations will be made. By circumventing this basic planning process, hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars and toll road user dollars are being spent before even determining if there is a fundamental need. This is particularly unconscionable during a time when Florida is reeling financially from the impacts of COVID-19. Therefore, our first fundamental recommendation is that the task force include in its final report a guiding principle requiring a preliminary determination of transportation need and financial feasibility as required in the first phase of the Florida Transportation Corridor planning process prior to spending hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars on the formal PD&E study and right-of-way acquisition. The second underlying concept relates to protecting natural resources and rural character as legally mandated in Senate Bill 7068. We remain very concerned about the impacts that the placement of and planning for interchanges have on both natural resources and rural economic vitality. Interchanges can promote tremendous urban sprawl if not carefully designed. Not only can they promote development sprawling into natural and agricultural lands, but also lead to a proliferation of gas stations, convenience stores, and the like at interchanges that draw business away from existing downtowns and crossroad communities. Therefore, our second fundamental recommendation is that the task force include in its report a guiding principle requiring acquisition of lands needed for conservation and to prevent sprawl prior to the commencement of any road project, as has been required for the model Wekiva Parkway project. If there is a sincere desire to protect the rural character of these areas, as noted in the legislation, significant land acquisition is essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Young. Up next is Shirley McCullough from Dunellen, Florida. Shirley, you are unmuted.
Good person. I'm speaking for myself, my husband, my neighbors, my friends. First of all, Commissioner Bryant, I'm really asking you to protect us. Make them stay off of 41, as well as areas that are actually still green and beautiful. Our rural area is just as important as others, although I can't figure out what rural areas are supposed to benefit from this. As far as interchanges, I know Citrus County wants an interchange at 44. Well, good for them. However, an interchange of 44 means the destruction of 41. Stay off of 41. And it has to be taken into consideration when somebody wants an interchange. Okay, where does that road go? What communities are going to be plowed down? Because my home, my community will be destroyed. There may not be tourism here in Dunellen, but that doesn't mean you should plow us down just because we don't bring money in. This is our area. Rainbow River is important to us, and like it or not, I don't care what anybody says, Rainbow River is in the pathway. I'm sorry, I'm a mess. I had to euthanize one of my dogs today. It's gonna knock down so many homes. I mean, as I drive down into Dunellen, there are people that are just scraping by, that are living in these little block homes. Their homes are going to be gone. And those homes aren't going to have the value even as much as mine is, but they're going to be displaced, and screw you. You know, my husband and I moved here from Tampa. We moved up here for the green. We moved up here for the beauty. And we moved up here as our final retirement home. We're not going to keep it. We worked for 30 plus years and put money in the bank so we could pay for our home with cash. So we don't have a mortgage. That's great. God bless those that do. I wish them all the best of luck in COVID. But this just isn't fair. And Commissioner Bryant, I mean, you've been on here, but you got to stand up for us. You just have to, because this is not fair and it's not enhancing anything rural.
Time's up, Mrs. McCullough. We thank you for your comment. Circling back, John Miklos from Orlando, Florida. You're unmuted. It appears that Mr. Miklos is disconnected from the meeting. We'll continue to keep checking. That concludes our virtual public comment. Moving to our remote locations.
Thank you. The first remote location that we will go to is the plantation on Crystal River.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you, Christine. We've enjoyed a lively conversation today. We have no one registered to speak.
Thank you, Jeff. The second location that we will go to will be the Hilton in Ocala.
Thank you, Christine. We too have enjoyed the thoughtful conversation by the task force this afternoon. We have one individual who has requested to speak this afternoon, so I'd like to call up Shannon Wright to deliver her comments.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment today. As you know, about 6 months ago, I was sitting on this task force, and I can tell you that task force and DOT staff have moved this process at an incredible pace. I know and understand that this process is not at a point where lines are drawn on a map, but while keeping an open mind and agreeing with some of the comments made by task force members today, I am opposed to the State Road 44 corridor option. As a local off of State Road 44, I know that there are just a handful of residents that are familiar with this process, but the vast majority have no idea that this process is going on. I can tell you that earlier today, when I was listening to the comments, I very much appreciated Kent Wimmer's suggestion of looking at all options, even outside of the county boundary lines. There are plenty of opportunities across the state that could solve problems that we are not even aware of yet. I was glad to hear of the conversation of the traffic issues from Wildwood to Ocala. It was real pleasing to know that there is a PD&E study that is going on for I-75, and I would hope that the PD&E study would have the speed of completion that this process has gone through. And so lastly, I would like to say that the MCOR's literature states it goes beyond roads and takes a look at the well-being of Floridians and their access to virtual resources. And yes, that sounds very responsible, but please recognize that people who live in rural areas do so because that's the life they choose. And just remember, there is a no build option. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright, for your comment. Go ahead.
That is the individuals who've requested to speak from this location. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Christina, we have one more that we need to cover. Up next, Lindsay Cross. Lindsay, you are unmuted.
Good afternoon, task force members. This is Lindsay Cross with Florida Conservation Voters. Thank you for accommodating my public comments today. As I've noted numerous times, the MCOR's toll roads are bad for water, wildlife, agriculture, rural communities, and Florida taxpayers. 15 months since the passage of SB 7068, and after 7 rounds of task force meetings, we still do not have definitive proof that these roads are needed, nor that they are economically feasible. The recent Cornell Consulting Group reports, which evaluated 500 models for the project, found that hurricane evacuation, traffic congestion, and broadband access can all be accomplished more efficiently independent of a massive new toll road. The group also found that the project would create negative economic returns, which is particularly troubling during this continued economic crisis. I would encourage you to read the reports and consider them in light of other studies, including Florida Tax Watch, that all demonstrate that this project is a horrible deal for taxpayers. For some of you, the continued discussion of protecting water and natural areas seems frustrating. The recommendations about adding critical conservation priorities on the Florida Forever, Rural and Family Lands, and Florida Communities Trust list to the No New Corridors Through section are not 11th hour suggestions or afterthoughts. These pleas have been made since the very beginning of the process because environmental advocates have seen how Florida's natural resources have been exploited for short-term economic gain. If built, these roads and the development that they will create will become another grim chapter in Florida's history of environmental destruction. Just last week, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projected that it will require $7.4 billion over the next 10 years to restore the Florida Everglades, compared to $6 billion spent through 2019. Estimates from FDEP show that it will cost between $1.5 and $3 billion to replace existing septic tanks around Silver, Rainbow, Wekiva, and Volusia Blue Springs. This is just a small part of our water quality problem within a small subset of impaired waters in our state. Massive investments are needed to clean up our waters, not to pave over our aquifer recharge areas. Please consider this information as you move forward with the last task force meeting. Demand that no bill be presented as the preferred option to the governor in November. The final report should not be a rubber stamping exercise, and language that protects our environment and rural communities only to the maximum extent feasible is not good enough. Demand that MCORs be evaluated under pandemic budget restraints and that your voices be heard. This may be the largest infrastructure project this century, and the mistakes we make today will become the burden and responsibility of all future Floridians. Thank you for your continued engagement.
Thank you, Mrs. Cross. Matthew Swartz, we see that you're connected, but it appears that you're still having audio problems. Giving you one last call. This concludes our public comment period. Moving to Christine.
Okay, thank you. This concludes the public comment segment of this meeting. I want to say thank you to all the members of the public for taking time to speak about this very important topic. As you've heard many times throughout the meeting today, public input is vital to the MCORS process. Public comments may be submitted at any time to fdot.listens@dot.state.fl.us and will become part of the public record. I'd also like to thank the task force members for participating and receiving public comments today. And thank you again for joining us. This concludes task force meeting number 8.